Looks like we're live on my screen.
Let me just check to make sure we're streaming, but I think we should be if it appears to be. Yeah, we're good to go. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Camilla.
Great, guys. Joe, can you call on who's next?
Yes, next would be Representative Thomas, followed by Ann Sarnak.
Great.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chairs, ranking members. My condolences to Chair Cassano. Thank you to all of my colleagues for working on this important issue, given the very real need for affordable housing in the state, and for your attention for these many hours. To be honest, I'm here somewhat reluctantly because I don't want to contribute to the what I would characterize as abject fear that has emerged around this topic in my part of the woods, or imply that we should do nothing. But I have waited over 8 hours because I do have concerns about the current bills being discussed today. I understand the fear very well. Until February, I served on Norwalk's zoning commission, and even with our very aggressive goals around diversified housing stock and affordable housing, we still denied several applications, or we worked with them to change their original proposal. And our strategic work in this area for our community would have conflicted with some of the tenets in these bills at times. And despite adding thousands of apartments, our pricing is still quite high. So I worry about what number of housing units would be required before prices actually drop. On the other side of the coin, I grew up in affordable housing, a little 4-unit apartment building on a main street, a half-mile from a transit station in a nice affluent neighborhood. And our address gave me access to opportunities without which I would not be here today. So I understand that point of view as well, and I support the need to act. I do believe there are some good things in the various bills that you're considering today, and I hope this committee can work together to come up with actual solutions. So 3 minutes is short. I'll just highlight a few things that I'm concerned about. I can't in good faith support the removal of a local public hearing process, which I believe to be the very foundation of the checks and balances needed between communities and developers. Residents often know more than traffic experts, developers, and I dare say legislators. So I appeal to this committee to be very careful about designing any policy for as of right development, because on my local commission, we often saw the experts were wrong just because they didn't know our community as well. I believe that removing parking requirements is a bit premature for where we are as a society. Even if you can walk to transit, that does not mean you can get to your job at this point in the state, or supermarkets, parks, doctors' offices, fill in the blank.
I think your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, I'll conclude there. I just wanted to say I'm also concerned about the 10% affordability. 10 units or more, to me, based on my own experiences, it seems like it does nothing for affordability in our part of the state, but could just be a boon to developers. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll try to submit written testimony later.
Thank you so much, Representative, and thank you for your patience today. 8 hours.
I've been on the whole time, a long day. I'm sorry for you.
I see Senator Wong's hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Thomas, thank you so much for your efficient and very effective 3 minutes in articulating your ideas. And I do look forward to having you be an integral part of any part of the solution. I think if you heard my exchange with Mr. DeLong of CCM, my hope and desire is that we will reconstitute a much more diverse as well as more encompassing working group. And I certainly hope that you would consider participating in that, because having input in districts in Wilton, Westport, and Norwalk, you have a part of major components that come into consideration. And just listening to your background, I think you and I share very similar background in our joint appreciation that housing opportunities does give people a opportunity to break out cycles of poverty and economic challenges. That being said, I wanted to give you the opportunity to continue on your effective presentation. I think you talked about the as of right, the public hearing process. Are there any other considerations that you thought of that we should definitely be working toward being considerate of?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. And I would love to be a part. I have been a part of many conversations starting last July, long before I was elected to this body. This is a concern of mine because I do think we need more affordable housing in the state. And we've struggled with this in Norwalk as well, despite being, having met 830G and all of that. We still have people in the community that can't afford housing. So I have met with Desegregate Connecticut. I've met with P&Z chairs throughout Fairfield County. You've heard from some of the other people I've met with today. So I feel like I've been with you all day. So you've heard already a lot of the issues, and I echo some of them. Probably Danielle Dobin's testimony struck a lot of the similar chords to my feelings. In terms of what I would be interested in seeing in any legislation, I agree with her that adding teeth to 830J could actually work quite well. I did have a chance to go back and look at the 2019 legislation, and there was a proposal that would have linked discretionary state funding to compliance with moving 830J forward. So something like that I think is very interesting. If I use the nomenclature, it's the carrot, not the stick. Although I try to stay away from these terms. I was just thinking as I listened today, I wonder if there's a way to think about linking business tax credits to towns that are sort of doing a lot of work in encouraging mixed use development to foster greater economic growth. Again, it's something that would perhaps incentivize towns who want to bring businesses in to really focus on these components. I would love to see incentives for projects. I know Westport is trying to do something like this on publicly owned vacant land. Or I've heard from some of my peers in the eastern part of the state redeveloping existing empty properties because something like that is win-win for local communities. And I've also, this has come up a lot in Fairfield County where home ownership is so out of reach for many, even in most of Norwalk. So looking at a way, and I'm not sure the state could intervene, but looking at a way that would encourage developers to contribute toward first-time home buyer programs in exchange for some types of bonuses, whether it be density or something else. I will just say the good things I saw in these proposals, and I'm talking about all of them now. A statewide needs assessment, I think, is important. I do think it's important to change some of the definitions to replace local codes, like what defines a family for ADUs. I do like some of the language about changing what character.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but the 5 minutes is over.
Sorry, Senator.
Oh no, Representative Thomas, I was trying to let you go as long as I could.
Thank you.
And if I had a couple of extra minutes, I would have set you up to say, what are your thoughts in some of our rural communities? But I think I'm going to hand it off to Representative Dubitsky, who may ask you those very questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Thomas, for your eloquence in sharing that. I think you would be a fantastic contributor to offering many of the viewpoints, and also your background in planning and zoning would give you a local perspective as well on all the other things we talked about. So again, I hope Joe is still listening, that as he reconvenes that working group, I think you and I could be contributors to finding solutions. There is no one good way. And I hope that we take the best of every perspective and make it a sustainable plan to address critical housing issues in our state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in. I was very impressed by many of the statements you've made with regard to your experience. Would you be able to? You mentioned that you participated in a lot of approvals of various housing, and that there were thousands of apartments or thousands of units built. Could you relay your experience at how that actually changed the low income and affordable housing situation in the town you're involved in?
Thank you, Representative. It's a good question. I'm probably not the best expert because much of our, we've done 2 TOD plans. So the biggest is around our South Norwalk train station, and much of that was done before I joined the commission. But you know, it's a huge undertaking. It's, I don't even know how many thousands all in when it's all done. But, you know, especially with COVID-19 here in Norwalk, we have a lot of people facing an affordability crisis with jobs lost, etc. I don't have the stat in front of me, but a significant portion of our community is cost burdened in terms of affording rent. And this is despite having so many apartments. So I do have a very real concern around, you know, where's that tipping point? At what point does the density actually depress pricing? Now, is Norwalk more affordable than trying to find an apartment in Wilton, for example? Absolutely. But there's a difference between affordable and more affordable.
That's good. You know, I commiserate or associate myself with your remarks about definitions. When my town was redoing some of our zoning regulations, we looked at our regulations and said, okay, what's a family? And we actually spent many months doing research of town regulations all over the state, and we just couldn't figure out what to write on the piece of paper, so we gave up. And we decided we were not going to use the word, and we were not going to require familial connections because we just couldn't figure out how to make that definition. And I know there are plenty of definitions that in both state law and local zoning regulations that need to be tweaked. One of which is the term affordable housing. You know, I know that there is a sort of a feeling that we need more affordable housing. My feeling is that means housing that is inexpensive enough for people of low means to afford. But our state law has a very different definition of affordable housing. Is that something that you would want to work on to make it more in line with, well, let me ask you, what is your view of what affordable housing should mean?
You know, it's a good point because people use the term to apply to many, many different types of housing. There's certainly, I think today, most people are using it to mean, you know, 30% AMI. You know, so that's one standard. But as I said, there's a difference between more affordable and actually affordable based on, what real people can afford to pay to live in a real home. There's also supportive housing, which is a real need, and we are working on that here in Norwalk. So I think at least for the purposes of any of this legislation, we should be very clear about what the end goal is before we come up with the solution. If it's, a very baseline affordability, I think, again, Danielle Dobin probably, I think I heard her relate some figures, affordable in Westport, frankly, an apartment in Westport is probably more than my home in Norwalk.
I'm so sorry to interrupt again, but the 5 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you. And it's probably more than my entire farm in Chaplin, probably half the town. But I thank you very much.
Definition is important. Yeah.
I thank you for your responses, and just because I don't want to leave Senator Wong hanging. What is your view on how this would affect the rural communities like mine?
Again, I've never lived in a rural community, I'm not sure, but I have heard from some of my peers in the legislature that they are concerned because either they have no transit hub or their main street really can't foster a lot of development, or it's not worthwhile, or no one would come. They are more interested in ADUs, for example, but just want to make sure it's an approach that would work in their community, but they've expressed concerns as well.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your answers, and I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep. Thomas, given your experience working in P&Z, I wanted to ask, new housing in general, even in the category of, affordable, is expensive. And is the problem scarcity of homes, or is the problem that when we look at the household housing burden, it's the fact that the incomes can't cover the cost of the construction, the maintenance, the utilities, and the taxes of a lot of these new homes that we're talking about? Because a lot of these bills, it's about flooding the market with new construction. What are you expressed some concerns about the bills, and I was wondering, it's about the income not able to match and pay for these new houses. So we're not really helping low income folks get into homes, are we?
I think that's a very broad question, so I'll just speak about Norwalk. Here, for example, we have at times for people to qualify for different bonuses or whatnot, we have actually been able to factor in greater affordability, way beyond 10%. Some of our units provide for 30% affordability. Some are deed restricted, some offer subsidies. So it is possible to build and make those units actually affordable. There's just nothing in this legislation to me that requires that. So therefore it may not solve the problem.
Right, no, it doesn't require that.
Which is a supply problem.
Right, it doesn't. Yeah. Right. And in your years of being on P&Z, have you ever thought that have you come across folks who have thought that they wish their homes weren't deed restricted because they might, be able to participate in the increase in value of their homes, like market growth and investment growth of the value of their homes?
I haven't. I think if I could characterize Norwalk, I think most people move here because they want a certain level of diversity. So I've never heard anyone talk about any negative effect to deed restrictions. And I would go one step further, as I've been exploring this issue in the surrounding towns. Interestingly enough, the type of deed restriction that came up with a negative taint, if you will, were the old deed restrictions in towns like Westport that did prevent people who looked like me from moving in, all of these covenants and, you know, sort of codified segregation that did exist in many of the towns in Fairfield County. So I've not heard anything about these types of deed restrictions, but I have heard people sort of shy away from the negative impact of early era deed restrictions in the 60s and 70s.
Okay. Great, thank you. Nice
Mhm.
talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, representatives. I appreciate your patience and your testimony tonight.
Am I done? Rep?
Yeah, that I don't see
Uh,
any, oh, no, I see Representative Zulo just put up his hand.
I'll be very, very brief.
I was too slow, right?
Almost got away.
My questions are very direct. So just to follow up, I see ADUs as a mechanism, as a vehicle to help those who are cost burdened, at least in some ways. I've already voiced concern that I don't want to see them turned into vacation rentals along that line. My question is, there are directives, there are provisions in here that pertain to creation of more opportunities for multifamily. Do you feel that those initiatives hit the mark as far as creating housing that will help those who are cost burdened, in light of some of the testimony we've heard today that if you create these opportunities for multifamily housing, you're just going to end up having these expensive multifamily units? So is that a concern of yours? And if it is, how do you propose to address it?
I mean, my concern is that all of these ideas are good ones, but they don't all work in every place. And to me, the secret sauce, if you will, is trying to figure out a way the state can be helpful in helping towns and municipalities do something that works for them, which is where I think incentives come in. ADUs, for example, in Norwalk, are not great for us because we have spent a lot of time creating a new POCD, which is really trying to focus certain types of development in certain areas, and we've built thousands of apartments. So as of right, ADUs everywhere is not great for us because it's sort of in direct competition to where we are trying to funnel growth, if you will. And I'm no longer on the zoning, so I don't want to speak for them. They may have different plans now, but all of that is to say, so I agree. I share the concerns, which is why I'm here today, that, you know, in some towns, multifamily will just create more very expensive units than it already has in my neck of the woods.
So even though I think all of us agree to some extent that obviously zoning is an enabling act in Connecticut and towns aren't able to do certain things with zoning, what you're saying though is that this top-down approach in that regard is not going to be helpful in your community.
Correct.
Okay. Like I said, very direct. Thank you very much. You're off the hook. I shouldn't say that. I don't know if there's anybody.
I know, you never know. Someone else may have raised a hand.
I don't see anyone else's hand raised. Thank you, Representative Zulo.
Thank
you,
you,
Representative.
Senator. I'll go while the getting's good.
Log off quickly.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Clerk, can you tell me who's next?
Yes, next would be Ann Sarnak, followed by Mayor Justin Elicker.
Great.
Hi.
Ann, welcome.
Hello, yes, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My display name on Zoom says Ann Sarnak, but my name is Karen Anderson. Ann Sarnak and I are both members of Yale Law School's Housing Clinic, and we're here to express support for HB 6611 to create a fair share zoning system. And throughout my time in law school, I've worked with Open Communities Alliance, and you've heard from them already today about how fair share zoning works and why that system is both the right thing and the smart thing to do. I'm just here to provide background on why the current system is not working. So as was mentioned previously, Connecticut law does already require local zoning regulations to encourage multifamily and affordable housing for residents of the region. But without enforceable plans, many suburbs have simply refused to do their fair share. One example that I know very well is Woodbridge, which is a suburb that neighbors New Haven and is much wealthier and much whiter than the surrounding region. And a major driver of this segregation is Woodbridge's exclusionary zoning. Nearly all of the town is zoned only for single-family homes on large lots, and there's a town-wide ban on multifamily housing for families with children. So Woodbridge has 3,478 housing units, but only 13 units without age restrictions are designated as affordable by the state, just 13 units. Open Communities Alliance currently has an application pending to amend Woodbridge's zoning regulations to finally allow affordable multifamily housing. And as part of this effort, I studied Woodbridge's zoning commission records going back a half century and found that the town has repeatedly resisted calls to end its exclusionary practices. And just to give a summary, in the 1980s, 90s, and 2000s, Woodbridge rejected a series of zoning proposals that would have allowed some multifamily housing, responding each time to public backlash about how letting new families move in would ruin the character of the town. In 1996, Woodbridge took notice of requirements in state law to promote affordable housing, but responded by creating an affordable housing district with restrictions so onerous that it's functionally unusable and in fact has never been used, not one single time. In 2004, in response to a government report declaring a housing crisis in South Central Connecticut, Woodbridge sent back a letter saying, "It is not the zoning commission's opinion that housing is the problem. People with well-paying jobs can purchase houses." And that's a stunning statement from a town with a median home price over $400,000. In 2009, Woodbridge spent millions of dollars to purchase a country club specifically to stop it from being used for affordable housing. And in 2014, an early draft of Woodbridge's current plan of conservation and development did acknowledge that the town is disproportionately white and lacks opportunities for renters and low-income households. But then after public hearings, that language and recommendations to expand housing opportunities were deleted from the final plan. I've submitted written testimony with a fuller account of this history, and it just goes to show that when exclusionary suburbs get to choose the number of affordable housing units to zone for, the number they choose is close to zero. And that's why we need a new system that determines each town's fair share of the affordable housing needs and requires specific near-term plans for meeting that fair share, with an enforcement process for towns that don't plan at all or don't plan effectively.
3 minutes is running out.
That's great. I'll just wrap up by saying that what I just discussed in terms of a new system to plan for fair share of affordable housing is exactly what HB 6611 will do. And you've heard about that tonight already from Open Communities Alliance, and I urge the members of this committee to support that legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Sorry for the mix-up on the name. I see we have Representative Davitsky has his hand raised, followed by Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for coming in. Okay, Woodbridge is bad. We got it. What about the other 168 towns in the state, which, in order to go after a few bad apples, are going to be collateral damage? There are plenty of towns where nobody's interested in moving here, and we could build all the low-priced housing in the world. People are just not moving into this area of the state. Yet we are going to be collateral damage to what I consider a vendetta against a few towns in Fairfield County. How do you respond to that?
So I would respond by saying that the fair share zoning proposal is about responding to an immense need for affordable housing across the state. So as you heard earlier, even just looking at the families in Connecticut who are extremely low income, so only making 30% of the area median income, and are severely cost burdened by housing costs, meaning they're spending more than 50% of their income on housing. Even just that narrow way of looking at the need still gets you to 135,000 families with those needs for affordable housing. And so again, that's already an underestimate, but it's also a significant undertaking that the state needs to embark on as rapidly as possible to move past decades of segregation and address this affordable housing crisis. So there are a number of towns like Woodbridge that similarly either ban multifamily housing entirely in practice or severely restrict it. And so there are a number of towns that, under fair share zoning would need to change those exclusionary zoning practices in order to meet their fair share. But it's also important to note that for towns that are already doing their fair share, they won't have to change. And this is a process that will determine the amount of units that should be allocated to each town based on factors that you heard Sam Giffen describe earlier. And then towns would have the opportunity to choose the best way for them to produce that number of fair share affordable housing units. And so towns that are already doing enough, they won't have to change anything at all.
So everybody keeps saying that the towns are going to have all this opportunity to choose. It's like holding a gun to somebody and saying, okay, where do you want me to shoot you? Oh, but you have a choice. Do you understand that not all the towns are the same, and that just because there are some towns in Fairfield County that are having problems, that doesn't mean that every town in the state is having those problems? And you rattle off this number, 160 some odd thousand units needed. But where are they needed? They're needed in places where people want to live. They're needed in Woodbridge. They're needed in the Fairfield area. They're not needed in the small towns in Eastern Connecticut. But this bill or these bills would impose that requirement on those towns anyway, the towns that can least afford to comply with them.
So the fair share system takes need in the state and allocates it by the Council of Government Regions with consideration for the number of people in each region. And then it's from there that the fair share goal for each town is developed. And that takes into account many factors that I think would address exactly what you're describing in terms of the wide diversity of the different municipalities in Connecticut. So it looks at things like the equalized grand list, which considers both commercial and residential property. It considers median income. It considers whether towns are already, doing a lot through their planning and zoning. So it looks at what percentage of the town's housing stock is already multifamily housing. It looks at all these factors to decide. And then it's not at all a gun to the head of the town to give them a roadmap to get on a proactive path to meeting their fair share of affordable housing needs. I mean, again, these are already requirements substantively in state law. Since 1991, Section 8-2 of the Connecticut General Statutes has required towns through their local zoning regulation to promote and encourage multifamily dwellings and promote economic choice and diversity in housing. To promote housing choice and economic diversity in housing for all residents of the planning region that the municipality is located in. But the problem is that since those substantive outcomes that are set forth in state law don't have an accompanying process for towns to follow to get there, and don't have any sort of enforcement mechanism, as you heard me describe with the example of Woodbridge, some towns have just entirely been flouting those requirements for the last 30 years. And so that is what the idea of the fair share is to actually make sure that towns are on a near-term path to take actionable steps to comply with all of these substantive things that are already part of the law.
My time is up. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative McCarthy-Vahey, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate it. And this is really just kind of a point of order for anyone listening who is lined up in the queue next. Ms. Anderson, I believe it is. Thank you for being here with us. We are streaming on YouTube and on CTN. So for purposes of identification, when someone enters, we want to make sure that their name is identified correctly, and we need to make sure that people don't switch with one another. We have a long list of people who want to testify today, and we need to stay with the order that we're in. So I appreciate you being here, and again, hope that those who are listening can help us with this, as our clerks are working very hard to make this work through, probably through the night. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne has his hand raised.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Anderson, for showing up today. Several times I've seen Yale students coming on in different groups. Are you being graded on this?
So I am a member of Yale Law School's housing clinic, which is part of the Jerome and Frank Legal Services organization at Yale Law School that provides representation to a number of different clients. In our clinic, we represent several organizations, including Open Communities Alliance, since it's a civil rights organization and a nonprofit that's focused on housing issues in the state. So yeah, I through the clinic, I sometimes appear before zoning commissions, for example, in a representational capacity. But I'm here tonight, giving testimony in my personal capacity as someone who has been able to work on these issues, through that time with Open Communities Alliance.
Do you live in Connecticut, or you just go to school here?
I do, yeah. I live in New Haven. That's where I'm zooming you here from tonight, from a lovely multifamily building with 15 units.
I didn't know if if this was your home state or you're just here for school. But I'm going to echo what Representative Dubinsky said about the small towns, and the town that I currently live in. We have a very diverse community, and especially with low income housing. And in fact, we've added a couple hundred in the past year or so, actually a couple of years. And we can't, when we make something a law, and we want everybody to fit into that law, but every community is different, that creates a problem. And I'm just seeing that the more the night goes on. So I'm sorry about the other questions. I was just interested because I see a lot of Yale students coming on. But thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony and your input. It's always refreshing when students contribute to the process, brings another intellectual, dynamic to it. When I read the fair share proposal, it seems to me that it's intended to promote more so rental housing than home ownership. Do you think that that's the case?
So one of the guidelines, one of the few sort of specific guidelines that the fair share system sets out is to make sure that a significant percentage of the affordable housing units that towns are creating to comply with their fair share number are rental opportunities, because that's where a lot of the need is. There's a lot of need for affordable rental housing. And so again, since the entire idea behind the fair share bill is responding to the very real need that exists right now in Connecticut, that's why that guideline is there.
Is that because, as you were alluding to before, that so much, there are a great number of families who are cost burdened, so you want to create affordable rental opportunities? Exactly, yes. Because as I was reading it, part of the provision, and I have way too many things on my screen these days, said that only units built to accommodate those at essentially 50% AMI would count towards satisfying that fair share needs assessment. Is that how you read the statute or the proposal?
If I'm not mistaken, the bill defines affordable housing I know we've talked about many different definitions of affordable housing tonight, but in the relatively conventional way of what would be affordable to a family making 80% of the area median income. But again, I was talking about some of those guidelines that exist to make sure that the fair share units do respond to the diversity of need that's out there. So there are requirements to make sure that at least some of those fair share units would be more deeply affordable. So like you mentioned, to families that are very low income at 50% of the area median income, or extremely low income at 30% of the area median income.
I appreciate that clarification. I'll just add that, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think creating housing opportunity is a must. I worry about creating rental housing opportunity because rental housing does not build generational wealth. It does not create the ability for families to build up nest eggs, create better opportunities. And I fear that what we're doing, even in a well-intentioned proposal like this, is we're essentially relegating people to a cycle of just getting by, just getting by. What we need to be doing is enabling people to acquire homes and build generational wealth. And deed restrictions don't do that. And I don't care how affordable you make a rental, it's not going to help families build that generational wealth. So those are my concerns with this. And I do appreciate your perspective, though. And I do appreciate the fact that it's well-intentioned, but I'm going to continue to have these concerns as this goes forward. But I do appreciate your input to this important conversation.
And if I could just briefly respond on that concern, I again, I'll speak personally here, but I feel like so many of the things I've been hearing today are this idea that the proposals on the table are somehow both too much and also not enough. I mean, I've heard the same people who say that, oh, a certain provision will only create luxury multifamily units, but then also criticize any proposal that would involve deed restrictions. Or for something like this to say, oh, well, if there's not enough, home ownership that's going to be created, then we should do nothing at all. And I think, again, just responding to the very real needs that are out there, there's just, a huge mismatch right now between people's salaries and the housing costs that they face, which is being driven by exclusionary zoning. And there are families who are simply very, very, very low income. And right now, people are doubled up, people are in poor housing conditions, people are experiencing a lot of hardship right now because of a lack of affordable rental housing opportunities. And so I think it's entirely possible to share those goals about wanting to promote home ownership. And again, towns through their fair share plans can be encouraged to take steps that do exactly that. But it's a system that is about responding to the very real needs that are out there and not hypotheticals about what could be the perfect utopia down the road.
Did you just say that exclusionary zoning is one of the triggers that's causing people to be cost burdened?
Yes.
I'm not going to disagree that it's a factor, but I'm also going to go ahead and say that I did a real estate closing the other day where the taxes on a modest house were more than the mortgage and insurance combined. So, and I think that's a reflection of, the tax problems that we have in Connecticut. So I don't think it's fair to say that necessary exclusionary zoning is just an issue or is a factor or is a huge factor. I'm going to go ahead and say that the entire tax climate in Connecticut and the lack of affordability in Connecticut is one of the biggest factors in people being cost burdened. But we'll have that conversation another day. But I do appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging. I know we have a lot of people.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. I think up next is Senator Anwar, followed by Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your testimony. Appreciate your testimony. How long have you been listening to all of us?
I joined a little bit late, so maybe 10:20 a.m. or so, but I've been on all day.
Okay. What is your observation of us as legislators and in how we are acting today?
Wow, that's a big question. I mean, I think I appreciate everybody's stamina for sure. And I know it must be difficult to have a hearing when there's so many different pieces of important legislation on the table. But I mean, I do feel that it's been very disconnected again from the need that's out there. And I think that's why we kind of keep trying to emphasize when we talk about this fair share proposal, is that this isn't just something, that responds to our particular preferences about what we think a town should look like or what types of housing opportunities we think should be created, because it's just, an idea that we came up with, but it's responding to a very real affordable housing crisis and a very real racial segregation crisis that's in the state. And I feel it's easy to always find a reason to say no to any sort of change. And that status quo bias and that inertia, I feel, is often so powerful in conversations about land use, about zoning, about affordable housing. And so I think, unfortunately, that may have continued to be a theme through some of the comments tonight.
Thank you so much. You're going to be an amazing lawyer, I can tell you. You're polite, but you also said what needed to be said. First of all, is it just one town, as what was alleged, that is having, or is a quote unquote bad actor, or is there more than one town?
many towns, I would say, are bad actors in this area in terms of using zoning, not for legitimate purposes about, separating incompatible uses, but instead as a tool to wall themselves off from a surrounding region, wall themselves off from very real needs, and refuse to do their part to, provide for the fair share of the state's affordable housing, and really just be good neighbors in general.
It's because I think one of the legislators, because you used one example, just got the impression that there's only one town in the entire state that is involved in this. And then you clarified there's not one town there, as I would quote you, many towns that are doing this. In a state of 169 small little towns or big towns or small countries, if you will, they actually are many that are actually bad actors. Fair?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay, and then what arguments are they using, and what is the underlying issue as per your understanding? Because you are dealing with it at the grassroots level and interacting with the individuals who are victims of these policies.
Yeah, so I feel there are many different strains of opposition to affordable housing and to multifamily housing that get raised. And I think we have seen an evolution of these arguments over time. 100 years ago, there would be explicitly racist arguments in terms of why new people shouldn't be allowed to move into a town. And I think many forms of opposition, and again, I'm not saying that different opponents can't have legitimately held views about why they, do or do not prefer a certain thing. But I do think a lot of times there's opposition that is just a pretext to say no to any change, to say no to any multifamily, to say no to any affordable housing, to say no to anything that would bring new people in. And so I do think we hear things about, just to give the example of Woodbridge again, since that's what I'm most familiar with. Woodbridge is a town that most of the land area is not currently served by either public sewer or public water. And I've heard mention of some, representatives here who represent places that have similar infrastructure patterns currently. And some opponents in Woodbridge have tried to use that to say, well, then we shouldn't have to build any multifamily at all because it's suddenly going to cause some sort of environmental problem. When in fact, any multifamily that would go forward in Woodbridge would be strictly regulated by public health officials. So either the local health district, or if the septic system was large enough, the Department of Public Health or the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And there are similar kind of false alarms that get raised around things like wetlands or public water supply watershed areas, all these sort of kind of faux environmentalism arguments that only get weaponized against multifamily.
So they use technical language, but what is the underlying theme in your understanding?
The underlying theme is let's stay a wealthy enclave that's walled off from the rest of the region. The underlying theme is let's make sure that nothing changes, whatever the current number of.
Again, but your 5 minutes are coming to an end.
Final question is, did you sense a similar theme among some of us?
Yes, I think it's a common theme, not just in Woodbridge, but among many places that want to resist change and want to resist providing their fair share of the need for affordable housing.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. If we were to get significant amounts of affordable housing in communities across the state, would that mean a thinning of population in some of our most intensely poor areas?
No, I don't think that's necessarily the case. And I also think that, fair share zoning and getting exclusionary towns in particular to contribute and meet their fair share of the region's need for affordable housing is not at all incompatible or at odds with, continued economic revitalization of other areas. In fact, currently, when we have the vast majority of the town's multifamily and affordable housing concentrated in only a few areas, that gives people who need to access those multifamily opportunities kind of less power to resist bad housing situations, to resist slumlords, all of these sorts of things. And so, very much the current lack of affordable housing opportunities also continues to place pressure on places that are experiencing either, in some places they're experiencing kind of what you described, maybe depopulation or economic stagnation. And in other places, they might be experiencing displacement and gentrification. And both of those dynamics can be exacerbated right now by the lack of affordable housing units. And just one other thing to say on population. I mean, I think sometimes the assumptions get held as these kind of universal or natural things, but in terms of population and the state's population trajectory, the fair share system and the number of housing units that it would create is something that, you know, very much could enable both economic growth and population growth, because a lot of that growth, you know, to date in Connecticut has been unnaturally blocked by restrictive zoning. And so fair share and additional affordable housing units would help unlock the very real demand that exists, as well as just additional development potential.
If I lived in a sleepy town and I told you I wanted to keep it sleepy, and that meant no duplexes, no quads, no apartments, nothing. We're just going to keep it the way it is. What would you say to me?
Well, I would say that something like the fair share zoning system isn't going to wipe out the differences between different towns in Connecticut or the diversity of types of communities that people can live in. And so there will very much still be places that are, you know, rural versus suburban versus urban, and those distinctions will continue to exist. It's just saying that, you know, a town that is going to refuse to provide any affordable housing, you know, that resistance should no longer be possible. And like I said, that this, you know, legislative body has said that all towns need to promote affordable housing and promote multifamily housing units. It's something that hasn't happened and an obligation that hasn't been complied with, but that's been the public policy of the state of Connecticut for many decades.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know some folks who live in New Haven, in Woodbridge, and Woodbridge is actually a gorgeous town. It's one of ours that is part of the National Register of Historic Places. And it's true that Woodbridge has no public sewer, no public water. It has almost no transit, gets no state aid. You can't walk there. Sorry, I apologize, my dogs. And it's a pretty high tax town. Is that correct?
It does have some public sewer and some public water. It's just not available town-wide. I've actually walked to Woodbridge. It directly borders New Haven. So it's actually designated by the US Census as an urban area. You know, I think Woodbridge often likes to describe itself as being rural, but you know, again, there's a bus I can take from New Haven to Woodbridge if I wanted to. It directly borders one of the largest cities in the state. So it's not a far-flung rural area. It's right next door.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the people of Woodbridge, they are really they're coming out to a lot of these zoning meetings where you guys have filed an application. Is it like 10 to 1 against? Is that a correct characterization?
In terms of people who have actually joined in person, in terms of, you know, logging on to the WebEx to testify one way or the other, I don't have an exact percentage, but it's been relatively balanced, actually. You know, the last time that we heard public testimony, for example, it was about, you know, one person speaking in support for every one person opposing. But I do think you may be correct to identify that in people who didn't want to actually put their voice behind what they were saying, but just wanted to submit something in writing, then maybe there was more opposition.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think some of their questions, my question about the fair share proposal is that it is based on an equalized net grand list, and grand list compositions can really vary from town to town. And I was wondering, does the fair share take into account that some towns have a lot of commercial and industrial bases to support services, whereas other towns like Woodbridge have very little and already have a, you know, over-reliant residential tax base? Does the fair share take that into account?
I will say that I won't consider myself an expert on the issue of the grand list and how exactly that's identified. So I don't want to speak to that just to avoid mischaracterizing it. And I know that there'll be others who will testify in support of this legislation who could continue to engage on that issue. But I will just say that the idea that, that some towns, because of their infrastructure, are already doing as much as they can, I think that's a very false notion. And I think everything I've discussed with Woodbridge is a very good example there, where our zoning amendment is something that would only allow multifamily housing insofar as it complies with all the existing physical characteristics that Woodbridge applies to single family homes. So this would allow things like, 4-unit, 5-unit multifamily housing that is, entirely doable and feasible on, even without the public water and public sewer and using on-site septic and on-site well systems. So even towns that have, perhaps declined to expand sewer in the past can still very much do more to contribute and meet their fair share of the region's need for affordable housing.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt, but I don't have a lot of time, as you know. Okay, I would think a lot of these residents are feeling very stretched as it is. Many of these, they have mortgages to pay, they have family, I think there's a lot of people across Connecticut who are feeling very stressed as it is. But that said, Connecticut, our population is not known for growing, at least not in the recent decade. And we are, shrinking and projected to continue so. Investing in new housing outside of the cities will draw residents away from those cities. How do you square the disinvestment and depopulation of the cities from, your fair share program?
Well, I think I started to get into this a little bit in response to one of Representative Winkler's questions, but these very questions about population growth and what the state's trajectory is in terms of population and economic growth is not something that is set in stone. It depends on what we do and what we all choose to do together. And so I think that, even things like increasing in-migration from other states is something that would be very possible.
But your 5 minutes is coming to an end.
And I would just kind of point again to many of the successes in New Jersey under a fair share plan to do exactly these types of things. And again, this is not something that is incompatible with continuing to invest in cities. But again, cities have for a long time had to contribute much more than their fair share to the state's multifamily and affordable housing stock.
Okay, thank you, Karen. One last question.
Sure.
When you look to your future after you're done with your education, are you going to be looking for your house first or your job first?
I think that I will be exploring career opportunities and also weighing things like, where can I afford to live, on what salary? Where can I afford to live, on what salary? That's, all those sorts of questions.
Right, career opportunities. So job first. Thank you.
I don't know. Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chairman Needleman, for the extension of time. Ms. Anderson, thank you so much for your time today. For the last number of years that you've been a New Haven resident, a full member of our community, I appreciate the time and contributions you've given to our great city and our great state. Just a couple questions, if you don't mind. One, I don't think you got to answer the last question that was asked of you, and I think it was misrepresented what you said. I didn't know if you wanted to clarify that last answer at all.
About whether I look for my career first or...
Yes.
I guess I feel like I would just say, I'm about to graduate from Yale Law School, and I'm probably not going to be, when I talk about the need for affordable housing and the 135,000 families in Connecticut who are at 30% of area median income and spending more than 50% of their income on housing, I'm a very privileged person, and that's likely not to be my reality. So I guess I would just say that what we're here talking about tonight and what we're talking about with fair share zoning is not to respond to the needs of someone like me. It's to respond to the needs of people who are facing an affordable housing crisis.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I have a follow-up question. When we talk about fair share zoning and the role that zoning itself does play in determining what is allowed in our communities and frankly, who is allowed to live in our communities, we've done a lot of work over the last number of years of state plan of conservation and development. We've identified investment zones. Numerous communities throughout our state are part of those investment zones, and they receive public transit enhancements. They exist with train stations on top of multi-billion-dollar train lines. They have access to some of the largest job markets in the entire world, and they don't provide any access to those investments, public investments. I think the fair share allocation takes that into account. It essentially says if you're going to have these extraordinary investments, this public transportation, this multi-billion-dollar public investment, you have to provide access to it. I mean, that's sort of the core of a fair share housing, is that understanding the interplay between investment and access. Is that correct?
I would say so, yes.
And we talk about communities and how they zone right now. The difference between single family as of right versus multifamily. Could you give us a sense of what is allowed in some single family zones as of right, with only an administrative approval and a quick little check off at the town office, versus what we know happens with multifamily, where it's months of hearings for a two-family with 2,400 square feet of building area? What's allowed as of right in a single family zone in a lot of these communities?
Yeah, I mean, things like garage extensions, tennis courts, swimming pools, all often as of right in, exclusionary suburbs that are zoned, primarily for large lot, single family. Incredibly large buildings, you could imagine huge structures with, like a concrete block with no windows, and it could be a gazillion square feet, and it could have a huge tennis court, and it could have a moat, and it could have all these things. But as long as there's only one family living there, as opposed to multiple families living there, then it's going to get to go through the as of right process instead of through a very cumbersome special exception process or something like that.
And I mean, I don't think it would surprise you, but as of right in Connecticut, it's only a few dozen towns that allow any form of as of right multi-housing family. So for the 169 towns, it is your suggestion that it's significantly more easy to build a 5,000 square foot single family home with 8 bedrooms, a tennis court, a swimming pool, 5 garages, in-home theater, than it would be to construct a simple 2-family with 2 bedrooms apiece. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why I think it's often, frustrating to hear concerns raised about environmental impacts, or concerns raised about, people were talking about architectural consistency earlier, things like that, because these are never things that get raised when you imagine the kind of largest, most impactful possible single family development, but only get weaponized against multifamily.
Thank you again, Ms. Anderson, for your testimony tonight and for your wonderful contributions to our city of New Haven over the last number of years. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. Are there other members of the committee, before I recognize Rep. Fiorello for the second time? Any other members of the committee wishing to ask questions? If not, Representative Fiorello.
Thank you so much. I had one question I forgot I wanted to ask Karen for her work on the Woodbridge case. That application in Woodbridge for the 4-unit housing on the single family unit zone was kind of unusual. Can you tell us in what ways it was unusual?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
The application was like 150 odd pages or 35 pages or so, but it had some sections that is not normal to be a part of an application. Is that right?
Well, the town of Woodbridge doesn't impose any specific requirements for how people should submit. In this case, it was an application for an amendment to Woodbridge's zoning regulations. And so some applicants just submit, here's the text of our regulation, here's the red line of what you want to change in your zoning code. And some applicants might attach, additional material that explains, here's why we think this zoning amendment makes sense. And so that's what we did. We submitted lengthy explanations of not just why we felt that our regulation would make sense, and again, be a very, modest and straightforward way to start to expand housing opportunity in Woodbridge, because it's something that would only allow multifamily housing with the same physical characteristics of single family that's currently allowed. But we also talked a lot in that application about what I mentioned earlier, which is how Connecticut law already requires local municipalities to use their zoning in a way that promotes opportunities for multifamily dwellings, that promotes economic diversity and housing choice, including housing opportunities for low and moderate income households of all
Okay.
of the residents of the planning region.
Okay. And so did that zoning, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I apologize. I hate to cut you off. It's just, we don't have time. Did that zoning application have sections about how Woodbridge violates the Connecticut Constitution? Woodbridge violates Federal Fair Housing Act. Woodbridge violates Connecticut Housing Act. I mean, it was very broad and the accusations were, quite significant. So that application, will it have significant impact on the rest of Connecticut, or is it just on Woodbridge? Because actually, if it has, it sounds like it would have, sort of impact on interpretation of the Constitution, the Housing Act, etc. So what was the purpose in including such broad implications on that one lot application?
Right. So we thought it was important to show all of the ways that Woodbridge's current exclusionary zoning is out of compliance with various state and federal laws. And so, as I mentioned earlier, Connecticut 8-2 has all those requirements that I mentioned. And then, as you brought up, we also have state and federal fair housing laws, as well as the Connecticut Constitution's anti-segregation clause. And so we were pointing out all the ways that Woodbridge's current zoning is in violation of those provisions, and we're giving them a very actionable first step to move toward compliance with all of those laws. But I think the real point here, and why I wanted to come and testify on behalf of this, fair share zoning legislation, is that civil rights organizations like Open Communities Alliance shouldn't have to move mountains to go get town after town after town to comply with their affordable housing obligations. And so what the Fair Share HB 6611 is about is a system that actually kind of affirmatively determines each town's fair share of the affordable housing needs and gets a more specific process in place to get them moving toward that, particularly so that we don't have to have, a process like what's happening in Woodbridge now be the story for every single town, because there should be a better way to do it and a better way for everyone to move forward.
Okay, so whatever happens in Woodbridge, it will have broader implications, and that was designed to be so, right?
I think what we're trying to do in Woodbridge is, focused on getting Woodbridge to move toward compliance. But as I mentioned earlier, Woodbridge is very much not alone in some of its exclusionary practices. And so we think that all these towns need to take a hard look at what's on the books and restrictions they've had in place, in some cases for a century, and take a hard look and actually start to change their zoning regulations, change their plans of conservation and development in order to finally start doing their fair share. And the fair share legislation creates that process so that we actually have towns creating near-term actionable plans to do this, and so that there's an enforcement mechanism in place for towns that refuse to plan at all or that don't plan effectively.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't think I see anyone else's hands raised. Karen, thank you so much for sharing your experience and your insight. Appreciate it tonight. Joe, who's up next?
Next would be Mayor Elicker, followed
Thank
by
you, Mayor. Appreciate your being patient all day waiting for us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your stamina. This is impressive. And I know it's just one hearing. Representative McCarthy, Vahey, Senator Casano, ranking members Huang and Zulu, members of the committee. I'm here in strong support of SB 1024, which contains several vital provisions that will expand housing access in our state. I'm also very much appreciative and supportive of the work going into HB 6611. Connecticut is one of the most deeply segregated states in the nation, both as a result of history and contemporary policies that exacerbate economic and social inequality. The exclusionary zoning codes of so many Connecticut towns are perpetuating this, using local government to dramatically restrict what housing is available, regardless of the significant demand for it, is having devastating implications for the residents of my city and our entire state. Artificial limitations on supply created by hyper-restrictive government regulations are driving up the cost of rent and making the state unaffordable for residents. It also reduces people's choices on where to live and limits the mobility of people trying to escape absentee or abusive landlords. SB 1024 is a thoughtful and moderate reform to quickly create more housing in the places that make the most sense, near transit and commercial corridors. It also removes some of the tools that have been used to make developing new housing options unnecessarily arduous. It, of course, does not solve the problem of segregation or racial inequity on its own, but it is an important step forward. There will be a lot of discussion about this bill, but I want to reinforce that we aren't here just for the sake of it. Black people have been systematically kept out of areas of greater opportunity. In many instances, zoning codes were and are still designed to keep white towns white and keep poor residents segregated to dense, underfunded areas of the state. Housing is one of the most effective tools to creating economic opportunity and mobility. That is why this tool has unfortunately been used throughout history to stop Black residents from accessing housing. The state has a moral responsibility to its residents to change the paradigm of racial segregation. It's bad for everyone and it's wrong. The concept of local control should not extend to keeping residents out or driving up the price of housing where they do live. I urge that you support this bill because it will create more opportunities for people who need them, and it will reduce the devastating impact segregation continues to have on all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see we have Representative Dubinsky's hand raised. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mayor Elicker, for coming in. You just said that zoning regulations are currently being used to keep people of color out. Name one.
So first of all, there's a history of this, of redlining, of deed restrictions. I think that was well said by Representative Thomas. And today, you look at the median income of white residents in Connecticut, it's around $84,000. Hispanic residents is around $46,000. Black residents is $43,000. There aren't explicit policies, but it is clear that it is near impossible for certain people to live in certain communities because of the zoning regulations.
Yeah, I can't live in Greenwich. I can't afford it. It has nothing to do with zoning. It has to do with my income. So you made a very blatant statement that there are that towns and cities in this state currently, as of today, are using zoning to discriminate against people of color and to keep them from moving into their towns. Name them.
I think it's quite clear that income is related to someone's ability to access housing and to move into places like Greenwich.
Well, of course it is. I can't move to Greenwich because I can't make enough money. It has nothing to do with the color of my skin. It has to do with my job. It has to do with my lifestyle. It has to do with my history. It has to do with my upbringing. It has to do with my family.
Representative Dubinsky, that is exactly my point. It has to do with your history just as it has to do with my history as a white person that grew up in a privileged background that had enough funding, a stable house under my head to allow me the ability to get enough revenue to live in stable housing. The history of many, many Black people in the state of Connecticut and around the nation is just the opposite. And it's our responsibility, all of our responsibility, to work to undo that. Okay, and housing is a vital way that we can do so.
You're skirting the question. The question is, you made a bold statement that there are towns currently, as of today, discriminating against people because of the color of their skin, by use of zoning regulations. So I challenge you, name those towns.
Representative Dubinsky, historically, it was done explicitly. Today, it is done in a more creative way, but it still exists.
Where?
In many of the suburban towns.
Which ones?
In our state.
Which town?
Greenwich, New Canaan, you name it.
So Greenwich and New Canaan. Greenwich
There
and New Canaan are now actively discriminating against people of color with their zoning regulations. Is that your statement?
Correct. There are many towns around the state that use zoning to prevent poor people, and including because average or median income is low for people of color, from moving into their towns.
Okay, but you're now mixing poor people and people of color. Are you saying that they're the same thing? That all
No, I am
all
not
poor
Representative
people are
Dubinsky,
people of
but
color?
the median income of Black residents and Hispanic residents in the state is much, much lower than the median income of white residents. The zoning policies are perpetuating segregation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done with him.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Fiorello has her hand raised.
Hi, Mayor Elicker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can't help but I feel it begs the question, where is the evidence that Greenwich is using zoning rules to keep people of color out? Is that what you said, Mayor Elicker?
Yes, it is what I said. And
So what is your evidence
I
for
will
that?
I will repeat that historically it has been done very explicitly. Now it is done in a way that is more creative, but still perpetuates the issue where people of color are unable to access housing in many of our suburban towns.
Are you under the impression that Greenwich is all white?
No, I am not, but it is predominantly white.
It's actually 30% Hispanic. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the specific statistics around Greenwich.
Okay, well, Greenwich is very diverse, as our first selectman attested. It's 27% non-white. So is that not enough? Or you made an incredible accusation against my town, and I'd like to understand how to wrap my mind around it. And please enlighten me. This is illegal activity, you know, to use zoning and to keep people of color out. I mean, this is absolutely illegal. So I'd like to understand.
There are implicit ways to do this, and there are not implicit ways to do this. And places like Greenwich and Woodbridge and New Canaan and other towns are using zoning to keep out communities of color. Let's be clear about it.
Okay, well, I guess if you keep saying it, I mean, you can keep saying it, it doesn't make it true. And unless you have real evidence to prove it, I think this is quite a statement for Mayor Elicker to be making against the town of Greenwich. So, okay, I'll have to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I think Representative Lamar was up next.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker, for your testimony today and for joining us. And I want to just make sure we're clear here. The history of zoning isn't actually debated much. I mean, pretty much everyone on all sides of the history of zoning has recognized that the purpose of zoning was to segregate uses and people. That's not really debated, right? That is you're a former city plan commissioner. You've got a great background on this issue. The history of zoning, right? This isn't really debated, right?
Correct.
And communities used to explicitly deny access to people of color through other mechanisms, whether it's racially restrictive land covenants, redlining, federal home policies, housing policies that prohibited people of color expressly in their utilization. Is that correct?
Correct.
The Federal Fair Housing Act was passed in 1968 that said, hey, communities, you can do this. It wasn't until 1968 that passed. I mean, not that long ago. Up until that point in time, towns were oftentimes free to use whatever means necessary. There's countless studies of realtors and the realtor agency who has actually had to apologize over the last few decades for their role in steering people of color outside of certain communities. That's correct?
That's correct as well.
And so there isn't really any debate. This is widely acknowledged by literally everyone who studied this issue. I mean, and I know you're not supposed to say literally everyone, but actually I cannot find anyone who disagrees with that. And so I think we're not really discussing the historical use of zoning, the historical use of communities and lending institutions and the federal government in purposefully segregating our communities, right? And so we have this change in law in the last few decades that essentially says, well, now everything's fine. And a lot of folks want to say, we're not actively doing it. Can you point out a community that's actively doing it? Can you point to this community that's actively, purposefully precluding people of color from moving our community? And it's hard to say that that's a disingenuous question, but it begs the question of who was able to acquire generational wealth during all of those decades of American history that would allow you to purchase a 5,000 square foot home on multiple acres of land, which is the only allowable as of right development in so many communities across our country. Is that the point you're making, where folks aren't being explicitly racist, but the impact of sustaining that type of development and as of right planning versus any other type of housing development, that in its impact is what is racist? Is that correct?
It is correct. And I would add to that, you know, for example, the Black population in Greenwich is 3.7%. We should be working hard to undo that and take ownership for either explicit or implicit racism that exists in our society, and step forward into very modest proposals like the proposal that's in front of us to help bring our state to a more inclusive and integrated living environment so that we can engage with one another, meet one another, understand one another better, and take ownership for this history.
And I think that's right. I think that's the hard part for a lot of folks is, look, you and I, and maybe no one on this committee or no one in Connecticut currently at all had anything to do with the history on this issue, but we know about it. And I think you and I and many people on this committee, and thankfully the hundreds of people who submitted testimony, know that we have an obligation to correct it. And this very reasonable proposal before us does just that. And I am deeply thankful for your willingness to step forward on this issue and help articulate the opportunities we have as a state to move forward. Thank you, Mayor Elicker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. Senator Lopes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lower my hand. I just want to speak quickly to some of the, how you doing, Mayor Elicker? Nice to see you again.
Senator Lopes.
Just want to speak to some of the questioning from Representative Fiorello and Davidsky on trying to differentiate. Well, let's start with, people get very sensitive about the word racism, and no one likes to be categorized as a racist, so it tends to heat up the blood a little bit and cause some contention. But I hope I can try to diffuse it a little bit here. I think what we're talking about is the difference between implicit and explicit racism in a community, like some of the wealthier communities in Connecticut, Greenwich, New Canaan, et cetera, et cetera. When we're saying that the zoning is being used, and correct me if I'm wrong, zoning is being used in a racist manner, we're not talking about it being used in a way that, in terms of bigotry. It's not the people of Greenwich, the people of New Canaan, Wilton, who are racist, bigoted people. What we're talking about, and I'm going to build upon the comments from Representative Lamar, is that because of the history of zoning, there's a structural racism component that has occurred with these communities that make it harder for people of lesser economic means to live there, and therefore, by extension, people of color who tend to, in this state and across most of the country, to have lesser means. Is that kind of the line of reasoning of what we're thinking about?
I think that's a fair way of explaining it.
Okay, because I've dug into this a little bit here, and I could see Representative Fiorello getting a little upset, and and it can come across that way where you're talking about like the actions of your town is racist, and you think, are you saying that the residents of the town are racist? No, absolutely not. It's that there's been history perpetuated by zoning laws that aren't changed year after year after year, which creates a structural component of racism. Very much less to do with the people of that community and much more to do with history and the way laws are perpetuated. And that's the purpose of these bills, is to attack that structural racism. It has nothing to do with the people, well, less to do with the people of the community, much more to do with how the laws have been created, how they've been used over the years, and we're hoping to create a little bit more equality in our state. But any comment on that, sir?
Senator Lopes, I just add that I do think it's important for us to look into our own biases internally and reflect on those as well, particularly given the events of the past year and having more deep conversations about what racism may exist that we may not have recognized before.
Absolutely. I mean, we are a racist society at some level. Every society is. And we have to confront ourselves on that fact and work for a better country and community. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to make a couple of, well, I'm going to let Representative Fiorello go next. I just saw her hand pop up.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on Mayor Elicker's comment about having to look into our own souls with our biases, but there certainly seems to be a bias in Mayor Elicker against the town of Greenwich. And I appreciate Senator Lopez making a comment about the systemic racism. However, whether it's systemic or by the person, the accusation of racism using our laws to keep people out is a very serious one. And last time I checked in this country, we are innocent before proven guilty. And I believe that a lot of the kinds of ways that these policies are going is towards an assumption of a lot of guilt on the side of people. And I have to say, there will be nothing that stops anyone of any skin tone from moving into any of these towns. It has to do with economics. Which brings us to the Fair Share Bill. So I wanted to ask Mayor Elicker, the Fair Share Bill is about, the taking on the fair share of the need for affordable housing. How is the housing affordability in the city of New Haven? And yes.
We provide 30% affordable housing in New Haven. On our housing authority, 30% of the people on our waiting list are from outside of New Haven. We actually very much want to provide more affordable housing for the community, but already we are subsidizing many of the neighboring communities because the waiting list is for people that do not live in New Haven, 30% of that waiting list to want to live in our city or anywhere where there's affordable housing.
Okay, so in a state with no population growth and no real projected population growth, new housing means that existing units will be vacated. So do these proposals that you're supporting will lead to people leaving New Haven, is that right?
No, that's not right. I just described that 30% of, there's thousands and thousands of people on the waiting list for New Haven's housing authority. And they currently don't have access to affordable housing. So there will not be this flood of people leaving our cities. It will be quite the opposite. People that are living in the suburbs in unaffordable housing now will have access to more affordable housing.
Okay, but most of the affordable housing that we're talking about, the flooding of the market, so-called, will happen outside the cities. So the people in the cities will come to those? That's not a correct assumption? There is no new housing to be built in the cities, is that right? Because especially with 6611, there's no new funding for housing in the cities.
That's not correct, because there's a long waiting list of people that live outside of New Haven that want to move to the city because there's not enough access to affordable housing in their own towns. I'm not worried about New Haven's growth. We're an incredible city. We are growing as a city. If anything, I'm concerned that there are more people that have means that are moving to our city, and that will begin to push even more and more pressure on people that are struggling to afford their own rents. That is not a concern of mine.
So should the fair share also fund housing in the city? So you're saying you don't,
I'll take extra support. We definitely need more funding for housing in New Haven as well.
okay, but fair share doesn't support housing in the city, and you're okay with that?
To be honest, I am supportive of the work that's being done on fair share, but I don't know enough about the details of it to get into details. I'm more here because I spent time focusing on 1024.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, you just said that that New Haven is subsidizing adjoining towns because it's got all the affordable housing. Did I read it? Did I hear you correctly?
Kind of. I wouldn't say we have all of the affordable housing, but we provide, our housing stock is 30% affordable. Most of the towns around us are in the single digits.
Okay, so because you have much more affordable housing than surrounding towns, you feel you're subsidizing the adjoining towns.
Correct.
Okay, because affordable housing costs money. It's not, you're not getting income from it. It's costing the city money, right?
I'm not exactly sure where you're going. In certain cases, it costs money. In others, it does not.
Okay, but you said that you're subsidizing towns that don't have it. So your city is spending money in order to maintain its affordable housing stock.
Correct, in many different ways, right?
Okay, so go ahead, I'm sorry.
In many different ways. So for example, we have a very large population of people that do not have a high income, that need to live in a place like New Haven because we are providing lower incomes through our housing stock. And therefore, we oftentimes need to provide additional support services as well.
Okay. So have you been listening to the testimony, or how much of the testimony have you heard?
I've been in and out all day. It's so I've listened to a bunch of it, but not all of it.
Okay, so if the city of New Haven is subsidizing the affordable housing, and it's costing money by providing additional services, then the people who have been touting affordable housing in small towns and other cities, who are claiming that it's going to be this big financial boom and that it's going to bring money into the towns, that is not the experience of New Haven, is it?
I think it's a combination. Again, by having additional development dollars in town, and I don't quite understand the issues around, for example, the questions of tax issues. In the new building will bring in more building permit revenue. There will be more people living in the towns that can afford the taxes, but most importantly, affordable housing is a vital component to someone's success in being able to access a job in the first place. They'll have more disposable income to spend in someone's town, not to mention it'll make a town better because there's more diversity in the town.
Right, but it's costing New Haven money, and doing this, spreading it out across the state, would cost every town and city in this state more money. It would not be an economic boom. You've just testified that that's New Haven's experience, that it costs money, it doesn't bring in money.
I think you're oversimplifying the issue. We're providing 30% of the region's affordable housing, and other towns around us are not.
Right.
I'm proud that we are doing that. And in certain cases, there is more of a burden on us, but in other cases, there's not. I think you're oversimplifying the issue.
Well, I'm just reciting what your testimony was, and if it costs New Haven money, and Thankfully, New Haven can afford it. It's going to cost other cities and towns money also, and it is not going to provide an economic boom as many have testified. I appreciate your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would also mention that it's the right thing to do, Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you.
I see Representative Zullo's hand is up.
Thank you, Senator. And I'll be direct and very quick. Good evening, Mayor. It's always nice to see you. When you say that New Haven has or provides 30% of the housing stock is affordable, I assume you mean you're characterizing that according to the appeals list. In other words, the criteria that the state has promulgated, because we've heard testimony that you can't really quantify affordable because it depends on the family. So are you strictly referring to the affordable housing appeals list?
My understanding is it's the definition at the state level of, I think it's 60% AMI.
Okay. Because I just want to bring your attention to the different perspective of naturally occurring affordable housing. You know, East Haven is a direct neighbor to New Haven. And one of the things that makes East Haven such an attractive community is that we have an incredibly large housing stock that is affordable, especially for first-time home buyers, people who are first starting out as families. We do not get credit for that naturally occurring affordable housing stock because it doesn't necessarily meet that either the 60% criteria or any of the criteria on the affordable housing appeals list as far as being deed restricted or subsidized. And I'm curious what your opinion might be as far as, an openness in some of these regulations to recognizing more of this naturally occurring affordable housing or incentivizing investment in it and making it available so that people can take advantage of it. Because you're right, development is great. And we want to bring development dollars in, but we also want to utilize the housing stock we have. It promotes conservation, it promotes redevelopment. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
I appreciate that. I think that there's a lot of benefits to new development, and affordable housing has been an economic driver in many cases. It provides construction jobs, and residents aren't overburdened on rent, and so they can contribute to the economy in a meaningful way. I worry that there's the potential to get around some of the rules if we classify certain housing as affordable that might not be eligible, but I don't know the details of what the specific category you're talking about.
I only mention it because, as we were going through some of the testimony today, I was looking at some of the affordable housing programs or regulations that some towns have. And a lot of towns, not a lot, the towns that do promulgate these regulations develop these very specific formulas about plugging in, the housing value, the proposed mortgage amount, a utility allowance, and essentially deriving what the maximum house price would be in these affordable set-asides. And what I just can't wrap my head around is why a community can't do that for its entire housing stock. Affordable is affordable, whether you designate it as affordable and put a label on it or not. If $1,000 rent is deemed affordable for somebody, then it shouldn't matter if it's deed restricted, in my opinion, or if it's subsidized. And frankly, we should be striving for as little subsidized housing as possible, because we want to be reducing government costs, reducing reliance on government aid, not increasing it. And so, again, I just ask, what is your thought on, municipalities having the opportunity to audit their housing stock and find out what truly is affordable? If the goal is that we want housing at 60% AMI, and it turns out that a town has 18 or 20% of their housing stock at 60% AMI, I would say that we're meeting that goal. Wouldn't you agree?
It's not affordable if you don't make enough money. Affordable is typically subsidized to less than 30% of the income. We need more units with a federal subsidy.
You were just saying you're saying, so then in that case, do you happen to know offhand how many of New Haven's affordable designated units or classified units are targeted at that 30% AMI number? And I realize that might not be fair to ask as you sit here.
Right, I can get the number to you, but I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, well, I don't want to take up any more time. I know how to get you offline, and I look forward to actually doing that. I'm going to try and get in touch with you if you don't mind.
Thanks, Representative Sewell.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. I don't see anyone else's hand raised, but I did have a couple of comments. One of which is that there's no doubt that the cities in Connecticut suffer from an incredibly disproportionate rate of concentration of poverty. They just do. Sadly, for reasons that would be a longer conversation than we want to have, there are concentrations of poverty in other parts of the state also, but the cities sort of stand out. And in addition to that issue, the cities in the state of Connecticut provide many, many, many of the services to the towns that surround them, but don't share the burden of providing those services because concentration of services lies within denser populated areas. That's not a new phenomenon. So I would think, and even more importantly, many of the towns, and you know I'm a first selectman and I've been one for a long time, of a town in eastern Connecticut. Many of the cities suffer from incredibly high mill rates that make many, many things unaffordable. So I think that, you know, I would like to see a point where we all agree on the problem. Whether we agree on the solution is another story, but we can't deny the problem, right? Whether it's economic or racially motivated today is less the point than it's a problem. And we know it's a problem. And we know it's not only a problem in the cities. So we should be really talking about how do we make sure that we address the concentration of poverty in various areas of the state, especially the cities. So I know that every day you go to work trying to do that. And I appreciate that. And we're all here to represent our constituencies. But I do believe that we all need to have a common understanding of the issues and try to work towards resolution of those issues. And I hope that out of this process that happens. So thank you for your time, your patience, and I appreciate your being here tonight.
Thanks, Senator Needleman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Joe, who's up next?
Next is Emmeline Harrigan, followed by Maureen Nicholson.
Hi, thank you so much to the members of the Planning and Development Committee, both leadership and all of the members. I've been with you since 10 a.m. as well, so I'm so excited to see you all. I wanted to testify on 3 bills. Again, my name is Emmeline Harrigan, and I am the Government Relations Co-Chair of the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, and we represent over 400 land use professionals throughout the state. My co-chair, John Guskowski, will be speaking later. I'm covering bill number 6610, which of course is related to the provision of outdoor food and beverage service by restaurants. As mentioned, I think in some of the testimony earlier, this bill pertains to, I think, some of the restaurants wanting to extend some of the governor's orders that allow them that extra capacity that I think we feel that they certainly do need over the summertime. However, in some of the discussion that we have seen from other planners, some of the on-site parking is going to be a concern. So just want to provide that caution. As a practicing planner for the last 20 years, I also really want to talk about, I think, some of the other positive planning proposals that are included in some of the other bills, specifically in bill number 6613 and bill number 1024, as relates to accessory dwelling units and some of the transit-oriented development and mixed-use commercial districts. And I'm going to speak to that generally because I think there's been a lot of very broad-ranging specific testimony today. But as a planner, these are all planning concepts that you know, are some of the, I think, foundational elements of what make great places throughout the United States. I think that accessory dwelling units, mixed use corridors, you know, whether they range from rural places to more urban places, these have been certainly, I think, planning policies that have been supported by other communities. And I think that we would like to see more of in Connecticut. So I think I echo some of the earlier comments that I think we should look at some of the changes that are proposed and some of these bills as opportunities. I think that there's some detail work to work out, but I don't think that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that diversity and housing opportunity is something that Connecticut very strongly needs to address. We need more multifamily housing. I think that in my recent practice, one of the most surprising and wonderful things has been that seniors have really come to the table to ask for accessory dwelling units. You'll see that in the national support of ADUs by the AARP, for example. And the fact that AARP is also focusing on livable cities and livable communities. So, you know, there's definitely desire by all sectors of communities, both seniors and young working professionals, that we need more than just what we have predominantly in the state, which is detached single family homes. So with that, thank you so much. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Emmeline. I see Representative Winkler has his hand raised.
Yes, on 6610, we've had two people state at this hearing that it's an opt-in by the town. At least that's the way I heard it. And reading the bill, it says it will be allowed as of right. How do you read that, Bill?
I read it as an as of right. I tend to agree with you. And I think that's why without some sort of sunset provision, you know, for say this summer, for example, I think that, you know, we don't really know what the driving patterns will be post-COVID. I don't quite think that we're there yet because so many people are still working from home. To really know whether or not we're going to, in our local municipalities, miss that on-site parking that otherwise would be provided, if not for, I think, the expansion of outdoor dining areas. We have our concerns as well.
Thank you, and thank you to the chair.
Representative, I don't see anyone else's hand raised, so I want to thank you, Emmeline. Oh no, I see Representative McCarthy-Vahey just raised her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your indulgence, I just want to say thank you, Emmeline, for being here and for all the good work you do for Fairfield.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't see anyone else. Joe, who do we have up next?
Sorry, 1 second. Next up, Christina Aguirre-Ross showed up, so she will be next, followed by Maureen Nicholson.
Hello.
Hi, Christina.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. I would like to speak on HB 1024. My name is Christina Aguirre-Ross. I'm a registered architect. I'm a resident of New Canaan. I am speaking today on my own behalf, but I'm also using the experience that I have attained by serving in town council and many other committees. The bill proposed does not tie affordability as of right market rate development. It is really not supporting some of the laws that require the towns to meet their 10% of 830G. New Canaan just finished building 3 years ago 130 affordable housing units and is presently building 100 more. The average price to build on a per unit cost is about $420,000, not including the land. These mandates by the state are unfounded mandates because they put the onus on the town to make the developments, but there's little help in sustaining and or moving forward to increase the numbers. If we were to reach our 10%, it would cost the town of New Canaan, not including the land, approximately $330 million. It is an unrealistic number for a town of our size, but that's not to say that we're not trying. We are building and we are trying to attain that, but it's something that's going to be achieved over time. One of the things that attracts people to New Canaan or Fairfield County or Connecticut in general used to be the low taxes, the lack of personal income tax. We have gotten taxed over and over again. And with unfunded mandates of this size, I find it troubling that the expectation of one size fits all is acceptable. I understand that cities do bear a large portion of the affordable housing, but these cities are supported by the income tax money coming out of Fairfield County. So they're not bearing the cost alone. They're receiving the funding from these towns. I just don't think that you can expect the small towns in Connecticut to react at the same level when very little of the tax money comes back to our towns in Fairfield County. I also feel that it's an unjust statement by the mayor of New Haven to state that our town has in their rules or in their zoning regulations things that would allow for easements or barriers to entry to our town based on race. I'm Hispanic. I don't check the Hispanic box because I'm white. It's not a fair assessment for any city to come down on the town, especially in Fairfield County, when a large portion of the state's funding comes from our towns. I'm very saddened by this, and I'm very troubled by CCM, who did not get the input from all the towns and a vote from all the towns to support this legislation. I hope that you reconsider and ask the towns for contributions on what
Your 3 minutes are up.
I beg your pardon?
I think that's a recorded announcement that says that your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is the world we live in, right? Christina, thank you so much. You spoke so effectively, and obviously you don't go testifying a lot, do you?
No.
Well, I wanted to thank you that you spoke so very effectively, and I was just thinking of the Agore name. It's kind of a Basque Spanish origin, right?
Yes.
So, and I think looking at race dynamics that's been so evoked here, look, racism exists all around us, but I, as an immigrant and a racial minority, saw this country has an opportunity where people with aspirations, self-determination, and the opportunity for the pursuit of happiness is what this country is all about. When I immigrated here, what my parents aspired to. And I think there's an opportunity for all of us to find solutions and create access and opportunity for everyone. So I really wanted to compliment you because you spoke so effectively and so genuinely. There wasn't any political or agenda or any expertise other than from your own personal experience. And the reason I said all of this is this: there's about 300 other people that are waiting to testify, many of them similar to you, that want their voice to be heard. And I just want them to know that you did a great job voicing for them, and that they should know that when they get their chance to speak, whatever time it is, take advantage of it. Make sure that people hear their voice. And it's not just politicians, policy people, and bureaucrats making policy decision and impressions on what we decide to do. So if people feel a sense of fear, if they feel a sense of loss of control in regards to their personal property rights and local control, their voice should be heard. So I really appreciate your spending nearly 11 hours with us and being skipped over once to offer your voice and thoughts on this, because it's valuable. Your voice need to be heard. And I've gone on long enough. I'm going to take up the 5 minutes. Do you have anything to close based upon the things that I just shared with you?
Well, I just like to say that I came to the United States in 1968 from Uruguay, and I was not given affordable housing. We went to live with relatives, and we studied and we did our thing and we progressed. I don't think the United States or any immigrant expects the United States to give them a house. I think that to provide them the opportunity to live in a town is key. But to live in a town that you can work in, that has the transportation, that has the means. Our towns do not have it for the most part. The cities do. And that's what makes people gravitate to the cities, for all the infrastructure support that they have. We have small mom and pop stores. These stores are husband and wife and kids, and they man the store. There are no small jobs. We don't have that type of diversity in our stores. It's a small town. And just like ours, there are many others, some less economically viable, some more, but it doesn't make any town less. I think that there has to be a study that attributes the needs of the community that needs affordable housing, and we place them in towns where they will succeed. Opportunity is key. And just to disperse them throughout the state is not going to do the job. If you want these people to advance forward financially, you need to put them in the place that will serve them best.
Absolutely. I remember growing up being part of a community. It didn't matter if we were well-to-do. In fact, I spent my formative years in a federal housing project. The reality, Christina, is a sense of neighborhood, a sense of stability and structure are critical, and that should be the foundation moving forward for people to aspire and pursue the American dream. And I appreciate hearing your story. And look, every single one of our communities, city, rural, and suburban, should afford every community, every individual to be able to pursue that. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, but it isn't just one segment of our state. It should be every segment. So I appreciate you spending 11 hours with us, and also as a reminder to those that are waiting to have their voices be heard. Your voice will be heard and it'll be valued. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Aguirre-Ross, for coming in. When the buzzer rang, it sounded to me like you were on the verge of making some recommendations about how these bills, or this bill in particular, 1024, could be changed. Did I interpret that correctly? It sounded like you were about to tell us something, and when the buzzer rang.
I think that using the experience that I have seen in New Canaan in building affordable housing under 830G, it is important that the housing be dedicated in perpetuity as affordable housing. When you get developers coming into New Canaan to take a lot, to split it, to put semi-attached housing, or to do multifamily, they just increase their profits. It's not like there may be more volume in terms of opportunities, but the prices are beyond the affordability level astronomically. So it is critical that if the state really wants to build affordable housing, that it not rely on the towns to finance it in whole. I think the state needs to get federal funds to do public housing or affordable housing in some scale, and work with a developer that can do a large development like Levittown and do what we did back in the 40s after World War II and address it in that way, especially if some of the representatives want to build housing where people can buy. I think you can create a program, but right now you're force feeding and you're forcing the towns to do something that is not going to be successful. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, Is it your experience that when affordable housing is built in your town, that it brings with it an economic boom?
No, no, it doesn't bring any economic boom. It is something that we're doing because it's the right thing to do, but land is limited and the price of land is very high. And I apologize for my dog, but anytime I'm on Zoom, he likes to intervene.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Guire-Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you. I appreciate your time today, and sorry for having missed you earlier if we happen to have done that.
Thank you.
Camillo, who's up next?
Up next is Maureen Nicholson.
Welcome, Maureen.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for your perseverance and diligence. It's remarkable. I'm Maureen Nicholson. I'm the first selectman in the town of Pomfret, and I'm here today to support Senate Bill 1024. Pomfret is a member of the Northeastern Connecticut Council of Governments and has been engaged with Desegregate Connecticut through NECOG since last year. NECOG has been and continues to be an active partner in the coalition that is Desegregate Connecticut. Because presently there is not unanimity on all aspects of SB 1024 amongst our membership, NECOG is not here today to testify. NECOG, along with the other coalition members, has had the opportunity to contribute to the substance of this legislation, and many elements of SB 1024 are the result of collaborative and inclusive process. I believe this is important to notice as the committee contemplates this legislation. In October of 2020, NECOG sponsored and I hosted a regional housing forum for our member towns to hear various points of view on housing and zoning reform. A significant result for my town was that noted land use attorney Dwight Merriam offered to work with Pomfret's Planning and Zoning Commission at no cost to develop ADU regulations. That work is ongoing and has been positively received by the commission and the community. While there is not unanimity in our region or in my town on every element of this legislation, there is agreement that this legislation marks a needed step toward addressing longstanding issues of housing need, zoning statutory reform, ensuring better decision-making by requiring trained boards and assisting commissions with model regulations. Housing options are needed in my town, in this region, and in our state. They are needed to accommodate working people who want alternatives to the single-family home. They are needed for persons wanting to operate a business and live in the same location. They are needed to ensure that our children can afford to work and live here.
Your 3 minutes are up.
In our state, and their parents can age in place. They are needed to grow towns in positive ways so that people want to settle here. Importantly, I will finish up by saying SB 1024 does not remove a town zoning commission's authority to draft regulations that fit each community's needs. It places more importance on developing better regulations that best meet a community's individual needs. Thank you.
Thank you, First Selectwoman, and I'm sorry I didn't realize that you were a fellow First Select person. And I applaud what Pomfret is doing. In Essex, we finally approved ADUs, and we've been aggressively doing affordable housing because we believe that we have to be part of the solution. And a lot of it is a very complicated problem in towns that don't like change, but I found that our residents are generally welcome to those changes. So, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in and testifying today. I'm wondering if you're supporting this, what has Pomfret done on its own to increase its own affordable housing and increase its own percentage of people of color? I note that of all the towns in the area, Pomfret has one of the lowest percentages of people of color, yet you have one of the highest percentages of multifamily housing units. How do you square that with your support for this legislation?
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Many of our multifamily housing units are group homes that are not open to the public in general. They are housing facilities for area schools and other needed facilities. Our Planning and Zoning Commission right now is working on developing regulations for ADUs. We find that there's increasing pressure from Massachusetts and Rhode Island for folks who want to come and move out of those areas or find housing that's more affordable. According to a lot of our real estate people in the area, they think that having smaller accessory dwelling units would accommodate that need, and it would be also a benefit to area people or our residents that want to stay in town as they age in place.
Okay, but you could do that on your own. You don't need a state law mandating that every town in the state do it.
No, that's true.
So why is Pomfret's percentage of people of color so low?
Oh, I think it's a historical fact. I think that's the way it has been. I mean, all of northeastern Connecticut has that. I don't know what Chaplin's integration is, but
we have twice as many. Our percentage is twice as high as Pomfret's.
I think it's historically that's the settlement pattern that has been in Pomfret. Because in the past that we have had regulations that have had 2-acre zoning that really with a buildable area requirement that essentially equates to 4-acre zoning, that makes it very difficult for people to come in and build more affordable houses on smaller lots. That it makes it very difficult in our town.
But Chaplin has the same requirement, but we have twice the percentage. People.
Yeah, but I think your location is closer to Willimantic than Pomfret is.
But you're closer to Killingly, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, if Pomfret can't do it itself with its own regulations, why is it?
I think we were motivated. I think we've been motivated by this. I think otherwise we wouldn't have probably undertaken the decision to have this conversation or to develop regulations. I think it's been the impetus and the stimulus for Pomfret to undertake this change to our regulations.
Now, isn't that the case with all of the or many of the towns in NECOG, and why NECOG is generally supporting this? Because people are afraid that the legislature is going to come in and whack them even harder if they don't agree to this?
I don't believe that's the case.
Have you talked to the other selectmen? And because I have, and some of them are thinking that very thing, that they better agree to something, otherwise they're going to get hit even harder.
I don't know. Have you talked to all 16 towns?
No, I have not talked to every one of them. I've talked to some of them.
Yes.
So that you don't think that's the case?
I don't.
Okay. So, well, I appreciate your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I see Senator Wong's hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Nicholson, thank you so much, and thank you for serving in the capacity as a first select woman. Based upon your exchange with Representative Dubitsky, you talk about zoning, and I applaud that your community has you said a high percentage of group homes, which I applaud in being able to provide opportunities for group homes in your community. And also in regards to some of the challenges you have in regards to lot size and all that. So you don't have a huge minority population, and maybe the lot size, it's a farming community, is that correct?
I think it's transitioning from a farming community to something else. We're rapidly losing our farms.
Right. And that's always a constant challenge. But based upon these numbers, as a contrast to Chaplin and looking at your minority population, you don't have a lot. And I know there may be differences, but you wouldn't say that your town is discriminatory because you don't have the numbers. Would that be correct?
I think that's probably correct. I would probably say that there's a history, as was brought up in the earlier conversation, unintentional perhaps, of zoning.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the history of this country has been documented. There has been race and exclusion, but in the case of Pomfret, from my just homework while you were chatting with Representative Dubitsky, look, there are circumstances, previous farmland and et cetera, proximity to not major urban centers. That being said, I don't believe you not having those numbers are a intentional discriminatory. And I think we have to be very sensitive using data points as a barometer for making judgments of what the history or what the natural evolution of communities are. And I just simply wanted to say thank you for coming up to testify and staying through with us. As much as you complimented us, I want to compliment you. 11 hours with this group may be something that you deserve a whole day off for tomorrow. But
well,
I think,
you know, a lot of our first selectmen aren't here. I want to just bring this point up, are part-time.
oh, absolutely. It's a labor of love, right? And
yes, it is.
I also want to make sure that if you've written testimony, please send it. I'm eager to read some of the information and the analysis of it because I don't see it. And there might be a bad clog. Our clerks are doing their best, but if not possible, I would definitely be very eager to read your testimony and get your perspective. Obviously, we may stand on different points of view, but I'm very eager to hear your perspective. I know I sound like a broken record, and Mr. Chair, thanks for indulging me, but I do believe that we do have a crisis in regards to housing, accessibility, affordability, and opportunity and diversity. But I believe we have it in every component of the state, from urban, rural, as well as our suburban. And I really am eager to hear your thoughts on how you think these kind of bills can make it better and to create a much better scenario. And part of it is also because knowing your background, right? Your background was a master's in landscape and architecture from University of Pennsylvania, right?
Yes,
And
that's correct.
the undergrad is from a far better school, Cornell. I'm Cornell class of '87, and I'm very eager to hear your experience and insight on how we can make these bills better. I truly hope that these bills aren't the final solution. And as you heard in the interaction, I think finally after this public hearing, we're going to get input from all shareholders to make a good idea, a better policy from all shareholders. So anything you want to add as I kind of went on?
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. I did submit testimony, so it's in there somewhere. It's probably bottlenecked up somewhere, but I'm sure it'll make its way through channels.
Well, that's great. And let me end again by being totally biased. Class of '87, my wife class of '86, my son is a class of 2021, and my daughter's a class of 1990. So you know what? We love
you get a red sweatshirt for free. Yeah.
No, it was very expensive. So
thank you very much,
Madam First Select Woman, and I appreciate your time. And I'm eager to read your testimony and look to maybe engage with you afterwards.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. So one of the hand, okay, so Representative Dubitsky's hand was still up, I guess, from before. Senator Champagne, you're up next.
Thank you so much. Welcome, First Select Woman Nicholson, one of my towns.
Thank you.
You're the second person that came in tonight that was talking about they were making changes in their town, and I applaud that. If the town wants to make changes, no matter what those changes are, they should have the ability to do so. But if it's going to take time for those changes, how would you feel if the state fined you because you took too long?
I think the town, I think that we would try to do everything to be on board with that, to fit within those guidelines. I can't honestly say. I probably wouldn't, just like I like to be fined for not driving the speed limit.
Exactly. We wouldn't be happy, especially if you're going in the right direction. And I'm hoping when this legislation's final that they take that into account. But I mean, there's challenges. There's challenges to meeting any timelines, and hopefully that whatever comes out of the final paper, the final bill, they take that into account and they give us a long enough time, or the fact that we're actually working towards something that they will.
Right, but on the other hand,
ahead.
I also wouldn't feel comfortable if some towns made the changes and other towns didn't bother to. I'd feel unhappy about that as well.
Oh, I understand. And that's why, at some point in time, they probably would still end up with a fine because that's what the state's looking at. But I think if you're heading in the right direction, I think, they should give you the extra time. But I do applaud you coming in. Like I said, a community that wants to make change, that has the ability to make change is free to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. Representative Winkler, followed by Representative Smith.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that according to what I just looked up, your town has 0.6% Black. Chaplin is 0.7% Black, actually 7.1% Black. So I'd just like to say that the size is so statistically insignificant that nothing meaningful can be said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Representative Smith, followed
thank
by
you.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam First Selectwoman, for being here. So I think Pomfret's a pretty small town. It's about 4,000 people. Is that right?
That's correct, 4,200.
I thought so. I haven't been up that way in a while. I think either you said or it seemed to me that it was implied maybe in the way you described your work with Desegregate Connecticut and with NECOG with respect to the efforts that you're taking, that you see this particular proposal not so much as sort of a heavy-handed sort of forcing you to do something, but as to, it seems to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, providing just some additional tools to help the town, reach a goal that is sort of an established social policy of the state, is something that we want to achieve on a statewide basis in order to try and get some equity into our housing program. Is that correct?
I would say that correctly characterizes it, sure.
That's, I just wanted to make sure I heard it right. Especially since you are the leader of a small town here in Eastern Connecticut, and I definitely applaud you for the efforts that you're taking. And I'm sure that it's, not going to be easy, but I wish you and your fellow citizens all the best as you work towards that goal. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Smith, and I do see Representative Dubitsky's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the record, using Desegregate CT's own data, Pomfret has 5% people of color. Chaplin has 10%. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Madam First Selectwoman, I want to thank you so much for being here with us tonight and throughout the day, and for the good work that you're doing in terms of trying to look to the future for your community. I wanted to just go back to your original testimony, which I've understood from the clerk has been posted. It was, I believe, under CCM, because I think it may have been sent in conjunction with with that. So it has been posted online. Hopefully folks can find it. But you talked about a few different things in terms of your support for 1024 and perhaps other items, or maybe it was just specific to 1024, but you talked about housing need, you talked about training, you talked about the need for model regulations and statutory reform, or I might use the word reorganization. And I wanted to just ask you for a moment to speak, if you could, to the training piece. We haven't talked a lot about that today, and I wondered if you'd comment, especially given your background.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I was a member of our Planning and Zoning Commission for many years in town. I do appreciate the fact that all of our members are volunteers and their time is scarce and precious. But I feel like the decisions that are being made by those folks are really critical, long-lasting decisions, and that training is really beneficial to the overall discussions that are being held at those meetings. I try as first selectman to encourage all of our members to get as much training as possible. In fact, we had 7 members that went to the Connecticut Bar Land Use Forum, usually held at Wesleyan a couple weeks ago. And I think our members of the Planning and Zoning and Wetlands Commissions appreciate the fact that there is training for them, because they are asked to make such important decisions that they want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. So I strongly feel that training is an important component to those boards.
Thank you. I really appreciate those comments. I think that's, again, one piece that we haven't talked a lot about today, but I think is really critical to this conversation going forward, as communities do, no matter what zoning enabling statutes are changed or not changed to do, communities will continue to write the regulations and to help create the future for our children and grandchildren and our land. Thank you very much, Madam First Selectwoman, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam First Selectwoman. I really appreciate your time tonight. Camillo, who's up next?
Thank you very much.
Up next is Stephen Devoto, and I'm so sorry if I said your last name incorrectly.
No, that was correct. Thank you. My name is Stephen Devoto. I live in Middletown. I'm chair of Middletown's Planning and Zoning Commission, although I'm speaking on my own behalf here, not on behalf of the commission. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 1024. As chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I want to foster economic growth, protect the environment, and make sure that our housing matches the needs of our residents. Sometimes those things are in conflict. I rarely see a proposal that supports all 3 of those perspectives. You've heard from the Council of Municipalities. I can share with you that the Mayor of Middletown is also strongly in support of Senate Bill 1024. You have an opportunity to help all towns and cities thrive, to maintain open space for farming and recreation, to make housing affordable and accessible to all. In short, you have an opportunity to help us strengthen our local communities. There are 8 components in Senate Bill 1024, and after a day of listening to your questions, I believe that some of the components are more controversial than others. Where Mayor Elicker and perhaps others might have focused on the more controversial, I want to bring you to focus on the less controversial, and one of them was just mentioned. Training. We on land use commissions make decisions that have dramatic consequences on neighborhoods and on the livelihood of developers and those in construction for that matter. And these impacts can last for decades. We have been sued by both developers and neighborhood groups on different occasions. But we make our decisions having received no mandated training in Freedom of Information Act and ex parte communication, much less in principles of planning, such as what impacts our planning will have on the environment, on economic development, on racial segregation, on schools, etc. Requiring training would be a major step forward, and I hope there's no disagreement on that. That just seems like perhaps the least controversial aspect of the Senate Bill 1024. The second one, design. We have diversity in our state, as many of you have highlighted, but I'd like to submit that we have consensus on many aspects of design. Is there any municipality that does not feel that downtown retail establishments should have an entrance on Main Street, windows that allow visibility from the sidewalk, or that residential zones should not have 14-story towers, even if it were a single family dwelling? There are others. How do we identify them and how do we codify them? How do we create an opportunity for cities and towns to maintain their character by design and form? Middletown is one of the 20 largest cities, and even we do not have the expertise or the resources to create design guidelines that identify options for roof lines, heights, door placement, and windows. This would create a free tool for us to use. It would not mandate anything. The third item that I hope is also not controversial, at least it's not for us, Main Street. Middletown residents would be shocked to learn that the proposals in here are revolutionary, because we have been living with the policies in these proposals for decades. Connecticut Magazine, and I have a shot, said this. And I saw the flash that my time's coming up. And let me just say that I admire the work of Sarah Bronin on these issues. And the only quibble I have with her work is that perhaps the name of the group she leads should be something else. SB 1024 is good for the economy, good for the youth, good for the elderly, good for the environment. And by the way, it will help in the effort to create racially and economically diverse communities. It really ought to be called Economic Connecticut or Environment Connecticut or Elderly Connecticut. It's doing a lot more than desegregating Connecticut. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Very well put. I see Representative McCarthy-Vahey, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Devoto. I just wanted to comment and emphasize I appreciated your bringing up the training piece, as you heard me say a few minutes ago. And I also appreciated your comment about the moniker, which I understand that a lot of us last summer realized that we needed to do a lot more around the inherent and structural racism that exists in our society. And I think that we've had a really tremendous opportunity, including here today, to talk about some really challenging issues in that regard. But I really appreciate what you said about the name Desegregate for the Work, because this series of proposals, not just 1024, there are a number of different opportunities before us to talk about how we plan and zone for our future, for our elderly residents, our senior citizens, our young people, and I think certainly for our economic development and our environmental future. So I just want to thank you for highlighting that and appreciate you staying here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll just comment that by day, I'm a professor of biology at Wesleyan. So I meet lots of young adults, hundreds every year when they come into our state. And as they are residents, I'm with them. And then I remain in touch with them after they leave. And they're going to the kind of housing that this bill would help promote. Middle housing, the basement studio apartment in a brownstone in Brooklyn, an attic apartment in Somerville. They're going to those kinds of affordable intermediate housing. And that's what I think this bill would help to foster.
Thank you, Stephen. I see Senator Wong's hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. DeVito, thank you very much for serving on the Planning Zoning Board and also for teaching. It is a noble profession. I do agree with you on the education of planning and zoning boards as articulated in, I believe, 6611 or 1024. But one of the questions I had on that was the requirement and mandate to do so. And what do you say to the language as I read it is the fact that if a planning and zoning board member does not get the education because they're scheduled, because they're serving on a volunteer board with a day job that requires a lot of requirements, but if they don't get this training under the statute, they are not eligible to vote on any planning and zoning votes and decisions. Is that a policy in which the state says you don't do it, we're going to tell you you can't do your job?
I see nothing controversial about that. Now, you and I may disagree on that, but if a member of the legislature fails to show up for votes, I'm going to, and they tell me I couldn't come because of my job, because of my family, because of my vacation, because of whatever it is. My question is, why are you serving then? And I would ask the same question of a planning and zoning commissioner who is unable to find the time to educate themselves on these important issues.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and your standards and my standards as we've gone now, possibly going into the 12th hour of this debate. Different people have different sets of motivations, and I've always taught early to be conscious, to always try to put myself in someone else's shoes, and not to be able to be prejudgmental. And I think the other important aspect of this is we've got a lot of small towns in our state in which being able to get members to even fill a quorum is difficult enough as it is. Maybe you have an incredible, a public volunteer activism in Wesleyan like we do in some of our other towns, but some of our smaller towns, people are just barely looking to make a living. And if we can get them to serve and we put that added requirement onto them, it still is a volunteer role and people want to do their best. Training is important, but for us as a state to say, we know what's best for every single town. And if you don't, you can't do the job of trying to make a difference in your community. Maybe you and I have a difference of opinion on that we don't, as a state, should judge and put ourselves in the shoe of every municipality and every individual that may step up to serve in a planning and zoning board. Maybe that struck me a little bit different than you, but I did want to point out that in this statute, as articulated right now, if a zoning and planning board does not do their mandated education requirement, they would be ineligible to do the job that they're volunteering to do for the betterment of their community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the philosophical difference is a quantitative rather than a qualitative one. Certainly, there are many, many areas in which I think we would be in full agreement that the state mandates standards, whether it's in the area of road quality or aspects of policing, aspects of reporting, aspects of voting. There are state standards that are imposed on all municipalities. So the question is, does this training commissioners rise to the level of something that, which aspects of 1024 rise to the level of being something that all residents of all towns should be treated the same way? And that's a matter, that's a kind of a where do you draw the line question, rather than an all or nothing, towns should control everything versus state should not impose any standards.
And you know what, Mr. DeVito, I think you articulated well, even with the hand motion, which I concur, is the fact that I'm looking for collaboration, not a one size fits all for everyone. And I appreciate your time. And again, let me end by saying thank you for serving on the Planning Zoning Board, and thank you for being an educator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Devoto, for your comments. I don't have any questions, just two very complimentary things. First, I think it's very noble and refreshing that your approach to a very difficult topic, and one that inspired a lot of debate, is to find the common ground. I think that's something that some of us forget sometimes as we advocate so passionately for everything and for what we believe in. So I admire that, and I want to thank you for that. And the second thing that I want to point out is there's another provision in there that I don't think is very controversial, and which I'm very supportive of. And it's certainly one of the more minor provisions, but the cottage food industries, not being able to deny those. I had a constituent who fought like crazy to get a very simple cottage food operation approved or just simply acknowledged. And she makes the most delicious cakes and desserts. I think it's actually leading to a cholesterol epidemic in her neighborhood. But in all seriousness, that's another one. But again, it goes back to finding common ground. And I think what you bring up in that regard is very relevant. So thank you for that.
Yep. And thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Rep. Zullo. Thank you, Stephen. Camillo, who's up next?
Up next is Richard Ives.
Thank you. Mr. Ives?
Not sure why you can't see me. Let's see.
Hear you, but can't see you yet. There you go.
Good. Good evening. Thank you very much for letting me have this opportunity. I'm Richard Ives. I'm the first selectman for the town of Brooklyn, Connecticut, the neighbor to Pomfret on the south. I'm here today to express my support for Senate Bill 1024. Town of Brooklyn is a member of both CCM and COST, and we're here to support the CCM recommendation, and we think it's very well thought out. Their efforts are needed and necessary to deal with the need for increased housing options, better decision-making on the part of planning and zoning boards, and I think training is an absolute essential part of that. Most importantly, economic and racial disparities. Brooklyn doesn't, we're a town of just over 8,200 people. We are a little bit of an enigma for a Northeast rural town. We do have an urban area. We also have the rest of the town being extremely rural with 2-acre zoning. We're having an issue with amount of housing stock and the variety of housing stock. We are going through a real estate boom right now. We are seeing people from Massachusetts, Worcester, and Rhode Island, primarily Providence, buy our houses at a rate that we're very happy about. We don't have enough houses. We have almost no apartments. We have almost no condominiums, and we have regulations that allow multifamily housing, except that you need 5 acres to be able to put a 4-family on. And frankly, it doesn't make a whole lot of economic sense. So I'm behind this bill because I do think sometimes we need to be shoved a little bit. I've been with you since 10 o'clock, so I've learned a lot today. I've learned that people look at this very differently. There's also amazing differences of opinion in what should be facts. But for a town like Brooklyn, I believe this helps us in many ways. It will enable us, we have passed 10% of affordable housing in development. We want more, we're doing things, but we have a parochial planning and zoning mentality that I believe lives in the Northeast corner. I won't speak for the rest of the state. I think that this legislation is a wake-up call. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but I do believe that we should be listening and having discussions. Senator Wang has been talking about collaboration. I couldn't agree more. I think the discussion has just begun. I didn't hear a whole lot. Part of my comments were about home rule and how I don't think home rule really has any play here. I didn't hear a lot about that today, so I'll let that go. I do believe this debate needs to continue. My guess is that this won't be resolved in this session completely. I do urge all of you to take this seriously, as I know you are, and I hope that I'll be part of the discussion going forward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, First Selectman Ives. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank you for Selectman Ives for also being here. It really is a tremendous gift to be part of a public hearing like this, because we do, as I said in the beginning, hopefully come with the spirit of openness and curiosity. And we have the opportunity to learn from one another. And I loved what Rep. Zullo said. There is a lot of common ground. And I, for one, am very committed to working together going forward with all those who want to be part of helping to create solutions. I think that something you said struck me. As a parochial school student years ago, that word means something different to me. But it struck me that you used that word, that we have a parochial view, and you were talking about the Northeast corner in your experience. I happen to believe that we all have a parochial view because our lives and our life experience is limited by what we see in our day-to-day. But I wondered if you could just comment on what you meant when you said that we have a parochial view.
I think we've done things in past years that perhaps when I first came to town, which was in the late 70s, I honestly believed that the Northeast corner governed through planning and zoning. And I still think there's some of that today. You control budgets, you control growth, you control lots of things if you want to do that. That tends to get into our conversation about biases. I think mostly for Brooklyn, I'm more worried about an economic bias. I have a pretty large homeless population. I have a pretty large population that's just making ends meet. Frankly, some of them aren't. So that variety of housing, and I'll go back to Representative Zullo. I'll argue with them a little bit. The apartment has changed in our area. We have a lot of seniors now that are frankly well off that are looking for apartments. We don't have any. So I'm not out to build a lot, but I am out to have some of everything, because I think that's the way we help everybody.
Thank you very much. And I think that that diversity of housing stock, some people are looking for a rental. Some people are looking for home ownership. And certainly that is one very important tool towards building wealth. I think business ownership is as well. That's a committee for another day. But I do appreciate your perspective and being here with us tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Dubinsky followed by Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Rick, for coming in today. Is there anything preventing Brooklyn from just changing its own regulations to make any revisions it wants to what type of housing is allowed in various parts of the town?
I think the quick answer to that is no, but that doesn't mean that it happens easily. Like I said, I think we may need a little bit of a shove. And I do think the decision should be with us. And I think most of the decisions will still remain with us after this. But we have made some. I think we need to make some more. And I see nothing wrong with some guidance. Never thought I'd say this from the state, but I did.
Okay, well, guidance is different than taking away.
Wrong word, Doug. I'm sorry. Wrong word. You're right. I think we need a push.
Okay, so Brooklyn needs a push. So does that mean the other 168 towns also need to get pushed?
See, I think I learned a lot today. I don't think they're all getting pushed. I think the small towns are touched differently than the large towns. I think some towns need more help. I don't think this bill, as I've read it 3 times now, I don't think it does all the things that you think it does.
It is the preservation of land values a legitimate purpose for zoning?
Since you said that earlier today, I've been trying to figure out how I feel about that, and I'm not sure I know. I think the market, I'm not sure that we could affect through zoning the property values enough to where it wouldn't be controlled by market forces. Our property values right now are the highest they've been in 20 years. It has to do, it's not to do with zoning, it's to do with the economy and where we happen to be. So I think we've got a chance where we can tweak the zoning and we'll be just fine.
Okay, but you can do that anyway without this bill.
Like I said, I still think we need a little push. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
your 5 minutes are up.
thank you. Is NECOG supporting this bill?
NECOG as a whole, to my understanding, has not taken a position on this bill.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time is up.
Thank you, Representative Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ives, thank you very much for your service on our local municipalities. And it is uniquely Connecticut, the concept of home rule and local collaboration. And I think you're right as well. I hope we don't, rush to judgment on this bill, that we all work collaboratively. And I appreciate your comments that maybe we don't do this session. That kind of struck me as very proactive and efficient in trying to put the best product out instead of rushing one just to get it passed. The other thing I thought, when you were so enthusiastic and rightfully so about having the best real estate market that you've had in many years, and obviously one part is the COVID. I think the other part is with our desire to move away from high density housing because of the COVID pandemic. Then, as you say, you're right now, your statutes and your zoning and your land policies are as is, that has attracted tremendous amount of interest. It increased your property value. Why are you saying that you now need a push from the state to make you better? Because it's pretty darn good right now.
Well,
and what has attracted the people? Are you looking to possibly tamper with something that's really good? And maybe the many other municipalities you said that need to be pushed, we're in some unfortunate way, and we could get better and move away from our steady habits. But you just talked about a robust real estate market in which your current zoning laws and the current makeup and density and pattern of your housing has attracted tremendous interest. And you are literally advocating the possibility of a dramatic wholesale change that could positively increase even greater property value or potentially undermine the golden goose that has increased the property values, as you so enthusiastically said in your town.
Let me reiterate, because I must have misspoke a little bit. Our real estate market's the best it's been in 20 years, but I'm unable to build, I'm unable to have a diversified housing stock. So it's great that the present 2-acre, 2-story colonial house is going through the roof right now. But I can't take care of all the people that I think that we disserve, which are the young, the elderly, the people of color, the poor. So it's great that if you want to sell your house right now, we're doing great and everybody should be happy. But that's not my goal. My goal is to be able to have a situation where everybody has a chance to have a better living experience than I can offer them right now because of our regulations.
And I respect that. And that is a noble gesture and a noble goal, which I absolutely share. But the idea of the state dictating density and housing initiatives when we're not doing a comparable match to facilitate a sustainability is what I have as a challenge. And if you stayed with us the whole 12 hours, you've heard me repeatedly, and I appreciate your acknowledgement, is the fact that this can't be a one-way top down. It has to be a collaboration with local, state, and federal, because if you're increasing density, you're going to have needs that needs to be accommodated for. But I think the other far more important thing is you say right now that you can't do the things that you want to do. It isn't because statutorily you can't, it is economically you can't. Would that be a fair statement?
No, I don't think it would be. It isn't that I can't do it economically. There's a northeast corner bias about change. We didn't talk about schools because we're not supposed to, but in our area, what comes up every time we talk about development is the increase in school kids. Now, we don't talk about it on boards and commissions, but people do. There's some systemic things that we need to work on. I think this bill gives us a push toward that. It's interesting, and I don't want to sound flippant, but it strikes me as kind of odd that so many people are so worried about the state pushing down. First selectmen think you can do it all the time in all sorts of areas. So I'm not sure why this seems to be such a hot potato. I'm really not.
Well, I appreciate that you're willing to spend 12 hours with us today. So for that, you deserve my utmost appreciation and respect. And thank you for serving and representing and being a local leader in your town of Brooklyn. And now I get to say I met the first selectman of Brooklyn, Connecticut, instead of confusing people with Brooklyn, New York. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Speaking as a person born and raised in the other Brooklyn, I also feel grateful to have met you. And I do want to say that I have not, I built a business over the course of my whole life, but I've never had an experience like being a first selectman where experiencing things, coming to a job with sort of preconceived notions and experiences, and then actually getting your hands dirty and doing that job day to day, dealing with the people, dealing with the problems, dealing with the sometimes wonderful, sometimes insane nature of our volunteer boards and commissions. And speaking as somebody who has probably nominated and appointed more people to those boards and commissions than any prior first selectman, I want to say that I really appreciated your talking about the evolution of thought. We all meet down at Rivercog and complain about the heavy hand of the state all the time. I mean, and Democrats and Republicans prefer to keep the state out of things. But we all realize that there are moments when the state's involvement is actually beneficial because it does move the needle. And usually on many of these issues, the needle is moved by the state because even though some towns have moved the needle and are willing to move the needle, other towns are just not. And I want to remind people that we are living in a state that is called the land of steady habits for a reason. It's not only northeastern Connecticut, it is Connecticut. And the situation on the ground has changed, and finding a way to move the needle is critical, and we do it all the time. So I just want to appreciate your time. I see Representative Fiorello has raised her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to meet you, First Selectman Ives. You said that you had read 1024 3 times, and I just wanted to understand what parts of 1024 you liked so much. In the beginning, it says, as of right privileges mean no more public hearings. Is that okay with you?
No, I guess we could debate. I'm not sure that's what I believe it says, but no, it doesn't, if you want me to answer that question. I think we've
Okay.
had it explained that you have to look in different places in there. And there are some things that are a little fuzzy, but I don't think the intent is to have no public hearings.
Okay. It takes out the word character and it uses like physical site and architectural context, but it doesn't relate to descriptions of use. Are there a lot of farm uses out in your part? Would you want to include farming as a part of the characteristic in Brooklyn?
As in Pomfret, our farms are becoming very far and few between. But rural character, if you will, we misuse that phrase all the time. Character is a tough thing. It means a lot of things to different people. It can mean architectural. I'm not sure by changing that definition, what we're taking away actually.
Yeah, me too. And I think we treasure a lot of our farming and rural towns, and that's part of what makes Brooklyn special. And it takes away, your town has more than 7,500 people, right? So you're not
Correct.
immune to a lot of these mandates. Okay.
Correct.
So it says, do you have a transit center? Because
No, we do not.
Okay. Do you have a commercial corridor?
We have what's considered an urban corridor with Worcester, which I think probably meets that definition. It's very small, but yes, we do.
Right. So you said that your town could use a bit of push, which could also be, push or force. It sort of mean mandate. But are you saying that the folks in your town who live near that commercial corridor might not be happy about the 50% of them that might be exposed to, a 4-unit housing coming right up and them not having a public hearing or any say?
No,
Is
frankly,
that what you're saying? They don't want to change?
No, frankly, it's exactly the opposite. That part of town already has it. It already has water and sewer. It's already low density, already has the few 4 families that we have. I think there are 3. It's the rest of the town where I believe in a 2-acre residential agricultural zone, there's nothing wrong with a 4-family house. And I think we can put it in with other single-family homes, and I think it will provide us another option. And I think we could do that. Right now, I can't do that.
Oh, that's kind of not the intent of the bill, though. The bill is about density development. You would be introducing sprawl, wouldn't you?
Well, sprawl in Brooklyn, Connecticut. I think you'd probably have to, that would be a little difficult. But I think it is density, to tell you the truth, perhaps not how you're defining it.
Actually, it's how the bill defines it.
Well,
but
that's not, I don't agree with you there. So.
Okay.
Your
All right.
5 minutes are up.
All right. Well, thank you so much and nice to talk to you. Thank you,
You too.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and that was great. Sprawl in Brooklyn, Connecticut. That is, I've been to Brooklyn, Connecticut a bunch of times, and I don't know that you could call it sprawl. Thank you so much. And again, the pragmatic approach to running a small town is something that I think we all appreciate and clearly have a lot of common sense wisdom. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Camillo, who do we have next?
Up next would be Jane Sprung. Ms. Sprung, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. Hi, good evening. My name is Jane Sprung of Greenwich. I'm a 20-year resident and homeowner of this beautiful state and active in my community. I'm on the Greenwich Town Representative Town Meeting and also a board member of the Round Hill Association, which is our neighborhood association, which recently held a forum on our local with our local P&Z and elected officials on land use and zoning reforms. I'm here to speak on my own behalf. First of all, I think it's extremely important for local municipalities to provide affordable housing. And I know that's something that Greenwich is working on. In my own home, we have an affordable apartment. And like many other towns, Greenwich allows accessory dwelling units. Our regulation has been in place since the mid-1980s, and I understand it's recently become more flexible. However, I am testifying in an opposition to SB 1024 because there is no clear affordability tied to as-of-right market development. SB 1024 is primarily good for builders as they can focus on market rate projects and sell at the highest profit margins. As-of-right multifamily development eliminates local hearings and prohibits P&Z from addressing issues locally. As a homeowner, we should be able to have a local voice in our meeting, in our local town hearings. Flooding the market with new inventory that maxes out property coverage on each lot will result in greater infrastructure demands and greater storm water runoff and other potential environmental impacts. Connecticut suburbs with small populations may lack adequate infrastructure and limited local public transportation do not necessarily meet the criteria for transit-oriented development. On the other hand, as we've heard tonight, some of Connecticut's larger cities do have local existing transit. So a one-size-fits-all solution just doesn't work. Younger residents who have fled to Connecticut from big cities like New York City, many of them seem to enjoy single family house living as they fled during COVID. And our real estate has starting to bounce back. So would multifamily housing, many projects actually damage our economic recovery? Overdevelopment leads to burden in infrastructure, environmental, and parking. And all of these things will be passed through to the taxpayers. I urge you to vote no to SB 1024 and to stop the state overreach and support local decision-making in regards to zoning and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Ms. Sprague, thank you very much for testifying. Do you serve in local government in Greenwich?
Yep. I'm on the RTM, the
Okay.
Greenwich RTM.
And what is the RTM's take in regards to the idea of representative town meetings and local government that has such tremendous history standing in the formation of this this state and in this country? I mean, what do you think about the balance between home rule, local control versus state mandated powers?
Well, we are very proud of our history of having an RTM, which is one of the largest legislative bodies. And we're very proud of our ability to elect really good representatives who listen to the residents and listen to the bigger issues in Connecticut and really try to find solutions for issues such as affordable housing.
Thank you. And, thank you for staying for 12 hours. Did it feel as though that you felt compelled and it was important to have your voice be heard as a representative town member and also a resident community that seems to be catching a lot of heat?
Yeah, I feel it's really important. I've been here since 10 in the morning. I'm actually, with my family, and they've been kind of waiting for me all day. And I just wanted to make sure that I stayed on to have my voice heard. And I'm also representing my district, District 10 of Greenwich, as well as other members of the community who've asked me to come here and speak on their behalf, as well as my own behalf.
Well, I appreciate that. And I wanted to thank you for serving on the RTM as a former RTM member in the town that I represented. that you are representing your district and you are giving them a voice. So I'm grateful, and I want to acknowledge that. Thank you to you and to your patient family who's tolerated hanging out on the Zoom call. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Sprague, for joining us today.
And I want to thank everyone on the committee as well. I don't know if I said that in the beginning, but thank you for all your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Senator Wong, and thank you, Jane. I see Representative Fiorello's hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jane. So great to see you. Thank you so much for hanging in there so long. I just wanted to give you a chance to speak a bit more about what you're seeing in your community about people's interest in these bills. Are you finding that folks are really taking the time to read it all and have conversations? And I think we even have a forum in town. We've had several forums. So I think our citizens are getting very engaged and informed. Is that right?
That's 100% correct. Yeah, there's nonstop conversation. There's forums through the Round Hill Association and other organizations. There's petitions being signed. There is a lot of conversation in the newspaper. So yeah, it's important.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and they're really reading the bills, which is amazing. It's not just a sort of hysterical reaction. It's a real desire to understand legislation, which is amazing to see and be a part of.
Yeah, it's everybody. People are paying attention because they know the importance of providing affordable housing, and that people appreciate diversity in the community. And so, yeah, this is definitely something that people are paying attention to.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you so much for coming tonight to testify, Jane.
Thank you so much for your time. Okay.
Yeah. Who's next, Camilla?
Okay.
Up next is Representative Harry Aurora.
Thank you.
Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed chairs, Sanu and McCarthy-Vehi, ranking members Wong and Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Harry Aurora. I'm the state representative from the 151st District. I'm joined today by 905 other residents from Greenwich, Stamford, Norwalk, and other towns in Connecticut to testify against SB 1024, an act concerning zoning authority, certain design guidelines, qualifications of certain land use officials, and certain disposal systems. As you hear me testify, please visualize 905 other citizens of Connecticut who are unable to join in person today, but have deputed me to do so. We represent the diverse citizenry of Connecticut, men and women, Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated, young and old, and people of Connecticut who are in different phases of life with different life circumstances. We all stand together to oppose the bill and urge you not to advance it out of the committee. We urge all members to vote against this bill for the following reasons. First, this bill prescribes one-size-fits-all zoning rules for all 169 towns. The beauty of our state is the 169 towns offer different ways of lives. Some towns have a higher degree of urbanization and have high-rise buildings, which some find really attractive, while others offer rural, rustic living. These unique characteristics are preserved by diligent town zoning officials, which pride in giving serious consideration to affordability and diversity. The imposition of 27 pages of state zoning laws would destroy the uniqueness and, as has been said, architectural diversity and beauty of these towns. Second, this bill has a plethora of unintended consequences and does not serve the intended consequence or intended objective. A person who may have bought a single-family home could in a few years find themselves living in the middle of multifamily apartment buildings. A person or a family which put all their life savings in a home could find the value of their real estate diminished because nearby lots can be subdivided while theirs cannot. Citizens who may have left big cities to leave behind urbanization and congestion would find that congestion and urbanization has been brought to them. At the same time, it is hard to see how this bill will lead to the stated purpose of increasing affordable housing. The new homes would likely be smaller but priced higher per unit area and would be for the well-off. Finally, this bill takes decision-making out of local control and hands it over to the state authorities. Zoning is and should always be local matter. Local officials much better understand the nuances of development in town and the historical essence of a town. Hartford bureaucrats are unlikely to either appreciate it or give it consideration. This bill will destroy the unique nature of small towns and 350 years of our history. This bill has little support from the people of Connecticut. While 905 of us stand here before you today, our survey shows that over 70% of our citizens across party lines oppose this bill. If this committee or the General Assembly passes this bill into law, you will be passing a law which is opposed by most of our voters, a large supermajority of our voters. The 905 citizens of Connecticut who have deputed me to testify for all of us regret that they cannot be in person with me to testify, but they've asked me to read their names aloud. I know it will not be possible to read all the names. I know it will not be possible to read all the names in the 3 minutes allocated, but I'll just read the first 20. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions. Harry Aurora, Steve Acunto, Peggy Adams, Craig Adiel, Rich Adler, Susan Carver Adler, Chris Idon, Michelle Albanese, Tamara Albrecht, Marie Aloisi, Hugo Harvey Alzati, Abigail Anders, Carol Anderson, Luke Anderson, Roberta Anderson, David Arison, Tomas Arlia, Armory Armstrong, and I'm still in A's. Actually, there's a lot many A's left. So this is this. I stop here, and once again, thank you all for your time and this opportunity to all of us, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Harry. So great to see you. Thank you for hanging in there with us this late. I'm very fascinated by the number 905, and I thought if you could just share with us a bit more, who are they, and what are some of the comments that you are seeing? And I appreciate that you do take surveys like this. It's very valued. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, and thank you for the service. You're still on number 35 of 300 of 250. So thank you very much. And I'll tell you, I started off by just offering to everyone in our community the ability to be able to testify, because the interest, as Ms. Sprung, as James mentioned earlier, is really high. And so I offered everyone any help I could to send their written testimony or preferably come testify in Zoom. But as you know, this takes quite an effort to come and testify on Zoom. And so I also offered to my community the ability to join my testimony and send me comments. And I'll tell you, I thought there may be 20 or 30 people who would join me. The email just kept ringing as if 40 a minute. And so this is across the cross section, not just of our town, Greenwich, but because of the email being forwarded, I think we had so many, maybe a couple of hundred folks from Stamford join us, maybe 50 or so from Norwalk, or maybe even more, and some from other towns. They were the email was being forwarded and said, which basically was effectively saying to friends and family, if you really want to not spend a lot of time, just read this testimony and join it. And because I said I would read aloud, and I was naive that I thought there would be 20 names and I would read aloud. Now I feel a little bit bad that I couldn't read aloud 905, but I understand. I hope everyone understands why. And this is across cross sections. I'll tell you how many emails I get. This is not about party. This is not about one party or the other. It's across party lines. It is it has struck us a very strong note in terms of just what you've been discussing about local control, about what is the hidden objective here, because there is no reasonable deduction here that there will be more affordable housing. There is a lot of uncertainty that let's assume that a quarter mile from me, houses are being subdivided, or lots can be subdivided and you can make 4 homes on that lot, but mine can't be. I know my house is going to lose value, right? Because I'm in some sense not constrained. The other lot is not. So there's a lot of complexity in it. It's not thought out. Different towns need different rules and different ways to increase affordability, to do the development which the local community wants. So that's the reason I think there is opposition across the cross-section who find this a very unreasonable idea.
Right. And I think it definitely hits a nerve for our town because many of our homes have been feeling sort of helpless as they deal with the DOT and the kinds of, highway work and tree cutting that's going on. So this helplessness at the hands of state regulations is really cut to the core to many homeowners in Connecticut, in Greenwich, in Stamford. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for raising this point because, when you have to reach out to a state or local official, you can just basically walk over to the town hall or you can call them and you're going to see them. So they have to reply to you. But a Hartford bureaucrat, you're not going to never see him. They're not, the responsibility or the accountability of a local official is way higher than somebody who's far away and basically makes a rule one time and then, it's they're never going to see you again.
Thank you, Rep. Aurora. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Fiorello. Representative Winkler, followed by Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Yes, Representative Aurora. Could I know where you got the 70% figure?
So just prior to the 70% support figure, prior to last week, we basically provided our community with all 5 or 6 key legislation or legislation which had a lot of interest. And we had a really statistically significant response. I've run surveys every now and then, but this one was really, statistically significant, and we got the 70% number who opposed it. There were 12 to 15% who said no opinion. So really the support is really razor thin. I just cannot believe, if we really believe this is a democracy, there's only 15 to 20% people who are voting who want this thing. And I'm telling you, it's statistically significant. I'm a math guy. I understand statistics inside out. This bill does not have any support. I think 70% oppose it, 10% to 15%, don't care. And then there's a small, very minority support. And I'm happy to provide you the data for that.
And how many responded total?
It was a 2,000. That's why I said it's very statistically significant.
And you believe that Greenwich is representative of the state of Connecticut?
No, this is the point that, no, that did not have entirely Greenwich. It had some adjacent towns. And I don't really, cross-section the numbers by towns, but it did have. But now this is one thing which I think all of us who are from this area recognize. Greenwich is a very, it's not one homogeneous type all over. We have sections which have huge amount of differences, whether even from a point of the cost of homes. They vary a lot, right? It can be a 5x variation, 5 to 10x variation from one house, one neighborhood to the other. And similarly, in terms of, communities, some folks have been here for a very long period of time. Then there is folks from New York who come in quite recently. So yes, there is a large amount of diversity. To paint Greenwich as it has been painted today is very, very unfortunate. I think I'm saddened a little bit to hear all folks here come in and the mayor of New Haven come in and paint our towns in a very unreasonable and unfair manner. I don't think that's right, but everybody has a right to their own opinion.
How did people get the survey?
Pardon me?
How did people get the survey?
By email.
And from whose email list?
Well, I forwarded it to an email, and it went out to many other people, and people feel free to forward it. No, listen, Representative.
What I'm trying to tell you is that it wasn't a random sampling. As a statistics guy, you know that unless you have a random sample, you've got nothing.
I can tell you it was a random sample in the town of Greenwich. Well,
a mail list of a random sample.
Over a period of time, I have been speaking to my community quite a lot, and over a period of time, folks who basically reply, it ends up being quite a wide variety of people. Now, yes, you can be right that you have the right to poke holes. I'm telling you, it is the opinion of the survey we have done that this bill has very little support. Now, you have again the right to disagree, but that's the general feel on the ground we have.
I am a survey guy. I am a statistics guy. I studied it at UConn, and I'm sorry to tell you that your survey doesn't qualify as either random or accurate. But thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. I don't know who you were referring to as the speaker, but neither one of us is the speaker. I see our illustrious chair, Representative McCarthy-Vahey, having her hand raised.
Thank you so much, Senator Needleman, and Representative Aurora. Thank you for staying here with us. I have to say, no matter what our differences of opinion are, whether it's you and I or anyone else on this, I think it's absolutely amazing the conversations we've been able to have today and the fact that people are so committed to the democratic process. I really love that. I wanted to touch on two things within your testimony and ask you. One, you talked about the unintended consequences, and you specifically referenced the idea of real estate values going down if there were multifamily developments that were developed nearby. And I wondered if you had any evidence to offer to support that.
So, the impact on real estate would be the generally whatever we have read and spoken to some experts, real estate folks, is the uncertainty of certain pockets being depressed and certain people having a windfall. It is not clear. It's not really clear that it's going to be a complete disaster across the board, but there are certain pockets which would get destroyed. And there are certain pockets which would actually benefit because they would be the ones which would be chosen for further development. The reality is that it's the land use, this zoning idea really is trying to reduce the price of land. That's basically, if you think through it, it's basically saying, listen, we have land out there which is not being used for enough dwellings, and we're going to reduce the price of land to a low price across the state of Connecticut. Now, in towns where the price of land, there's abundant land, and the price of land is lower, the overall impact would actually be lesser. Whereas in towns where land is scarce, either because larger lots, the tradition is to have larger lots, or that's how the towns have been developed, there the impact could be larger. So think about that if there is a town with 2-acre zoning for a long period of time, and suddenly you go into 1-acre zoning, the reality is you can now build double the number of units. And let's assume for a moment that the price of land was 50% of the price of a house. Well, the price of land is just going to go down, and there's just no doubt about that. And we have seen both domestic and international comparisons that when you do so, or you allow extra stories or extra height of the building, same thing happens. So
Dr. Aurora, I do have another question for you, and forgive me for interrupting.
No, please go ahead.
In that position today, I think I heard you saying pretty clearly that certain pockets would be destroyed if there was multifamily development there. But I didn't hear specifically any evidence based in research that showed that. I think you were saying that there were some folks you've talked to. The other question that I have for you is related to the authorities. You were talking about Hartford bureaucrats making decisions instead of local authorities. I'm not clear who those Hartford bureaucrats would be. I think the bill that you're speaking to, 1024, contemplates that as of right, would mean it would be an administrative decision process at the local level. That would be local officials who would make that. There is one section of the bill that would require OPM to create a working group, but what Hartford bureaucrats would be making the decisions about local zoning?
Well, the current set of rules being formed, because we, just as you said, there'll be by right, are an overarching set of rules. Those overarching set of rules we are involved as call us Hartford representation, right? So the overall rule set of structure, the game is being set now by Hartford. And the restrictions are, as you would say, some of them are negative restrictions, so that the local officials where they had a say, local hearings where they would have some amount of impact or some amount of rolled up in the overall process would be gone. So the most common comment I got was that many times, if there were certain development near to someone's house or someone's community, right, which really did not fit or would lead to some adverse consequences, there was some recourse at this point. They could go to the town hall and say, well, you're going to approve this, but we have this problem with it. Now, the town officials, I've heard many times, will come back and say, well, tough luck, but this is a fair development, we're going to approve it. But they still had some recourse. At this point, because just as you mentioned, by right, the rules have been set by a Hartford process. It's not a local process. So now we are done.
Right.
Four units in a certain area.
Rep. Aurora, again, just because I know we're about to run out of time, those would be the lawmakers who are trying to change the zoning statute. Locally, we have an amazing town plan and zoning committee with some really dedicated, intelligent, qualified people. But the people who work in the office are the land use professionals.
5 minutes are up.
And our zoning officials. So thank you very much for your time today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Representative McCarthy.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy. To be clear, Representative Aurora, we are the Hartford politicians, not the Hartford bureaucrats.
A point well taken, but once a law is passed, there's a lot of rule books which have to be written further. The regulations, laws, and then regulations.
This probably is one that doesn't get handed over to an agency, and it does create a set of guidelines for the municipalities to follow, and it slightly changes them. But I thought I wanted to be clear that we're not bureaucrats. I don't think we're that good. No, I'm only kidding. Camillo, who's up next?
Thank you very much. And thank you all in the committee for such hard work and so diligently listening to everyone.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Camillo?
Up next is Mr. Kevin Alvarez.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to all of the members who are here today. Representative McCarthy-Vahey, my sincerest condolences to Senator Cassano, members Wong and Zullo, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Alvarez, and I am the Director of Legislative Affairs for the City of New Haven. I also there's been a lot of talk about Eastern Connecticut, and I've been really gratified to see other fellow residents and representatives from Eastern Connecticut really stepping up in support of this bill. But I'm here to testify, obviously, in strong support of Senate Bill 1024. Over the course of 6 months, I represented the City of New Haven, the Conference of Municipalities working group focused on the desegregation agenda. This working group consisted of small towns, both rural and suburban, as well as our state's largest cities, who came together and reviewed each piece of this in favor of moving it forward to the full CCM Board of Directors. With 2 abstentions, the full board unanimously in support. And I would love, based off of some of the questions from earlier, to get some questions about that process. Now I've heard a lot of talk about us coming together to address the challenges with our state's severe lack of housing options and the deep segregation that is perpetuated by exclusionary zoning. CCM has done just that. We made compromises and worked together, and this is the bill that we agreed upon. Passing this legislation is a moral imperative. Multifamily housing is a pathway to economic stability, particularly for communities of color. Surely elected officials from both sides of the aisle can agree that using government to severely impact the free market and limit personal property rights, as currently exists through intentionally segregationist zoning codes throughout our state, must be prevented. Surely it is a significant interest of our state government to prevent a town from prohibiting Black and brown residents from living there, whether written explicitly in law or as a de facto result of policies. An evaluation of the zoning codes in New Haven County and that of Silicon Valley found that the greater New Haven area has significantly more restrictive zoning codes than one of the most notoriously restrictive places in the country. Zoning codes are central to the damage being done to our state's economy and why we are losing residents, and it is central to the enormous racial disparities our state has. Continuing to delegate complete authority of land use to towns that are using it in a way that hurts people is not a responsible way forward. Every unit of quality afforded is a life made better. A single mom who can take the train to work and send her kids to a good school, a young person who can afford to stay in the state they grew up in, a small business who is in walking distance to their storefront, and just a resident who has struggled with poverty and is just trying to live a decent life. We can make our state better if we shed the prejudices and fears that have driven our zoning practices and instead intervene to create more opportunity. I believe sincerely that members of this committee care deeply about doing right by the residents of our state, and I strongly urge that you support this bill to do just that. I am happy and eager to take any questions you have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm not seeing anybody's hand raised at the moment. Oh, Representative Smith. You're muted.
You're on mute.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Kevin, for being here on behalf of the great city, New Haven. It's nice to see someone from Eastern Connecticut speaking up on behalf of one of our great cities here in Connecticut. I'm going to take you up on your offer. We did hear an awful lot about the process that took place at CCM. It sounds as though you were part of that group that worked on that. So I would love to hear your take on the representation of the group and the role that it played and how it was communicated with respect to the rest of the member towns, as that process went forward. So if you could take a few minutes to describe that from the inside for all of us, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for that opportunity. So it was over the course of 6 months. Just some of the statements that were made before as if it wasn't an inclusive process are genuinely outrageous and kind of almost comical to listen to, having spent 6 months in that working group, the largest working group that I know of from CCM, the most heavily participated working group, there are 9 policy committees of CCM. I participated in 8 of them. Somebody else from New Haven participated in the 9th, and the desegregate subcommittee was a separate working group, and more people participated in that than any other. So it was heavily attended and heavily participated in. Joe DeLong gave monthly updates to all of the membership on the proceedings of that working group. There was very diverse perspectives in that working group, and we fought and we argued and we had a robust discussion about the value of multifamily housing and the desperate need for this bill. And so to characterize it as there weren't disagreeing opinions in the room, there was nothing but disagreeing opinions in the room. But we worked over 6 months through those things and talked through the reason that this bill was so important. And to have legislators that did not participate and aren't asking the folks that they both represent in the legislature and represent them as municipal leaders, why aren't you asking the first selectman of Fairfield why they didn't participate? Or the first selectman of Greenwich? The planning and zoning chair of Greenwich did participate and participated for all of that time. And so this idea that we weren't inclusive, that members didn't know, that they might have missed an email, if over the course of 6 months you weren't engaged enough to see that, I don't know what to tell you. And also I can say confidently saying the COGs weren't engaged. When you have multiple members of different COGs all here in support, I can testify for SCROG that Desegregate Connecticut was there. NECOG has testified. WestCOG has talked about their engagement with Desegregate Connecticut. MetroCOG was working with us. So we had this incredibly robust discussion, and all of these towns, from small towns, rural towns, suburbs, all working together. And then when we produce a product, we just say, oh, well, CCM didn't follow process to do it. It's outrageous, genuinely, to make that suggestion. And so that's why I'm so disappointed, because I come from a small rural community in Eastern Connecticut, and I know that it is desperately needed to desegregate our state, to stop these zoning codes where you hear time and again, people aren't fighting about local control. They're fighting about multifamily housing because they don't want it. And you have people like the person that just preceded me claiming that it will drive down property values, which is a scare tactic and a lie about multifamily housing. And yet we're still debating whether or not this is really an issue of racial justice. When all of us have probably listened to a planning and zoning committee hearing or a board of selectmen meeting or what have you, where people have made overtly more dog whistle references to race. There are a number of the community pages that have popped up to fight against this, fight ardently against affordable housing and multifamily housing, who have racist comments on their page right now that you can look at. And to suggest that this has not been about race is really frustrating. And I know that there are a lot of communities in Eastern Connecticut where their zoning codes aren't about race now, and who might have antiquated zoning codes but haven't had the capacity to update them. And this has helped. I know for a fact, Desegregate Connecticut went to Colchester's Planning and Zoning Commission, and they were received really warmly, because even though Colchester has 8.9% affordable housing, people wanted to do better, because it is bad for kids to grow up and not see any other kids that don't look like them. The idea that so much of our state, including Greenwich, is so overwhelmingly white, statistically not comparable to the rest of the state, when Black residents make up 12.2% of the state and make up less than 5% of your community, there is a reason for that. And it is contemporary policies that are causing that. And so just, I think it's been incredibly frustrating. I've been with you since 10 a.m. and Representative Smith, who I'm a huge fan of and really, really appreciate you. I appreciate the time that you've given me to say that, because it has been so frustrating listening to elected officials spread misinformation about this bill while pretending like it has nothing to do with trying to fight against multifamily and affordable housing, and saying that they love affordable housing, but not anything that will actually make it be constructive. So again, thank you so much, Representative.
Well, thank you for that. And I would say that if your passion is an indication of the robust nature of the dialogue and the disagreements that went on during that work group, that I think you can all be very proud of the product that emerged. So thank you, Kevin, for taking the time and staying with us today, and for giving us a little bit of insight into the workings of that group from the inside. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. I appreciate your passion and also your persistence. I wanted to ask you if, and I don't know that you can speak on behalf of the mayor per se, but I guess you are here as someone from the city, but were there things in the course of the negotiation and the development of what came forward that you or that the city of New Haven would have preferred being in a proposal?
Yes, absolutely. And I really appreciate that question, because we made actually a lot of compromises. From New Haven in particular wanted things to be pushed even further. Particularly, one of the ones that comes to mind really quickly is that there's the provision that it only applies to one transit station in a municipality. And a lot of the communities, particularly from Fairfield County, objected to that it originally did not have that language in there in the drafts that we were looking at. And so it was a compromise and I voted in favor of it, because under the very honest condition of, if we support this, will you support the broader piece item here? And so we made that compromise. We made compromises around, I think, parking limits. We made compromises, again, over 6 months. We made a huge number of compromises with this bill, and it was rewritten. And Sarah Bronin, who's done an amazing job, actively participated herself in adopting some of those changes.
And Mr. Alvarez, would you say that the communities who are perhaps on what I would call the opposite side of the issue from you also made compromises in their positions? Not that
yes,
you can,
I think,
you know, I realize, excuse me, that I'm asking you to speak for another, but is it your belief that those communities did so?
It is my belief for many of them. One thing that I would note is there were 2 communities that participated, to my knowledge, that participated in the entire 6 months process, who had voted in favor every step of the way of each of these provisions. And on the last meeting of the desegregate group, which was its 10th meeting, which was I think last Wednesday, 2 of them then declared, oh, actually, we're not supporting any of it. And so this idea that it was some process that was why when they went through all of these months of negotiating, to then say that they didn't support it after voting in favor of it week after week after week. So there were some that did not make compromises ultimately, but there were many that did. And particularly some of the communities from Eastern Connecticut, Mansfield and Bolton come to mind, where one of the challenges with Bolton is that lack of infrastructure. There are real challenges in rural communities in Eastern Connecticut in the infrastructure question. And I said, New Haven is completely committed. What infrastructure do you need? What can we work on together? Because Eastern Connecticut needs more support with transportation, with sewer infrastructure, with all of that. And we are eager to work with them on that. And same with Mansfield. There are a lot of these policies that were changed with Mansfield, but they ultimately made compromises, voted in support, and followed through to the end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. This committee is familiar with some of those challenges in Bolton, as you may know. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I think there's no one's hand that's raised right now. Kevin, thank you so much and nice seeing you.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you.
Hello, who's up next?
I don't want to butcher your name. Is it Jamie Stevenson?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Oh, right.
And I just have to get my document back here. That's all right. Bear with me one moment, please. Good evening, esteemed chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My sincere condolences to Senator Cassano and his family. I've been Darienne's first selectman for 10 years, and currently I serve as first vice chair of CCM. You might have some questions about that later. I've been so pleased to be with you here today, every moment since 10 a.m., to share a great success story about my town. For the record, I'm here today to oppose in part and support in part the concepts raised in Senate Bill 1024. Recognizing, however, that the concepts therein also appear in various legislative proposals, also before the Finance, Transportation, and Housing Committees. My testimony today applies in general to these concepts. The town of Darien really does have a great story to tell. With the tools already available to us, we have constructed or approved for construction 866 multifamily housing units, and with our 12% inclusionary zoning regulation, 32% of those units are affordable as defined by the Connecticut general statutes. Nearly all of these housing units are within walking distance to transit and commercial areas, and we have supported new housing choices for families, seniors, and uniquely for people with developmental disabilities. Darienne's inclusionary zoning regulation requires that developments of more than 4 units must allocate 12% of those units as deed restricted affordable, far surpassing what is proposed in Section 6C of Senate Bill 1024. Darien supports cities and towns having the option of using inclusionary zoning regulations. Last week, our planning and zoning commissioners participated in 7 hours of training. Darien supports professional development for land use commissioners. Darien supports the replacement of the word character with physical site characteristics and structural context. In our zoning regulations, although I wish to state for the record, never has an application been denied in Darien because it didn't fit the character of our town. We have a process in place through our Architectural Review Board to guide projects to better, more consistent design. Darien supports a not to exceed minimum parking standard as articulated in lines 316 through 318, but strongly opposes eliminating this minimum standard for areas within a half mile of transit stations and a quarter mile of main street corridors. Eliminating minimum parking standards will create unsafe on-street parking conditions for pedestrians and bicyclists, and is in conflict not only with the good work of Connecticut DOT that they've been doing to enhance pedestrian and bicyclist safety, but also with Section 4B2 of this very bill requiring zoning regulations must lessen congestion in the streets. Darien strongly opposes, as of right, multifamily housing development within half mile of transit stations and a quarter mile of Main Street corridors. This development, as stated earlier in my testimony, is happening organically in our town without state mandate and importantly, with the support of our community. Thank you. I have more to share, but you have my testimony in your inbox. I am happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much for sharing, First Selectwoman, and I appreciate your time and patience today. I see Senator Wong has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, First Selectwoman Stevenson. You talked a little bit about what you were going to finish. Could you take the time and finish what you wanted to say?
Sure. I feel strongly that we can't take the voices of neighbors to these 4 or more unit housing developments away from them. As we've seen for over 12 hours today, the public input process is vitally important to democracy. And I would hope that we would value that in the context of zoning applications in the same way that you're valuing that highly today. And the last thing that I want to say is that Darien does support and is currently considering some additional changes to allow accessory dwelling units in our town, as many towns have done. And we're also looking to increase the percentage of our inclusionary zoning regulations. So we've taken, yes.
And you know, you cite that as examples of a town that took the initiative on its own because of a compelling need to update your housing needs. You're also the first vice president of CCM. I'm hearing from Joe DeLong to many of the proponents and Mr. Alvarez say the unanimous support of CCM of the desegregate Senate Bill 1024. Could you offer some additional insights of how we question the process where there may be some concerns about that representation?
Sure. The very first thing I want to do is compliment CCM staff. They really have incredible people working at CCM. Donna Hamsey, hats off to her, because heading up the working group was like herding cats most times that we've met. I will admit I was not at every meeting. I couldn't be at every meeting. I was absolutely not at the meeting where they took a vote. I guess a decision had been made that we would vote on various aspects of the desegregate proposal. And I did not vote in favor of the transit-oriented development piece of this bill. So that is why I oppose it. But I also, as I said before, I respect democracy. And if the majority of that working group supported the concepts moved forward and became what is Senate Bill 1024, and then the testimony of the CCM working group. I think the testimony has been modified to reflect that there were things in it that we all liked, and there were things in it that we didn't like. The most notable pieces of this legislation are the elimination of minimum parking standards and the as-of-right development near transit hubs and Main Street corridors. Those were the two elements of the bill that I opposed. But again, I respect the democratic process and the will of the majority of the committee rules.
But it certainly has represented a unanimous decision. But could you also share your experience as the former president of WestCog, Western Connecticut Organizations of Government, and their position on these proposed bills? It seems to be inconsistent with the representation that it is a unanimous approval process as presented by CCM.
Well, I think that we can all agree, and I did have a good conversation with Joe DeLong, that on bills that become this sensitive, and I think that he is a very astute executive director. He can see when bills are becoming very controversial, that there should be a process for wider outreach to the larger membership of CCM. West Cog, most of the towns in West Cog do not support Senate Bill 1024. I hope that you're all still engaged when you get to hear from West Cog's Executive Director, Francis Pickering. He is very eloquent and very knowledgeable on this topic. And I've certainly learned a lot from him in the process.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate the good work that you've done for Selectwoman Stevenson. Moving forward, what would be some suggestions you could offer this committee in regards to the common goal that we all share? But obviously there's so much emotion. There's so much kind of juxtaposition of different kind of emotions. What do you suggest moving forward? What we could do to create positive forward moving solutions?
Sure, thank you. And in my written testimony, I noted this for you, that we've all been tasked to develop an affordable housing plan by the summer of 2022 under 8-30J. I would respectfully ask that you not move this bill forward this year. Give us the chance to do that work that we've already begun. I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised with what you see from municipalities, especially mine. So give us the opportunity to fulfill the mandate that you've already given us, and let's have a conversation at that time if things are not moving in the direction that the state needs to move.
I appreciate that, and I think that's an important message moving forward. This hearing is long enough because it was necessary for all viewpoints to be heard that may not have been heard prior to this engagement of a public process. So perhaps we can all just kind of recollect, take a step back, and work with CCM and look at the recommendations you just made. So I really appreciate
your 5 minutes are up.
leadership on this matter.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. I asked an earlier witness if, was it 830J? If a town produced a report like the Plan of Conservation and Development, which sometimes is ignored in real life, it just sits on a shelf somewhere. If the town came up with its 830J proposal and then just never implemented it, what would be the enforcement provision?
I'm not sure. I don't believe that the legislature has built in an enforcement component into 830J. There's
Okay.
certain, so, you know, that's a matter for the legislature to take up, but we don't undertake plans that we put on the shelf here. We refer to our town plan of conservation and development all the time here in the town of Darien. So it would be our intention in the town of Darien to use the 830J plan as that roadmap forward. Excuse me one moment. Thank you.
No problem.
My custodian is leaving for the evening, so.
But no enforcement. So on the committee that CCM had, what was your role? Did you represent your town? What was your participation?
Sure. I proactively opted in to join this housing working group because I knew that they would be adjudicating the Desegregate Connecticut agenda. And I'm very mindful of that. No surprise that along with the town of Greenwich, the town of Darien has sort of been the target for a lot of negative conversation around affordable housing. I hope that this evening I have dispelled that notion to you that we are not doing our fair share. I think we are exceeding our fair share currently, and And that trend will only continue. I could tell you so much about all the great things that are going on here with housing development. So my goal was to, in my capacity as first selectman of the town of Darien, join that committee to work with my peers and collaborate on what hopefully could be a good outcome of a housing agenda. I would like to restate, as someone did earlier, the desegregate agenda was the only agenda that we were adjudicating. There were no other ideas that were proactively brought to the table to address the building of affordable housing statewide. So that's probably a very worthwhile conversation for this group going forward. And I think Francis Pickering has some excellent ideas for you.
It seems to be an impressive group. Why didn't any of you bring any other ideas to the table?
We had Mrs. Bronin at the table most every meeting. We had the mayor of Hartford at the table most meetings. So it was a very directed conversation toward the ideas that were in the desegregate agenda. I want to thank Kevin Alvarez for acknowledging that we were able to make some modifications to that agenda. Yes, the town of Darien was the town that opposed having the TOD development around all train stations, because in fact, my town is impacted by 6 of them. So basically the entire town of Darien would have as of right multifamily housing, which I found to be a hardship for my residents. That was just the context of that working group and why it was constituted.
So when the proposal went to the executive board, it was passed, what was it, 24-0 with 2 abstentions or something like that?
To the board of directors of CCM?
Yes. Yes.
That I didn't see the record of the votes. I think that Donna kept the record of the votes, or Joe DeLong did. That is true. I was looking back in my notes. I believe the CCM board met on March 4th. The final bill language dropped on March 9th, I believe. The working group convened for a last meeting on the 10th of March. And then the final CCM testimony was drafted on March 11th. So we had a conversation at the board level. I don't believe that anybody had any final documentation or language in front of them, but that's something that I can double check for you.
I'm unclear. Are you saying there was not a vote?
There was a vote, but I'm not sure that folks knew exactly the details of what they were voting on. They were voting to uphold the work of the housing working group.
We were told that that was sent out prior to the meeting. That's not accurate?
Yeah, I have to check the accuracy of that.
Your 5 minutes are up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a madam, but I'll take it. Last time I was Mr. Speaker, and this time I'm Madam. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Gosh, I forgot I wasn't muted. I was sitting here laughing. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I know it's late, but I think a bunch of us are still wide awake. I'm one of them. Madam First Selectwoman Stevenson, thank you so much for spending the whole day here, but also for participating in the process throughout, as you did. And I think that if nothing, the conversation today has made very clear to us that we have quite an array of issues ahead of us. We have issues related to land use that impact the physical land in terms of the environment. We have issues related to affordable housing, and we have issues and questions about process today. And one of the things I wanted to touch base with you about, and you said you're here today on 1024, I wondered if you were at all familiar with 6107, which has been passed in prior years, versions, very similar versions, 2 years ago in the House with a broad bipartisan majority, and then last year out of committee with just one vote against. And that has a section in it specifically with respect to the 830J creation of the affordable housing plans. Is that a bill that you're familiar with at all?
I'm not intimately familiar with it. I'm familiar with the plan that was part of that. The town of Darien has planned and has expended monies to fulfill our obligation to draft that plan.
Great, and that's actually, you know, that was a separate bill previously that requires that towns do have that. And I'm very, very glad to hear that you all are moving forward. I just wanted to point out that that bill 6107, which is also on today's agenda, in section 3, line 249 beginning, would require a working group to be convened to recommend guidelines and incentives for requirements with the 830J plans. And I think that's one of the things I hear you saying pretty clearly is that you're committed not just to a plan, which is the first step, but to taking action and actually developing housing alternatives for the residents of your community. And I think I just wanted to point that out, and you had mentioned that before, so I thank you for your testimony and your time here today, and I turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Fiorello has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for Selectwoman Stevenson. So great to see you. You spoke about democracy and maybe the majority voted, so then that's the way it's going to be. But actually, I mean, as the head of a town in the United States, you know that our country is not actually a democracy, but a constitutional republic. And it's actually designed to protect the rights of the minority. And I think maybe that's what's really, troubling in this is that it is a forced legislation on everyone. And there might be some towns among us that either can't or it just doesn't fit, and they won't have a way to not be a part of this legislation. And perhaps just a clause that says towns can either vote to adopt these great ideas or not would do it. Did CCM ever discuss the idea of putting in a clause where towns can choose?
To my recollection, no, that was not discussed. I think that's a great idea, though. Darien's gotten to where we are because of the tools that are available to us and the sharing of great ideas among other towns on how they've been able to achieve their housing goals. So making everyone aware of what's available to them and how to get it done if they desire to do so, I think is a wonderful idea.
Great. And you've led the town for 10 years, and we have other first selectmen here like Senator Needleman. Can you speak a little bit about what makes Connecticut so unique and how much affection we have for the towns? I've said this before, and I've looked into it and tried to understand how we never organically developed county level government. I mean, our love for each unique tiny little corner of Connecticut is so strong. What do you say about that, having led one town for 10 years?
Oh, I think our greatest strength as the state of Connecticut, unlike much of the conversation that I do hear about policy up in Hartford, is our 169 towns. The choice that people have when they want to move here with their families or for a job or to bring their business, they can settle in whatever kind of a city or town they desire to. And I think that is a uniqueness that's worth preserving.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Representative. And Madam First Selectwoman, I applaud all the progress that you've made in Darien. I mean, it's an uphill battle in a lot of our communities because inertia is hard to overcome at times. What Representative Fiorello asked about the unique nature of 169 towns. Obviously, we know it's a double-edged sword in some cases. At times, regionalizing some services wouldn't be bad. Voluntarily is my mantra usually. But this history goes back 400 years. It's not, since the founding of the Republic, the New England states still bear the mark of the original founders and settlers in the state who, in order to have a colony, you had to have a church. The church was the center of all activity. It was the Puritan church usually. And we still live with that legacy, for better or worse. And I think some aspects of it are just wonderful. Having grown up in Brooklyn, some are a little questionable. But we're all fighting the battle of trying to right some wrongs here. I think that's a pretty general statement. Do you agree with that, First Selectwoman?
There's certainly things in our past that as we look back in hindsight, we wish we would have recognized sooner. I think we've made tremendous progress, and I think that we have a long way to go. So, I don't judge us negatively. I take all the good that we've done and know that if we continue our efforts in working together, we can continue to solve the big issues and problems of our day. So yes, but I still like the idea of the 169 towns. I'm not a big fan of regionalization, but I have been sold on the idea in my work through WestCog, because we do work collaboratively to find voluntary ways to share services, but only if they actually save money or they create an efficiency for the towns that participate. So I think there's room for all of these ideas in the work that we do together moving forward.
I absolutely agree with you. I like the cogs because I like to know that when a road leaves Essex, it connects to a road in Deep River, which helps as opposed to possibly the way it would have been without collaboration. But we have a serious problem, beyond just the racial component. There's a tremendous economic component with disparity in the state. You're on the board of CCM. I never availed myself of that privilege. I congratulate you for having done that. But you ever look at their data reporter that comes out every month?
Yes, occasionally.
You know where Darien ranks in the rating of grand list, net grand list per capita, net equalized grand list per capita? Because I'm a data guy, I'm a mathematician by trade, and I look at that every month.
I believe that we're in the top 3.
Number 3. Do you know what the value of the property is per capita?
Per capita, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I know our grand list is about $8 billion.
Grand list per capita, at least according to the last month's rating, was $578,000. I always look at the top and the bottom because Essex is like number 25 and we're at 100.
5 minutes are up.
$10,000. But Bridgeport, you have any idea what Bridgeport's is?
I'm not certain, Senator.
$13,000. So Greenwich is number 1 at $670,000, and Bridgeport is number 165 at $13,000. When people talk about the problem that we have in the state, that's a big problem, because I'm not sure from top to bottom we should have a 60 times multiple of value from one town to another. And I don't have an answer to how to fix that, but that's a real problem for all of us that live in more affluent towns. And I applaud your efforts to try to fix that problem. We all have our different ways of getting there. But it's a problem. And I think a common recognition of the problem is kind of really important here. How we get to a solution is the devil in the details. But we all need to know that we have a problem and that it shouldn't be that we go from $10,000 in the cities per capita grand list with huge needs for services and a huge attempt to a huge volume of regional services that they provide. And I will tell you this as not an advocate of any of the proposals to regionalize around the cities, but they do supply services to all of us. And yet we live in communities that are 10 times the per capita value of the real estate to 70 times the value. And that's something we all need to work on. And I know that there was an attempt by the working group to try to come up with a solution here. I don't know if it was the best one or not because I wasn't part of it, but I know we're all trying and we should all remember that we're trying because there is an issue.
You will get no argument from me, Senator Needleman, but I would respectfully state to you that the solution doesn't lie simply in reforms to the zoning laws of the state of Connecticut. But perhaps some of those comments might be better addressed to the Education Committee of the state of Connecticut, because I see education as so foundational to the opportunity and success of all of the young people here in our state. And in my mind, maybe I view it very simplistic, but if every student could have a high quality public education in our urban centers, there would be no better economic development policy than that.
Well, I couldn't agree more about the education component, but I do know that when you concentrate a lot of poverty in one small area, that becomes way more difficult. And theoretically, it's correct, but it's really difficult on a practical level. Just ask the teachers that have to deal with it and look at the cost per capita that is spent on education in the cities. Go look at Danbury, it's the lowest because it's a relatively poor community. Many of our towns benefit from more spending. Not that money is the only answer, but there's a reason that housing is a component as well as transportation and as well as jobs. But I know parents who would travel in a old car 40 miles a day to where they work, knowing how much of a stressor that would be on their lives in order to get their kids a better education. I would like education to be equal all over the state, but those of us who live this know that it's not. So again, complicated problems that require all the best minds we can. And the only thing I would leave it with is I love local solutions. I live local solutions. However, I would say the state of Connecticut has a role in some of those solutions. And when a substantial number of towns don't want to enforce or move in a direction of making progress towards some of the goals that the state has set out, I think that it leads people to believe that there's no choice but to mandate things. And I hate state mandates probably as much, maybe more than you do, but they don't come out of nowhere. They come out of a desire to meet goals that the state has laid out voluntarily that don't necessarily get met. So I see Representative Fiorello still has her hand up, or was that a legacy hand up?
Actually, it's legacy, but since you mentioned Greenwich, I just want to add that, Greenwich's grant list benefits greatly from its extreme proximity to New York City, the financial capital of the universe. So, I think, the whole state of Connecticut would benefit hugely from the thriving of our cities. But thank you.
appreciate that sentiment, and we all understand that we live between Boston and New York, and the, in quotes, Gold Coast benefits the most from being proximate to New York as a wonderful place for people to live who work in New York. I'm not so sure about it going forward, but certainly it had been. Most other parts of the state don't benefit from that at all. And our cities are small cities, not large cities. And that has been a primary cause of their struggling. They are small urban areas, not large urban areas at all. So I see Senator Champagne raised his hand.
Yeah, I'm just going to disagree with you on your last statement where you say the rest of the state doesn't benefit from the money coming out of Fairfield County. Don't they pay over 60% of the state income tax? I'd say we benefit greatly.
I never said that the state doesn't benefit from the income tax paid by the people in Fairfield County. What I said is that most of the state doesn't directly benefit from being proximate to New York City.
Okay.
I don't see anybody else's hand up. Thank you, First Selectwoman. Long day. Appreciate your patience. I think that it's a test of commitment to stay here for this many hours.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I really appreciate the engagement of this committee over all these hours too. It's been impressive to watch.
Thank you. Camillo?
Up next is Christopher Jansen.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, yep. Is that me? Ready to start?
That's you. You're up.
All right, on the clock. Ready, set, go. Hi, my name's Chris Jansen. I am also from Darien, Connecticut. It was a pleasure. It's a pleasure to speak before you all tonight. It was a pleasure to hear you speak, First Selectwoman Stevenson. I am glad to hear through your testimony that the town has moved its position on a number of issues over the course of the last couple months of dialogue. For example, from what I heard coming from town officials in regards to things like character architectural standards, to a degree about accessible dwelling units and about parking requirements in terms of something that the town thinks it can get behind for 1024. I think we can all agree that it is extraneous to require 3 parking spots for every studio apartment. And I think that's a good change that I'm happy to hear that you got behind. And I also would like, as a resident of the same town, to say I disagree with your position on both, primarily on transit-oriented development. So I am from a neighborhood, Norotan Heights, which is originally developed and built around a train station. I did the Google Maps. My house is 0.61 miles from a train station. And I've seen how originally in the past, when we first had our planning and zoning, we had transit-oriented development in our zoning code. We actually allowed for 100 families per acre with no setbacks, no side yards, 75% lot coverage. And I recognize, as you do, that we've been moving back in that direction as a town naturally. I believe that it would be a good thing for the entire state to adopt some common standards to, if we can, in one respect, be leaders in this area. I think that's great. And I think that, as you may have heard Sarah Broden in her presentation to Darien Talks Housing earlier in February, mentioned that this transit-oriented development will have a greater impact in the eastern part of the state, where you have 2-acre lots around, around train stations over there past New Haven. I also would like to voice that I think that it's great that we have, as a town, through the work of your administration and through the work of prior administrations, improved the affordability system sort of situation in our town. I don't think that that's any reason not to work vigorously with partners to do as much as we can with our fair share to reflect on the statistics that Senator Needleman brought up about the differences in the capital per resident between our town and others around the state. And also reflecting on the fact that even at this point in time, in 2021, we have a lower percentage of Black residents than we did in 1820 in our town. So if you can just chew on that, we have made progress in diversifying our town, but we had 2% or more of Black residents in 1820, and we've got a lot of work still to go, as you said. So I would like to voice my support for SB 1024. I would also like to voice my support for SB 6611, which comes up with some interesting solutions to make sure towns do their fair share. That's the essence of my testimony.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Chris. I don't see anybody with their hand up right now. So I want to thank you for your patience and stick-to-itiveness and sticking with this hearing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Camillo?
Up next is our, it's our last elected official, and it'll just go straight down. So it'd be easier to follow. Jim Mark.
Well, good evening. There are 4 minutes left, and I can still say good evening before I say good morning. I'm First Selectman Jim Marpy from Westport, Connecticut. Chairman Needleman and Chairman McCarthy-Vaney, Ranking Senator Wong, and Ranking House Member Zullo, and the rest of the members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm honored to be with you today, and I have been with you today. This is what RTM meetings prepare you for, is something of this length. So I think some of you have been, certainly Senator Needleman, having been a First Selectman, I think you understand what I'm talking about. I want to start out by saying that Mayor Elicker from New Haven and I are in complete agreement that increasing the supply of affordable housing in Connecticut is absolutely the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do from a moral standpoint. It's the right thing to do from an economic standpoint. And we have to go get about that as a state. Having said that, Westport does oppose SB 1024 in its current form, largely because it's built on some assumptions that we think are incorrect. The assumption that municipalities will not encourage the building of affordable housing on their own, that state intervention is needed, and that local resident involvement and equity are not possible. Our experience, and you heard a lot about that much earlier today from the chairman of our Planning and Zoning Commission, Daniel Dobin, our experience with adopting local regulations to promote affordable housing, the resulting creation of that housing is evidence that these assumptions are misplaced. Our local requirement for a minimum 20% affordable set aside for all multifamily housing development is a specific example of one of the several successful tools that Westport has used for many years. During the last several years, Westport, through its Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Selectmen, and other land use bodies, has approved a dozen mixed income multifamily projects, each with a minimum 20% deed restricted affordability, including projects adjacent to our train station and Main Street. These range from boutique projects to townhouse communities to large-scale apartment complexes. Westport's Affordable Housing Subcommittee has approved measures to eliminate the cap on multifamily development in Westport and permit ADUs and accessory apartments as of right. One of the initiatives, and Ms. Dobin referred to it, but I want to elaborate on it, is that she and I are working collaboratively in a bipartisan effort to work with the Westport Housing Authority, the Connecticut Department of Transportation, and the Connecticut Department of Housing to spearhead the creation of a new and almost entirely affordable community designed specifically for families in central Westport. And I think families is the very important thing here. Too often, these ideas result in either one bedrooms or studio apartments, and that's not really the way to grow. As Ms. Stevenson, First Selectman Stevenson, was talking about, making sure that families have access to the kind of education opportunities that Westport's students have. These efforts, I hope, will inform your evaluation of the various proposals around statewide reforming like SB 1024, which ignore the need for affordable housing and focus instead on as-of-right market rate family housing. These proposed bills not only ignore the economic reality of home pricing in high net worth towns, we're number 4, Senator Neela, but their adoption will impact efforts in affluent communities to create actual affordable units via private sector development. I strongly encourage all of you to focus on the impact, not the intent, of these proposed regulations that SB 1024 will have and they'll have an immediate, I believe, adverse impact on the creation of affordable housing. Most communities have begun to work on affordability plans required by 830J. These plans create a mechanism for cities and towns to map out future plans to create a diversity of housing in their community. And remember that the one size does not fit all. It's not the way to proceed. Local communities like Westport have worked hard to develop regulations that not only permit, but encourage the creation of deed-restricted affordable housing as part of mixed-income multifamily developments. As currently drafted, SB 1024 incentivizes applicants to bypass Westport's exclusionary zoning requirements, the result of which we believe will limit the creation of new affordable housing. Legislators should empower local communities to utilize a full range of strategies in their 830J affordability plans based on the knowledge of what will be the most effective in their local communities. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman, and I did know you were number 4. So I see Senator Wong has his hand raised.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Marpy, thank you very much for staying the night. And good morning. Tell me about how the transit-oriented development proposal in 1024 would impact the Westport community with your Greens Farms train station as well as the Saugatuck.
Well, if I've learned one thing today, I guess we would pick one railroad station or the other. Greens Farms station is, I believe it was noted earlier by Ms. Nobit, that the is surrounded in large part by marsh wetlands, so it might not be quite the candidate for the transit-oriented development. We have produced some transit-oriented development already around the Saugatuck train station, which is the major train station in Westport. The real challenge we face is, and again, this was brought up earlier, both of those train stations are a long way from what is really our downtown area and where the bulk of our jobs are located. So the thing about the transit-oriented development concept is some assumption that affordable people who would be living in affordable housing would be taking the train to New York City. I think that's a flawed assumption, and we think that the coastal link, which serves essentially Post Road, is probably the better transportation concept to think about. The other thing that's challenging about the transit-oriented development in the area around our major train station, again, some has taken place there already, but the reality is there's a lot of already affordable housing existing in that neighborhood, and we're concerned that in an effort to develop that, we would lose affordable housing, and as I understand the legislation is written, not necessarily gain back affordable housing. It might be a developer could develop a significant number of units and would not achieve the same 20% affordability that we already demand of a development.
And you as a town have experienced tremendous pressure because of the 830G legislation, but also the mandate that your community has had and your leadership in that regard. So congratulations on meeting the moratorium of 830G. But that being said, you haven't stopped. Can you talk to us a little bit more about some of the innovations that you with your town leaders have done on your own, not from a state mandate?
Well, I think that's what I was referring to by the collaboration not only within the town and with potentially developers, but with the Housing Authority, the State Department of Housing, and the Department of Transportation, trying to make use of land that's affordable. We heard earlier in the day about the high cost of land in communities like Westport. So right out of the gate, just the basic development of such a property by a private developer requires them to create market rate units that are relatively expensive, I'm sure, by anybody's standard. So I think that's one of the more innovative things we're trying to do, is work with the state to find ways to make that happen, possibly on land that they can find ways to make it usable for us.
Your 5 minutes are up.
I just have one more question. I knew the timing was getting close. Talk to me about your role in working with CCM, the mutual respect that we both have in regards to CCM, and your Council of Government, WestCog. You don't have a unanimous support of 1024. Obviously, there are components that you support, but nevertheless, I think it's still a very much work in progress.
Well, yeah, my reaction to the discussion throughout the day around what happened in CCM and how did that play out, I think what's important now is that it's now in the hands of the legislature to sort through the inputs, whether from CCM, WestCog. You'll hear from Francis Pickering, our director, later. I hope he's still here to testify. And where you'll hear maybe a different perspective from that group. But I believe that, and actually, in spite of the fact that you and I have been sitting here for now 14 hours, I think, is a testimony to the fact that, you know, this is where the sausage gets made, but also this is where I think the voice of all kinds of people are being heard. And I found this very informative throughout the day to hear all perspectives on this. And I look forward to what this committee will report out, but then how the legislature will deal with this going forward.
Thank you, Jim. And I appreciate the chair's indulgence as we went past the 5 minutes. But Jim, I think you absolutely deserve that extra time for sticking it out, and for so many others behind you that are anxiously waiting to get engaged. So thank you very much, Jim. And thank you for your great work on behalf of the people in Westport.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to just thank you, Jim, for all the hard work you've done. And I'm going to turn this over to Chairwoman McCarthy Vahey, who's going to take this meeting for a few hours. And I know she has a few things to say. So thank you all for indulging my sad humor at this late hour.
Thank you so much, Senator Needleman, Mr. Chair. I am very, very appreciative for your support. Everyone's been wonderful today. First Selectman Marby, it's really wonderful to have you here, and just so phenomenal that you've stayed for 14 hours with us. I have to say, I think you may have heard me say that to First Selectwoman Stevenson, that it's tremendous. All the members of the public who I know are with us to testify, but also at home. And I just wanted to follow up on something that you said about this legislation really struck me. You talked about the impact versus the intent. And I think the same has been argued in terms of some of the current or past zoning practices, and you know what they have resulted in, and what the impact of those have been, intended or otherwise. And I think we have to be careful about intent at this point. I also just wanted to talk a little bit about what you said in terms of where we go from here, because I couldn't agree more. You know, whatever process CCM did or didn't have, whatever process Desegregate did or didn't have, or Home Connecticut, or the Partnership for Strong Communities, or Open Communities Alliance, the fact is that proposals have been brought to us as a legislature that are now in bills before us. And this is you're exactly right. So I just wanted to touch base with you, or check in with you as you're speaking now, to say, you know, we know that we're going to hear as many voices as we can today. We also know that we are not going to be able to get 500 or 100 or even 50 people around the table, unfortunately, too, because of COVID. So what words of wisdom do you have for us as we move forward and try and come to real solutions that really will help make an impact in a positive way?
Well, thank you for that both comment and question. I think it would be helpful for this committee. I don't know that you meet again to discuss this. I have to beg ignorance of the process from here on out within the committee and how that will move forward within the General Assembly itself. I think we've heard today from a number of planning and zoning commission directors or chairman, and I think hearing from them will be helpful. I believe certainly the first select persons, mayors like myself, have probably had their share of opportunity to give feedback through either their COG or through the CCM process. But I'm personally available to meet anytime. But I also believe that hearing from planning and zoning directors from all kinds of communities, not just the ones that I particularly know about, I think their experience would be very helpful to all of you and your staff as you work through how you might polish and work with this legislation in front of you.
First Selectman Markey, I really appreciate those comments and couldn't agree more. You know, some of the groups who come before us on a regular basis include, for example, the planners. We're going to hear from another one of those folks in a few minutes. The zoning enforcement officials. Those are some of the people who we interact with, who represent the group of planners in the state and the zoning enforcement officials around the state. And I appreciate that comment. I know that we will remain in conversation with CCM and costs as we go through this process, but again, can't thank you enough for being here with us today. And with that, I will go to Rep. Fiorello.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So nice to meet you, First Selectman Markey, and thank you for hanging in there with us. I was picking up on something Rep. Vahey also said, but you said that there would be, you didn't use the word repercussions, but and to not look at the intent, but the outcomes. And I do sense, particularly from Ms. Dobin's testimony, that like Westport is just rocking it. You guys are innovative, you're motivated, and it just sounds wonderful. And so, yes, I guess maybe if this passes, it can kind of get in the way of the great things you guys are doing. But did you mean mostly that, or did you also mean that there would be outcomes, negative outcomes for the state, in that we won't reach the goals of what we're trying to do here?
Oh, I think the path that at least some of the things that we're trying in Westport will go much farther to help the state meet these goals. I think when you start to impose things, or the intent might be, again, the intent might be right, but the actual practical delivery may not result in what you think it will result. So I would encourage you to look at not just what we're doing here in Westport, and there's other things we can do. And I'm not the zoning expert here, so I better be careful or I get too far out of my skis. But I think we're trying to be innovative and respectful. And I'll go back to my beginning statement. We do have a moral obligation to create more affordable housing within the state of Connecticut. But I'm not sure trying to figure that out as one singular process throughout the state is the right way to approach it, just given the nature of Connecticut governance. Perhaps as someone earlier today was talking about, it works in California because California is a different environment. But I do believe that towns want to do the right thing, and whatever bad things happen in the past, we should be ashamed, embarrassed about it, and do everything we can to fix it. And but as importantly, try to do the right thing that doesn't result in unintended consequences. Where, at least in our case, we think we'd wind up with less per development process, less affordable housing than what our existing requirements have, let alone some other ideas that we have.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you did hang on till midnight to be able to speak on behalf of your town. So is it fair to say that you feel passionately or very strongly? I feel like you and Jamie and other leaders have such wonderful, calm demeanor, but I just wanted to gauge, like, do you feel quite passionate that this one size fits all is wrong for the state?
I've always believed that one size fits all is never the answer to anything, let alone state or otherwise. I appreciate your recognizing my calm demeanor. I can't run around with my hair on fire because I have no hair to be on fire. So I think I've learned over the years that maybe a calm approach may work just as well. And then when you speak with force, people take notice. It's not just the standard tone of voice. That's all.
Yes, thank you. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorillo. Well, First Selectman Markey, I wish you good and restful sleep. And thank you for being here with us tonight.
I thank you very much, Senator McCarthy-Vahey, as our next door neighbor. I feel a privilege to be able to testify in front of you and my senator, Tony Wong. I live in the little area of Westport that he also represents. So
it's my honor to represent you. And Jim, thank you very much for being with us all day.
And I will be home shortly, perhaps with a hot or toddy to off to sleep. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Camilo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe next up we have Robbie Hill to be followed by John Guskowski and then Betsy Guerra. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Mr. Hill, welcome and thank you for your persistence.
Chairwoman, Vice Chair members, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for all of your hard work today and for giving me this opportunity to offer my strong support for Senate Bill 1024. Allow me to offer my condolences to Chairman Cassano as well. My name is Robbie Hill. I grew up in New England, in a town with a population just over 16,000. I'm appealing to you today as a born and raised New Englander who now has the privilege to call Connecticut home. I've also been studying the importance of zoning in our lives. There is one depressing fact that has consistently arisen. Connecticut is one of the most segregated states in the nation along both racial and income lines. The origins of segregation are complex and pernicious, but we must acknowledge the reality of segregation so that we can accept our shared responsibility to right the wrongs of the past. SB 1024 has the promise, for many of the reasons already given today, to ensure three things vital to the success of our state: equitable access to resources, availability of good-paying jobs, and a sincere commitment to environmental protection. I'm asking you to make a commitment to put Connecticut, not parochial interests, first, turning away from past inequity and dedicating our efforts to future prosperity for all. As a volunteer for Desegregate CT, I've had the chance to work with many organizational partners. One of them, the Sierra Club, could not testify this evening, so to make sure you hear their testimony on behalf of their 40,000 members, I'd like to read some of it into the record. The Sierra Club is committed to solving the climate crisis we face with just and equitable solutions that will result in a healthy world for everyone. Our current zoning laws and land use laws have contributed to exacerbating environmental degradation and climate change. As global temperatures rise, Connecticut's environmental resources, the health of our citizens, and our economy are put at risk. Sierra Club Connecticut supports SB 1024 because it would reverse the decades of inattention to the nexus between zoning and environmental policy, ensuring that our approach to housing policy aligns with our commitment to environmental protection. The transit-oriented development and Main Street housing proposals parking requirement reforms and amendments to technical standards would accomplish important reforms that promote sustainability. This bill also promotes development of housing that is in itself more environmentally sustainable. Multifamily housing economizes resources and consumes less energy. The parking minimums in this bill are a great step in helping municipalities move away from auto-centric development by capping the most excessive parking mandates. To close with my own words, I believe that some have framed the statewide conversation around zoning as a zero-sum game, claiming that advocates, developers, townspeople, and zoning commissioners can't all stand to benefit from statewide reform. I don't believe that this is true. Instead, I'll ask you to think about what we will all gain from increased housing diversity and availability, flourishing downtowns, diverse communities, and decades of economic renewal. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of this legislation, and I urge its swift passage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill, for your words, as well as for the words of the Sierra Club, who you represented today. Are there questions from members? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Next, we have John Guzkowski, to be followed by Betsy Guerra. Excuse me, Betsy. John, please proceed. Welcome, and thank you for hanging in here with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman and distinguished members of the committee. It's my honor to be here with you. I represent, along with my colleague Emmeline Harrigan, who you heard somewhat earlier this evening, the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association. I, along with Emmeline, am a co-chair of the Government Relations Committee. We are responsible for being the voice of the professional planning community across the state with you, the state legislators, and it's my honor to serve in that capacity. We submitted testimony, which hopefully has gotten through at this point, on 8 separate bills. I will not go through those. I just wanted to reinforce a couple of elements that I believe are important, having followed the discussion throughout the day. We represent planners, and we are often torn between the responsibilities to advance the goals of our individual commissions and the higher goals of professional planners. And many of those are ethical goals, to create great communities for all and to advocate for equity, even if that advocacy puts us in opposition with some of our employers, quite frankly. And so I just want to reinforce the message that the goals expressed, particularly by 6611 and 1024, all represent best practices for great communities. These are tools and techniques to increase the vitality, increase the housing availability, and increase the community equity in all of our communities across the state of Connecticut. One specific item I think is critical is the commissioner training that has been discussed a little bit back and forth, and would just like to offer one element to that discussion, which is that the Connecticut Planning Association, along with CASIO, the zoning enforcement officers, the Connecticut Bar Land Use Division, and CCM have all been collaborating on making sure that should this provision be passed and local commissioners are required training, that we would help provide that training in curriculum and delivery at no charge to communities. And it is something that commissioners who already devote time could carve out a little bit of time in each commission meeting. Some meet once a month, some meet twice a month. It could just take a 15-minute training session here, a half-an-hour training session there throughout the course of the year. And it really wouldn't take any additional effort from commissioners who already give quite a bit. Finally, I just wanted to reinforce the importance of House Bill 6107, which again, as Representative McCarthy-Vahey stated, came very close to passing each of the last couple of years. I don't want this commission to sleep on this, and I say that at this very late hour. It's an incredibly important provision. It provides much needed guidance on the 830J affordable housing plan creation, which currently has almost no standards or no guidance from the state. This bill would create, it would provide for that guidance and that structure for all of our communities to come up with affordable housing plans. And perhaps most importantly, it provides a much needed restructuring of Section 8-2, the zoning enabling statute, which has become muddled and deeply confusing over decades. And I, recognizing the lateness of the hour, I will leave it at that and commend you all for your tremendous endurance and social service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guzkowski. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. You're just talking for the planning group. You're not talking for any individual towns, or are you?
I'm here in my capacity representing the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association. I do serve a number of communities as a staff planner.
Okay. All right. I just checking. And you have no problems with this whatsoever?
Oh, I didn't say that. But these are excellent ideas. That as I think Senator Needleman said a couple of moments ago, that the devil's in the details on a number of things. Our testimony, and I'll direct you to that for the specifics, has some nuanced details about them. And I think particularly where we are talking about requiring transit-oriented planning and increased densities, particularly where communities are responsible for, number one, choosing which transit station if they have multiple, and also choosing which 50% of the radius should be subject to the provisions of increased density and as of right multifamily. That requires some planning. That requires some resources from the state. So I think that's one example that I think we would like to see some increased planning resources from the state to help communities figure out how they're going to respond to this bill should it become law.
All right, and are you speaking for all planners or just the two of you? And have all planners weighed in on this?
Well, similar to the state legislature, we are in a leadership role, and not all issues are subject to a 100% membership vote.
Was there a vote?
No.
Okay.
We work with a legislative committee. We release the agendas to these commission meetings to them, and we solicit their input, and they represent a cross section of planners from across the state. We take their input and we use that to draft testimony on their behalf.
All
right. You represent the entirety of your district.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Champagne, or excuse me, Senator Champagne, forgive me. We'd love to have you in the house, but I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Guzkowski. I appreciate you mentioning training. You may have heard me highlight that earlier today because I felt we were not focusing on it enough specifically. And you talked about providing that training for free, and you mentioned 15 or 30-minute segments. Earlier today, we heard from a first select woman who talked about the model of training that has been very effective for folks, which was to go and participate in an in-person class on a weekend that's a number of hours. This training that you're describing sounds a little bit different. Can you talk a little bit about the mechanics of that briefly?
Well, I think, and again, that was my first select woman, Maureen Nicholson from the town of Pomfret, who mentioned that, and the Bar Association does provide an excellent, basically one-stop, one-day session, which is I think valuable. But recognizing that many commissioners can only devote the amount of time that they have carved out for that biweekly or monthly meeting, in addition to the rest of their busy lives. I think that we could come up with, along again with the Bar Association, with CCM, with the zoning officials, come up with a curriculum that could be carved up into bite-sized chunks and delivered to commissions, and again on a monthly basis, so that in addition to listening to applications, you could set aside perhaps 15 minutes, perhaps a half an hour at the beginning of the meeting, or just before the beginning of the meeting. To learn a little bit about the history of zoning in Connecticut, or some nuances of reading a site plan, or recusal for a conflict, or some of these bite-sized curriculum elements that I think could be useful to commissions.
Thank you. And I just also want to thank you for your call out of 6107 and specifically the creation of the affordable housing plans for communities. When you're talking about creation of affordable housing plans as well as TOD, and you're referencing the need for planning. And I can say how effective that has been here in Fairfield. We have been incredibly fortunate to have some support from the state to do planning around our Metro Center train station and also actually our downtown train station, resulting in a process that allowed for quite a bit of public input. But it was state resources that allowed us to do so, as well as some pretty tremendous local staff professionals who we're very fortunate to have. So I think I appreciate you just noting that for us. Seeing no other hands, I want to thank you for staying here with us tonight and for all the work you do. And I know we're going to be remaining in conversation about a number of these bills. So we'll talk to you soon.
I hope so. Thank you very much, Representative McCarthy-Vahey and committee members.
Next, I have, and Camilo, correct me if I'm wrong, we're very excited to see Betsy Guerra here, and then followed by Julia Carey Ruiz. Mr. Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong.
You are not wrong.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Miss Guerra, thank you so much for waiting.
Good morning. I may nod off through my testimony. I'll try to be a little more riveting than usual, but thank you. Happy to be here. I'm Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I have submitted testimony on a number of bills today, but I do want to focus my remarks on Senate Bill 1024. And we, I think, as you've heard today all day, it's a very complex issue. It's a very sensitive issue. And I think that we can all agree that both COST and other organizations are very sincerely supportive of efforts to help municipalities provide more affordable, more attainable housing in their communities to promote greater economic, racial, and ethnic diversity in our communities. And I that's a very important goal. I think where we differ is how to get there. And our conclusion was that the approach under Senate Bill 1024, it has a lot of concerns for small towns because it is a one-size-fits-all approach. And it doesn't reflect that many towns are really struggling with how to address development in areas that are severely limited because they lack either public water, public sewer. They may have environmentally sensitive lands, watershed lands. They may have invested a lot of state and local funding to preserve farmland and historic preservation. And it's a challenge. And I think you heard today that there are some towns that they could do this, they could meet the requirements of this proposal very easily and it wouldn't be a burden. But then you talk to other towns and they point very specifically as to why this would be problematic. And that's what our concern is that by mandating these as of right approaches, it doesn't take into consideration some of those local issues. And I think Representative Thomas spoke very well about those issues, that there are just certain things that you're not going to be able to know unless you're the local official and you understand how those issues are going to affect housing, zoning, economic development in your particular community. And so I would encourage each of you to take the proposal back, talk to your planners, look at a map and figure out how this would end up impacting your community. The bill has a number of specific concerns. We do have concerns with as of right accessory dwelling units. According to Desegregate Connecticut's data, 101 towns already authorize as of right accessory dwelling units, 55 authorize them by special permit or exception. And I think that's pretty telling that the towns that feel that this is important for them are already doing it. But if there's reasons why a town wants to have different requirements, and I think they should be able to do that. And I think it's very telling that if you look at all the different proposals that were under consideration this session, there were a number of different ADU approaches that were contemplated. Each of them had different occupancy requirements, lot sizes, unit sizes, rental and other restrictions. And I think that the variety of approaches contemplated under the bills underscores why a one-size-fits-all state-driven ADU mandate isn't workable. The bill also talks about transit-oriented development. We had a similar bill in the Transportation Committee. The state has invested millions of dollars and undertaking comprehensive studies to help communities move forward with transit-oriented development. And they've been
Your
very
3 minutes are
successful.
up.
But these recognize that each community has various land use conditions, various hurdles, various water and sewer challenges that have to be addressed as part of a very thoughtful planning process. And you can't just simply mandate it without consideration of those issues. So we do have, again, a number of concerns with the bill. We think that we should focus on what we're looking at in terms of developing affordable housing plans right now under Section 8-30J that requires towns to develop or to perform housing assessments, identify hurdles to zoning and affordable housing in their communities. And I think that those are efforts that our towns are taking very seriously and will provide us with a strong foundation of how to move forward to address affordable housing in our communities. And in addition, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the 5 minute.
It's very hard to hear. So
I'm there.
You are at time. If you want to say one more sentence, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Wong.
No, I think we are committed to working with lawmakers. I've heard a lot of different approaches under the bills contemplated during this public hearing. And I think that we just need to take a very thoughtful approach to addressing these issues that aren't going to create concerns for our smaller towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Senator Wong, to be followed by Representative Winkler.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Betsy. Thank you for sticking that out with us. And today we have learned so much, and cliches matter because they have resonance, right? So I'm hearing that we all agree to increase housing supply, but one of the things that I've heard, and First Selectman Jim Marpy in Westport said it very well for me, kind of summarized. There's intent versus impact. And I think that's where your local officials that you interact with as a member of COS really understand the impact of these kind of policy mandates. And I just want to hear from you from the standpoint, and maybe one area that I'm very passionate about is environmental protection, watershed, sewage, and septic, increased capacity. What would that do to the small towns that you represent?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. So there is a piece of the proposal that hasn't been discussed a lot today that would require the Department of Public Health to develop regulations to increase the capacity of alternative and decentralized sewage disposal systems. And I think that that's important to do. However, we're leaving out part of that. These systems have been historically very unreliable. The technology is changing, but you need to make sure that there are processes in place, that there are regulations in place to ensure that those are operated and maintained in a way that is not going to negatively impact water resources in the environment. And I know from working with the Department of Public Health during the Governor's Council on Climate Change, that they actually had pictures after Storm Sandy of some of these alternative sewage disposal systems that had been upended from the land onto the surface of the beach. And these clearly created problems that could end up degrading the water resources in that area. And so we need to be very protective of those. Again, I think there's a way to get there, but I do know that both the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and DPH both submitted testimony on a bill also before the committee at a different hearing, saying that we needed to make sure that these were operated and maintained appropriately to protect water resources.
Absolutely. I'm going to go back to the words intent. So many of the advocates believe in social justice and opportunity and increasing housing supply. It's very noble, but then the impact of environmental impact needs to be weighed. And I don't think we really given it much thought. And I'm actually kind of surprised, now you mention it, if that the Department of Public Health had submitted testimony to the potential impact. And if not, I'm very eager to get their perspective on that. And then talking about TOD and relative to the septic and sewer capacity and the density in regards to watershed areas. There are a lot of train lines that run along the Eastern Corridor, along the Long Island Sound corridor. Many of these are near water level, flat water level areas, with the potential increase in the next 10, 20, 30 years with climate change. Many of these train stations could be impacted by changing water level. I mean, and we're going to build density housing right around that. Have we not given any thought to that as an impact? I know you, representing so many of the small communities from an applications and impact level, have given it some thought. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think if you look at the DECD's website, where they had undertaken studies to look at transit-oriented development and how to support that, it's very clear that there are some communities that have challenges. They either had very shallow groundwater tables, they had contaminated lands that they needed to remediate before they did any development in that area. But there were all these different considerations that you could not have a one-size-fit-all approach and address. So for example, in the bill before the Transportation Committee, both the town of Towland and the town of Berlin testified that they are moving full ahead with a transit-oriented development project. However, if they were subject to the prescriptions in the bill that is before us today and in the bill before transportation, they wouldn't have been able to do it because of certain considerations. And so I think that that would end up discouraging transit-oriented development in those cases, whereas the state has actually been very successful in promoting TOD. And I think we need to build on those efforts rather than kind of toss them aside and say, well, wait a minute.
Your 5 minutes are up.
Betsy?
Thank you.
Yes, I'm still here. I'm very listening to that little 5 minutes are up, you know.
If the chair can indulge in allowing Ms. Guerra to finish and
Yes, very, very briefly. We still, believe it or not, we still have quite a few people waiting to speak. So please do.
But we have towns that are willing to do that, that are ready to do that. And yet there are others where if you look at where their transit station is, they may have issues with respect to being able to support dense housing development or other kinds of economic development adjacent to that area. In addition, and I don't think that this has come out in the bill, there is a portion of the bill that also requires development within a certain radius of a concentrated area. And they define concentrated area as an area with 1,000 population within a square mile. And it kind of reminded me that under the stormwater general permit, they define urbanized area as 1,000 or population of 1,000. And excuse me, the bill actually calls for 500 population under a half mile. But the urbanized area is 1,000 population in a square mile. And under that definition, you have very rural towns like Wellington that because they have one area of student housing, they're subject to the MS4 permit, but they'd also be subject to the requirements under this bill. And I don't know that we've necessarily looked at the map and figured out where those concentrated areas of development are and how that would impact our rural communities.
Betsy, thank you very much. You've given us a lot of thought, and obviously, this value is that we're learning all these things. The devil's in the details. So, thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence of the extra time. Thank you, Betsy. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. What issue can you think of in your town that would be mishandled if we pass this legislation?
Well, it depends on which section of the bill that you're looking at. So for
Your
example,
pick.
Well, if with respect to the area where you need that requires any town with a population of 7,500 to allow development within a half mile of the main street corridor, And I'm tired and I don't have the language in front of me, but I can see that being very problematic. Now, I live in the town of Durham. We're hovering at around 7,500. Not here to speak on behalf of the first selectman, but I'm familiar with the town. Our Main Street corridor, which is not much of a corridor, is adjacent to the historic district. It's on the corner of Route 17 and Route 68, which are very busy thoroughfares. It's within a quarter mile of our school complex. So we have our high school and our middle school. We used to have the elementary school there. Traffic has always been an issue there. Building more dense development in that area could be very problematic from a traffic standpoint. Under the bill, there's a 65-day fast track as of right approval process. I'm concerned that that 65-day approval process won't allow the town to fully consider how that's going to impact traffic and how it's going to impact the historic district and other areas. I know there's provisions in the bill that do that, but I am concerned that if zoning officials bump up against that 65-day turnaround time, and if they're not in compliance, then the provisions are null and void, that there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to approve things that may end up being problematic down the line. And I do feel very strongly that it's important to allow people, the public, to weigh in on these things because they do have a significant impact on their rights as property owners and their rights as residents of the community. So the as of right provisions, I think you have to be very careful about that. You know, maybe one thing where you're doing as of right accessory apartment, but it's much different when you're talking about some of these other housing developments.
So let's say we're talking, I believe in that section, about quads. Would say 3 or 4 apartment units, you think create a serious safety issue in the situation you're talking about?
All right, first of all, as I read it, it allows a minimum of 4 dwelling units. So it could be more than that, but it's hard to say. So in our town, I know that they were very uncomfortable with a small size grocery store in the area because of the same kind of consideration. So it would depend on the size of the development. But that's
so
where
you don't think we should do something that makes people uncomfortable?
I don't mean uncomfortable from the standpoint that it's, you know, just not comfortable. I meant uncomfortable from the standpoint that it would create traffic considerations. It may create public safety issues. And in that area, for example, we've been very challenged because of our water supply. So it has been a longstanding contamination issue that has just been addressed because they're bringing public water supplies in. They're also bringing fire hydrants in because we lacked actually sufficient water mains to have adequate fire suppression systems in that area. That's a big concern. That may be changing because they are putting that system in, but it's something that a couple of years ago would have been a real barrier to any kind of more dense housing development in that area.
I don't think anything in this statute would prevent you from addressing that. But one question, one size fits all. You know, we have the same, I don't know, speed limits on the highways. We have the same civil courts. We have the same criminal courts. We have the same zoning law across the state of Connecticut. Now we have all of our statutes are one size fits all. And this one would just add to the already one size fits all Connecticut zoning statute that the towns are implementing. So how did one size fits all suddenly become the mantra for this particular opposition to affordable housing?
But I think it's because it mandates a specific type of development in a way that may be problematic in certain communities. And again, I think you've heard from a lot of communities. You heard from Westport. I know Rudy Marconi from Ridgefield was going to talk about it. You heard from Darien. You heard from somebody from Norwalk that why these things could be problematic for their community and that they feel that the local officials are probably in the best position to be able to determine what the implications would be. And in
we heard
addition,
just as many officials support, excuse me, we heard just as many officials support it.
And that's great. I mean, I think that speaks to the fact that, you know, we've been through a very difficult time. I think people were very moved by a lot of the efforts to address racial injustice and call for the need to address racial disparities. And I think that the whole Desegregate Connecticut movement has sparked a tremendous conversation about what we need to do to address some of these issues. Now they're focusing on zoning, others may be focusing on education, but it is an important discussion. And I'm not saying that we're opposed to anything to address it, but I'm concerned that the proposals before us don't get us there yet. But we would like to be part of the ongoing conversation on those issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Senator Needleman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for toughing this one out, Betsy. I know how hard you work for all of the small towns. I'm a member of both COST and CCM and appreciate the efforts of both organizations. We all know that this is a difficult and nuanced issue, and I think the key here is to once again acknowledge the problem and then figure out what the best and most nuanced approach is that the state can take, because there's not a great history in aggregate of the municipalities trying to solve this. And the facts that I tossed around before are just simply facts. That's data. And they speak to an inherent problem that we all want to try to solve in our different ways. Because of my background, I prefer to let local towns solve these. But there's been a long time when these affordable housing statutes were promulgated, plans, and I'm not sure if lack of punitive, recourse for the state would solve the problem. I don't know what would solve the problems. And I don't honestly know that we solve the concentration of poverty in the city, which for me is the fundamental problem. Although, as I said, we have a tremendous concentration of poverty in Eastern Connecticut, in largely rural areas. So, but we have a problem, and I just want to keep emphasizing to all of my colleagues, there are solutions out there. We have good minds working on this, both in the legislature and outside of the legislature. I'm convinced that after my experience with Betsy and COST, that there are very good minds there, just like there are at CCM. I don't know that anyone thinks that the bills before us are going to be the final versions of the bill. They may need work and tweaking like all bills at this stage. And having as many legislators and other groups in the conversation still is going to be important. And I think that that we should all be willing to not only talk, but to listen. And listening is as important, if not more important, than talking. So
your 5 minutes are up.
Thank you so much, Betsy, or 12, 14 hours in. So.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. Representative Fiorello, followed by Champagne.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to give Ms. Gara a chance to respond to the question about one size not fitting all. I mean, if you look at speed limits, I mean, there's not one speed limit for every road. And when you look at complex problems, any kind of complex problem, the most recent one, trying to get a vaccine together, complex problems require many, many brains thinking about it and coming up with lots of different ways to solve it such that we do get to efficient solutions that are cost effective. I mean, the whole experiment of us as a society is coming up with complex solutions with many brains, thinking of different ways and then comparing those. That is the experiment of the United States. But so, Betsy, I wanted to give you a chance to I mean, do you have an example of a one size fits all solution to a complex problem? And right now, are you finding that the small towns are addressing these issues? Because it's not a static situation where the towns are doing nothing and the state has to come in. Is that correct?
Well, currently, the towns are required to perform or to develop an affordable housing plan, and many are moving forward with doing housing assessments and identifying barriers to affordable housing in their communities. And that's a great thing. I think it's going to give us some very good information to begin to have a robust discussion about how to move forward. There are also some great programs that we have in the state, and I think we also need to take a step back and look at how we can build on those programs. For example, the incentive housing zone program, where towns have identified areas within their community that can support more dense housing development. And a lot of towns have spent a lot of money, a lot of time to do that. And I feel like some of the, the proposals that are under consideration would derail some of those efforts. There's also been a substantial amount of investment in transit-oriented development. We need to look at those programs, determine whether they're successful, and build on the ones that have proven to be successful in moving the dial on not only affordable housing, but also in addressing poverty and racial disparities. So, I think, again, it's going to take a more thoughtful approach. And I am concerned that, one size fits all, it's sort of a euphemism that we rely on to kind of explain why we need a more tailored approach to addressing some of these issues, because we do have very unique communities with very unique land use conditions and characteristics that need to be accounted for in any kind of legislation that's adopted.
Super. Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Senator Champagne.
Thank you, Betsy. I'm just going to ask about one part in the bill. That's the parking. For one bedroom apartment, they're only required to have one parking spot. I know there's a lot of one bedroom apartments that have a husband and wife, and a lot of times they have two cars. Do you see a problem with, or does cost have an issue with the parking part of this?
Yes, we did have a number of towns raise concerns with the parking issues. And again, it gets to the point where towns are very different. You go down to the shoreline, there's some very densely populated areas on fairly small lots that if you added an accessory apartment without concern about a minimum parking requirement, you're going to have a parking nightmare there because parking's already a problem. I know in areas by transit stations where people rely on the trains to commute to New York City or wherever, parking's at a premium. And so unless you are ensuring that there's additional parking available there, that's a problem. And that's in certain areas, not all areas. In some places, it's not an issue. So again, gets to that whole one size fits all issue as to why some of this is problematic.
I agree. I'm looking at my 13 towns, and I have quite the difference. The town I live in, Vernon, basically we have a lot of mill housing, which is a lot of it's low income housing, but they didn't come with parking spots. So we have to designate certain streets during the winter that you can park there, even though the plows, and we designate what side of the street to park on. And then you go out on the other side of my district, and they have driveways that are 600 feet long, so they don't have an issue with parking. So the one size fits all, I agree with you, does not work. We have to come up with this. I agree we can come up with a solution, but I think there needs to be more people involved, and it has to be a larger group. Thank you. Thank you for staying awake.
Barely. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. I think we will continue to have many people involved. I think there have been hundreds of people involved in this conversation around zoning, both with costs, CCM, Home Connecticut, Open Communities, Desegregate, and many, many groups around the state. So I look forward to that ongoing conversation. Betsy, I would like to just take a moment to talk with you. I have really appreciated working with you over the past 3 years, and I am grateful for that relationship that we've built, and I hope that we can continue. I know we will continue to work together. One of the things that we haven't talked a lot about today is the fact that in order for our state to grow, we have to grow population. So we can talk about the housing crisis that already exists. And in my own zip code, 06825, recent data that I saw showed that 7.7% of the people in the 06825 zip code are currently in forbearance for their mortgage in the 06825 zip code in Fairfield, Connecticut, which means that the crisis that's heading our way, both with the pressures on the rental market here and the fact that we've got people who have had a significant event besides what happened last summer with George Floyd. We've also been living through the trauma of COVID. And one of the struggles that I think we all experience in communities is the issue of density, right? That there are plenty of people who, if you're a homeowner and purchased a single family home or a duplex or a small multifamily home, that they're maybe averse to that conversation. And so how do we address this? I know you're saying one size fits all doesn't work, but if you look at, one of the things I love about the zoning atlas that the desegregate folks did is GIS. There's a bill that we have here in this committee about GIS, and I'd love to talk with you more about that one too. But when you look at what we have and haven't done in our state, it's clear that this is a really difficult issue for us to meaningfully tackle. So how do we get over that hump that, a lot of folks are really hesitant to talk about density, specifically in the areas where it really belongs?
Well, I think that's the question, though, is where it belongs and how do we decide where it belongs? I mean, we have as a state invested considerable millions of dollars in open space preservation, watershed land protection, farmland preservation. We actually have a 20% goal, open space goal for communities. So how do we balance those competing demands? I grew up in Meriden, and I always wanted to live in the country, and I moved to Durham. That's as far as I could get my husband from Meriden. He grew up there too. And there's a lot of benefits to just maintaining rural areas. I mean, it's part of our rural charm here in this state. So I think you need to consider that. And how do we identify where the most appropriate place for more dense housing is? I mean, the developers would probably agree. They don't want to go out to Representative Dubitsky's district and build out there because there's no jobs and there's not a lot of services for those people, a lot of infrastructure. I don't know. I'm sure there's people that will be willing to talk to you about chapter and verse about that. And I'd certainly be willing to be part of the conversation, but I don't have the answer.
Yeah, and I hear that these issues are really challenging for all of us. And I say it here because I think we're all experiencing that today. But if not in the places where we have, commercial corridors and transit, then where? And that's one of the real struggles. And I think that I'm not meaning that in a, sarcastic kind of way. I think that is really the struggle that we face as communities is, how to get there.
Well, I think it would be helpful because part of the transit-oriented development that the state has undertaken has used Department of Housing funds to ensure that there is some affordable housing adjacent to as part of that transit-oriented development. And I do think we need to go back because the data on the websites has not been updated since 2017 to see how those programs are working. I think we've been doing a lot of the TOD, and I guess we need to kind of check back and see to what extent they are incorporating affordable housing in those areas.
Last question for you. I may be out of time, but what about the fair share bill, the 6611? I'd love to. Maybe we can talk.
It's a very interesting concept. It was like the last bill I was reading when I was drafting testimony all weekend long, and I thought, whoa, where did this come from? I hadn't even heard of these concepts before. And so again, I get nervous
Your 5 minutes are up.
I've already been doing these affordable housing plans. I've been kind of berating the towns, and we've been holding webinars on the Affordable Housing Toolkit. So I don't want to lose those efforts, and I'm not sure how that bill actually fits into that. It sounded very interesting, also sounded very bureaucratic. So that was my takeaway from that.
Well, I look forward to talking with you more offline when the sun is up and we can put our heads together on a bunch of these things. But I'm really, really appreciative of you staying here with us. Your voice is so important in this conversation and in so many of the conversations that we have around issues around towns and water and so many things. So Betsy, thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Glad to be here.
And next we have Julia Carey Ruiz, followed by Luke Reynolds, and then Francis Pickering. Milo, I expect you will correct me if I'm wrong, but otherwise we will proceed. Miss Carey Ruiz.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Vice Chair members, ranking members, and other members of the committee for your time and consideration. My name is Julia Carey Ruiz. I live in West Hartford, and I support SB 1024. I'm a volunteer with Desegregate Connecticut, but offer this testimony in my own capacity. I also submitted written testimony. Growing up in Waterford, just over 2 miles from New London, and attending swim meets and volunteering for after-school tutoring there, I became aware of racial and economic segregation and the inequalities that stem from it at a pretty young age. I live in West Hartford now, and I see the same injustices when I compare the quality of housing, schools, and other public amenities in Hartford to West Hartford. The relationship between the cities and the suburbs is the same all over Connecticut. I don't want my kids to grow up in the same segregated state that I did, where the lack of diversified housing stock in most towns acts as a barrier to success for people of color and lower income people. This bill would mitigate the racial and economic segregation that continues to poison our society. Besides addressing racial and economic segregation, this bill would make Connecticut a more welcome place for young people, which the state desperately needs. More commercial corridors with multifamily housing across the state would create more vibrant centers appealing to young people and more affordable places for them to live. Finally, as a professional transit planner, I care deeply about improving transit in our state. Without denser pockets of development across the state, we cannot increase transit service levels. If there aren't enough people using the service, we can't afford to increase service levels on rail and bus lines. If there isn't concentrated development, there can't be more efficient, faster running bus routes with reliable service. As a transit planner and a taxpayer happy to support the development of public transit, I want to make sure that we are fully utilizing its potential, and it begins with adding housing near transit. Please pass SB 1024. The status quo is clearly not working. This bill still gives towns a lot of control over zoning and simply supports responsible land use. It will do a lot to make Connecticut a more equitable, economically stable, and vibrant place to live.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carey Ruiz. Are there questions among committee members? I have one. I am very interested in your work as a transit planner. And certainly it's very relevant to the conversation here. And I'm sure, well, I would imagine is one of the reasons that you have engaged in your volunteer efforts with Desegregate. Can you tell us a little bit about your work and professional experience and what led you to get involved in this effort?
Sure. So I've worked in the public sector. I currently work for a consulting firm. I work on transit projects all over the country. Sadly, not too many in Connecticut because, we don't invest as much in transit here as some other places. But yeah, I mean, personally, I chose to live where I do because there's a bus stop across the street from my house. We only have one car in our family. My husband takes the bus to work. I think it's just important for so many reasons. And I think, development and transit are just so closely tied together. I felt like I had to get involved in this effort. So.
Well, thank you. I know we were talking about passion earlier for folks' passion. Persistence is another word that I have used today because you've stayed with us for many hours. And I appreciate you taking the time to share your testimony with us and to be heard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on our agenda, we have Luke Reynolds, followed by Francis Pickering, and then Rafi Podolsky. Mr. Reynolds, welcome. Thank you for staying with us. Please proceed.
Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairwoman Goupel, Ranking Member Huang, Ranking Member Zullo, and distinguished members of the Connecticut General Assembly Joint Planning and Development Committee, thank you for letting me testify in full support of SB 1024. 8 months ago, as a law student at UConn, I started volunteering with Desegregate Connecticut as the deputy coordinator, hoping to make a difference in my community. Connecticut pulled me back from living in Seattle, where I developed affordable housing and managed homeless shelters. When I came back to my hometown to attend law school, I had to take out student loans and live with my parents for well over a year until I could find roommates and an affordable place to live. In Connecticut, many people my age do not have the opportunity to move back to the communities they grew up in. The lack of affordable, diverse, and abundant housing options have stagnated our ability to attract young talent and grow the towns that are being dated by our inability to change. The Desegregate Coalition and movement has been one of my proudest experiences as a resident of this state. Since July, I have worked alongside local leaders, planners, lawyers, students, and many others to develop the series of proposals in SB 1024. With what started with a group of about 24 dedicated volunteers, we looked at how restrictive zoning laws lock in inequity in our communities. We listened to dozens and dozens of communities, and we developed the first of its kind zoning atlas and observed that the majority of districts in our state predominantly or exclusively zone for single family housing, and that much of it prevents higher density housing. We saw from our mapping how greater racial diversity and income equality existed in communities that allowed for multifamily housing. We analyzed studies finding Fairfield County the most economically segregated place in the country. We learned that a child born in Westport has a life expectancy 19 years longer than that of a child born just down the road in Bridgeport. SB 1024 strikes a critical balance between much needed progress and respect for local control and knowledge. While enabling multifamily housing in certain areas, the legislation empowers localities to determine exactly where this higher density occurs, as well as to implement design guidelines to ensure that new construction is compatible with existing architectural character. Not able to testify tonight is the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, representing over 28,000 carpenters, pile drivers, shop and millmen, and floor coverers. And I want you to point you to their testimony, which is written and up on the website. They say, quote, "We support SB 1024 because it will spur economic development and promote good paying jobs in Connecticut. Connecticut's housing production, one of the key drivers of economic growth in the state, currently lags behind historic levels. Prior to the Great Recession, Connecticut issued an average of 8,300 building permits per year. Today, Connecticut only issues an average of 5,000 building permits annually. Production is particularly limited for sorts of small-scale development that this bill would enable. In 2017, 2 to 4 family developments comprised just 3% of total building permits, compared to 55% of building permits for single family and 42% for large family projects. The near absence of this type of housing in the permit data, combined with Connecticut's well-documented housing shortage, indicates that there is a huge missed opportunity to develop middle housing between single-family homes and large family development. Our members are ready and eager to work on constructing residencies that satisfy the intense demand for housing in Connecticut. We are counting on the state legislature to take action to make that ambition a reality," end quote. And I'll conclude by just saying, we must meet this urgent moment with action. SB 1024 makes Connecticut better, and I hope you vote in favor of it. I'm happy to answer any questions that the members of this committee might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. Are there questions from members of the committee? Well, perhaps to their chagrin, I do have a couple for you. And also maybe to their chagrin, I'm quite a night owl. So this is my prime time. I'm excited to have a conversation with you for a moment about health inequities and health disparities. We have not talked about that much today. And you cited some data Specifically, I will note that there's been a lot of data and research that's been shared by the desegregate folks. So wherever people are in terms of their, positions and opinions, I've really appreciated that piece of it. But can you talk a little bit about that stat that you said? That's really significant. A little bit more of a gap between life expectancy than I'd heard between actually Fairfield County and Hartford area. But can you speak to that? And I know you're a law student, but if you can say just briefly, because I have another question or two for you.
Absolutely. So that was a statistic put together by Data Haven last year in their health equity report. It's up on our website, and we also hosted an event on it. If anybody is interested in viewing the recording of that event, that is also up on our website. And in addition to just that statistics, there's other striking statistics about health inequality related to pollution, asthma, and the types of zoning in our communities. So while I can't put I can't recite the whole report, I really do encourage members of this committee to, look at it.
Thank you. I appreciate you citing your sources and citing the data for that. That's really helpful. One of the other things I wanted to ask you about, you talked about different people being involved, and we've had a lot of conversation about process today and engaging stakeholders in conversation. How many people were you working with and involved in this process and conversation with desegregate, and what were some of the backgrounds of the people you were working with?
Right, and thank you for asking that question, because like I said, this has been one of my proudest moments as a resident in Connecticut, and we have worked with lawyers, we have worked with students, planners, GIS professionals, architects, and dozens of community architects in developing these proposals. And then we have hosted events with scholars across the country to look at some of the reports that we have continued to cite today and that we have cited in the past, to have open conversations about them. And it's additionally important that, which has been gone through in depth, that we work with a broad ranging coalition from organizations like Connecticut Conference of Municipalities to AIA to the Carpenters Association or the Carpenters Union that I just cited in this testimony. So really a well range of individuals. And then most importantly, we met with people in Connecticut. We hosted a zoning boot camp where we went over just the basics of zoning. We met with small towns and we met with legislators. We emailed all the legislators in the state of Connecticut to have individual meetings with those legislators. And that's what really guided the 64 coalitions that make up this movement and this coalition.
Thank you for that. I know with those kinds of numbers and that kind of conversation, getting to consensus is a really hard thing. And we know that here in the legislature too. That's what we try and work towards that, or as close as we can get, I guess, at least the majority. But I really appreciate the time you took today. I appreciate the effort that you have made as part of that group. And again, I haven't referenced this many times today, but GIS and having the data available to us via GIS is something that I hope our state will continue to look at. And again, that's a topic this committee will be discussing further. But Mr. Reynolds, thank you so much for your time this evening. Next on our list, we have Francis Pickering, followed by Rafi Podolsky, followed by Sam Gold. Mr. Pickering, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for hanging in here with us, and welcome. Please proceed.
My pleasure. Thank you to you, Madam Chair, and remaining members of the committee this evening. I'm pleased to be here. West Cog opposes Senate Bill 1024 and House Bill 6613. And you've heard a lot of great reasons to support these bills and to oppose them. We do not disagree with the intent of the bills. There are challenges that need to be addressed in the state on housing affordability, in integration for society, racially, ethnically, and economically. But there's some serious problems with these bills that make them unacceptable for us. Number one, you've heard from Danielle Dobin, was that these bills essentially would undermine existing inclusionary zoning regulations that have proved extremely effective. They have a demonstrated track record at creating affordable housing in high-cost areas. The proposals in 1024 have not been tried in Connecticut. So we're looking at proposals that actually work, that are already in place and have resulted in Western Connecticut creating 48% of the new affordable housing units in Connecticut in the last 20 years, 39% of the multifamily housing in Connecticut in the last 10 years, while only having 16% of the population. What we have is working and it's accelerating, and we are very leery of state regulations that would overturn success and really set us back and replace affordable units with market rate units, which means in Western Connecticut, luxury housing. Now that I've talked about that, which you've probably heard ad nauseum today, there are several other issues. 1024 would create a new cause of action for aggrieved persons, the Superior Court, that would bypass more accessible, lower cost conflict resolution processes established under state law, including the Zoning Board of Appeals and mediation. It's not clear to us why you have to escalate the state court. That's very unfriendly to users who cannot afford lawyers. 1024 would enable termination of non-conforming uses. A zoning commission can end any non-residential land use, even ones that are still in use. People can move in next door, build houses, and shut down a family farm simply because they don't like the odors by going through the Planning and Zoning Commission. That has never been Connecticut state law. It's terrible for business, terrible for jobs, terrible for the state's economy and its marketing. It would replace level of service calculations, engineering best practice with untested measures such as vehicle miles traveled and vehicle trips generated that do not actually work for analyzing impacts to traffic intersections. It would essentially micromanage what traffic engineers do. We believe this is best left up to the engineers and not dictated by state statutes. It would require water pollution control authorities to reserve capacity for hypothetical multifamily developments. The problem with this is not all facilities have such capacity, and when they do, what if a factory comes along, a job creator comes along? We use our wastewater for many other purposes besides multifamily housing, and intervening in the operations of wastewater facilities could really create burdens for ratepayers and limit options for economic growth unnecessarily. As Betsy Guerra mentioned, it would make some changes to community septic systems. There are a lot of issues with maintenance and management of these systems. Have DPH and DEEP been consulted? We are not aware of that. It would cap parking requirements, including in these central areas around train stations and commercial quarters, at 0 spaces per unit. Now, we know TODs result in less traffic generation, but most TOD residents probably will still have one car for a household because they can't take the train to the grocery store. Where will they put their cars? These are the densest areas of the towns. And last but not least, actually two things. One is it would invalidate local zoning ordinances if they do not comply with the TOD and affordable accessory dwelling units regulations. Essentially, anything that touches that would become invalid come June 1st, 2022. This kind of nuclear option could have many unintended consequences. And then lastly, while we do support accessory dwelling units, the regulations, I'll wrap up in 3 sentences. The regulations that are here exempt them from the standards that apply to single family homes, such as drinking water potability and adequacy, environmental regulations such as wetlands, flood zones, slopes, sections of the building code with respect to electrical safety, and so on and so forth. And we feel this is unjustified.
Thank you, Mr. Pickering. Senator Champagne, followed by Rep. Beach.
Well, thank you for coming or sticking it out with us. I think you provided more information in that 3 minutes on what's wrong with this bill than anybody in the entire length or time so far. Did you have anything else to add? You were running out of time.
Oh, well, sorry to treat you to my motor mouth. I'm kind of revved up being late at night or early in the morning. Our comments are available online. We did submit comments on the other bills, the accessory dwelling bill, 1027 ADU standalone bill, the education bill 1026, we're not opposed to. There's some great concepts in there. 6107, we're not opposed to. We do have some tweaks. And then with 6611, which is the fair share housing bill, we have testimony on. I didn't share that, but I can go into that if you're interested.
I'm interested.
Okay, so 6611 creates a concept of a fair share for each municipality in Connecticut. And we don't think the concept of a fair share is wrong because we know, for instance, jobs are not distributed equally across the state. Some people live closer to jobs than others do. And we think it would be great if every worker could sleep in the same town they work in. Unfortunately, 6611 does not look at opportunity. It looks largely at the wealth of people in the town. What is their income? What's the poverty rate? What's the value of their home? It's largely focused on net equalized ground list per capita, 70% of which is accounted for by the residential ground list in Connecticut. So 3 of the 4 factors they use correlate very highly. And it says, if there are affluent people in this community, we should put less affluent people there under the assumption that will lead to economic progress for the less affluent people. We don't believe that is necessarily the case. For instance, consider the town of Roxbury, a lot of weekend estates for New Yorkers, no jobs, no transit, almost nothing there. There's not much opportunity there if you are somebody who's upperly mobile. The other issue with 6611 is 2 issues really. One, it creates an extremely complex court oversight procedure that essentially would put every single municipality in Connecticut, except a few large cities, under permanent or ongoing court oversight. It looks like the primary beneficiaries of this would be lawyers. I urge you to read the second half of the bill. It's a lot of legalese, very concerning. But the bigger issue we see is, while we appreciate the concept of fair share, the execution is problematic, because it says we're going to build a lot of market rate and affordable housing, but we will exclude the communities, the 7 communities with the highest poverty rate in the state. The communities that have the most rundown housing, the most lead paint, the most lead pipes, the most mold, the most leaks, all those problems, we will not give you any money for new home construction. We think that's very inequitable, and there's no money for renovation. It also says we will exclude funding of any census tract that has a poverty rate higher than the average in the state of Connecticut. So in one of my communities, Danbury's worked very hard to bring development back downtown, affordable and market rate housing. It's also a designated enterprise zone by the federal government. We want to reinvest in our downtowns. 6611 would say, no, we're not going to plan for housing in those areas, and we will forbid using state funding for new housing construction in those areas, even though that's where the city wants to redevelop. That's where the TOD is, the transit is, that's where the enterprise zone is. So it really conflicts with a lot of federal, state, and local policies.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I keep doing that. Representative Veach.
Am I unmuted? Okay. Madam Chair, Mr. Pickering, thank you for sticking it out with us. I think I either need another cup of coffee or some rest, or maybe both. I just wanted to, on 1024, you specifically mentioned, and I agree with you, I have some real issues with this dense, a building development, if you will, in terms of it affecting the character, the environmental issues, and measuring the traffic, etc. An example was given of the Durham area, which I've been up and down that road many a time, and without any kind of additional development going on, it's a nightmare to get through there on a regular day. Can you elaborate on some of these issues that I just mentioned? I agree with you that they're a concern.
Absolutely, and thank you for the questions. And I know Route 77 and 79 quite well. I drive through Durham and stop at the dairy syrup all the time. What I would say is, when a large development comes in, it will generate traffic and it will generate parking demand, and that's not necessarily a reason to say no to it. And we do believe there is a place for density. Density works well in our cities. It works well where there's transit, and it works well where people can walk places. It does not work well out in the hinterlands. We've looked at New Jersey, for instance, and they did a lot of housing construction in really remote locations. They just tucked it away to satisfy fair share requirements. And what happened was they created a traffic nightmare. And any of you who have driven through New Jersey know what I'm talking about. They had to overbuild their roads as a consequence, have taken on massive debt to pay for the road overbuilding, and now we're just trying to keep up with the debt service. It's a real challenge. We are not anti-density at West Cog. We believe it belongs in the right location. Stamford, Norwalk, and Danbury have done tremendous work in building a lot of housing, tens of thousands of units in their downtown cores. And our smaller communities have at their train stations. Not every train station, but in locations that the community supports, that are environmentally compatible, and that really dovetail with the local regulations, the architectural character, the economy of the town. When we look at the state of Connecticut, we see young people have left, They've not left because their housing's too expensive. They've not left for a lot of the reasons you've heard here today. They've largely moved to locations that are more expensive, New York, Boston, Seattle, what have you. What they're looking for is an urban lifestyle with urban amenities. Putting high density housing out in a location without the amenities does not create that lifestyle. It just strands people and makes them more dependent on cars and actually increases their housing costs. So that's not to say Durham shouldn't have housing. It shouldn't have perhaps accessory dwelling units or some 2-family homes, but larger apartment complexes, townhouse complexes really aren't a good fit for a community that doesn't have the infrastructure for it.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I appreciate your time. Thanks for sticking it out with us this evening. Thank you.
My
Thank you,
pleasure.
Madam Chair, to you.
Thank you, Representative Beach. Representative Gucker, good morning.
Good morning. You probably thought I've been sleeping because my light's been off, but no, I've been here through the whole day. In fact, my internet has crashed twice already. I've had to restart, and Camilla's had to let me in twice yet again. So good morning, Sir Francis. We've met many times at the West Cog meetings, usually down in Ridgefield with Rudy and the rest of the gang. I did feel that I needed to say something. I do agree with you with what you had to say about Danbury. One of the concerns that I have had with this bill has been the multifamily housing, which, as you know, Danbury has been under attack of that for a long time, and not for the benefits that we would think, which has been for affordable housing, but more as a way of developers exploiting the land, overdeveloping the land, and then using it as an excuse to do so. I'm not sure if that is your findings. Have you been finding that out with West Cog as well when you talk to leaders here in Danbury?
Yes. Are you talking about abuse of 830G? Because we have heard a lot of reports about that, where essentially a developer comes in, threatens a town with a project that probably isn't feasible, but is so scary, the town says, okay, we will allow something less scary. And the developer either flips the property or develops it, but doesn't develop it really as an 830G project. They don't develop affordable units. They're just using 830G as a way to extort concessions out of the municipality. And that is really troubling because it doesn't address the real affordable housing issues. And it also is not in keeping with the law, the intent of the law, that is.
And I agree with you 100% on that. I actually live around the corner from one of those few projects that happened here in Danbury. Luckily, Danbury is above the 10%. I believe we're at 12% right now of our affordable threshold. But we have seen and I'd like to see 830G actually get strengthened and get more teeth in the game. Because truly, if we are looking at making more affordable housing, I personally would rather see the 10% be more like 30% if we were really to fix this problem. But also, it has been my experience, at least here in Danbury, where developers come in, threaten to do 830G projects. They then nullify the zoning regulations to do so. And then once they're done with their project, they basically give, let's say they make, the one around the corner, they put 70 units in. 7 of them were deemed affordable, and they were really just closets underneath the staircase that really nobody would want to live in, but it did fit and meet the criteria. So, part of my fear with some of this, especially with the multifamily, we're not against multifamily, obviously, here in Danbury. In fact, Danbury keeps changing everything in the multifamily. You can go to exit 1, exit 2. You can go to the Ridgefield line, you can go to the Bethel line and see how much we have. But I think it is this exploitation by many developers, and that's where I get nervous, that use this as an excuse to overdevelopment, environmentally sensitive lands, but then not really fulfilling, the call that they say we should be doing. So I thank you for your testimony, and thank you for staying up. It is getting very late.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Representative Gucker. It's great to have you and have had you here. Representative Fiorello, followed by Representative Winkler.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Francis, so great to see you. I love how you can really see the details and also see the bigger picture. Can you help us understand the premise of this bill? Is Connecticut the most segregationist state?
Well, thank you for the question. I can't exactly tell you what the premise of the bill is because I didn't author it. I've only read it and I followed the developments, the process behind it. Initially, when it was released, there was a flurry of press activity alleging that Connecticut was the most segregated state in the country. And we had a number of calls from our region, people expressing real concern about this because it's not the type of #1 status you want to have. And it really drew a lot of attention to some long-standing social issues that we need to address. Absolutely. Segregation is a real issue, and we do need to address it. When we looked at the data, we've done some analysis. You can find it at westcog.org/housing, some nice maps. And we looked at segregation, white, non-white segregation throughout the country. And we determined using the diversity index applied at a census tract level, which is the most conventional way to do things, that Connecticut is the 16th most segregated state in the country by that measure. So we're middle of the pack. I'm not going to sugarcoat things and say that's acceptable, but we are not an outlier. So that's just for context. We've also looked at metro areas where we stand in segregation, white, non-white segregation. And Connecticut, Hartford, New Haven, and Fairfield County are in the 60s. They're not #1, they're not number 300. We still have a lot of work to do, but anybody who claims that we are the worst in the country is untrue. If you zoom out and look at the entire Northeast, our patterns of residential location by race are very similar to the entire Northeast. Connecticut does not stand out. What we're seeing really here, the dynamics we see and where people live, because it extends beyond our state and we're just part of this pattern, it makes me think that the causes to it are probably larger. They're definitely larger than local zoning. They're probably larger than state policy. I believe that they largely result from national policy. That doesn't mean you can't think global and act local, but the most effective way to address systemic national issues may be at the national level and not the hyper-local level.
Okay. Can you also help us understand then? So you oppose these bills because I think you're saying that they don't act, and you went into some very good details on what is sort of very problematic, but overall, I think you're saying they don't help the people that we want to help. It doesn't bring houses that are affordable to Connecticut. And is that correct? And why doesn't it, in your mind? Why doesn't these plans work, 1024 and 6611?
Okay, so 1024 would essentially allow the creation of market rate housing by right around train stations and commercial corridors. And in areas such as Fairfield County or southwestern Connecticut that have extremely high development pressure markets, what will happen is this will essentially allow by right luxury condominiums. It's not going to result in housing that is by anybody's measure affordable. Current regulations require an affordability component. So actually it sets us back. It may work differently in other parts of the state. I'm not speaking to those parts of the state, but it won't work here. 6611 is a very ornate, complex system that will time
Your 5 minutes are up.
Okay, I'll finish really quickly. 6611 foresees creating 300,000 units across the state in a state with a flat population. How are we going to pay for 300,000 units? It's really not even, it's mostly a fantasy, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't believe that the number is 300,000. I think it's closer to, 130,000. Still a lot, but Representative Winkler.
Yes, I thought that the creation of affordable housing outside of the Hartford Metro District would result in a thinning out of the population in Hartford. But we had two people testify tonight that would not be so. I know you have commented in the past that it would be so. So what was the reason for your saying that?
The reason for me saying it is if you have a choice of two things. One is the housing quality. So we know in our urban areas, a lot of the housing is substandard. And if we are constructing new housing, and 6611 is focused on new housing, as is 1024, it's not focused on rehabilitation. If we are constructing new housing, that's a more attractive product, and people often move for new housing at the same price point. Second, if we look at the level of service people receive in a community, they may find they receive a higher level of service elsewhere. Maybe they can move to a house that's closer to their job. Maybe they can move to a house that's in a better school district, or a school district that has higher performing students under standardized tests. So we would expect there to be some movement. Maybe they move to a district with a lower tax rate. The reality is it's kind of like letting a gas into a room. If you provide all this housing stock, somebody will most likely move into it at some point. We don't anticipate that new housing will be left empty. Developers will not build housing that sits vacant.
And what kind of investment would you recommend in Hartford if we should invest in all communities?
Well, Hartford has, and other large cities have they have a much higher poverty rate than the rest of the state. The people there really are in need. And one of the best things we could do is probably improve the quality of their housing stock. A lot of the homes, if you drive around Waterbury, the homes are in appalling shape, and it's a real tragedy. And we seem to be forgetting this in our discussion about 1024 and 6611, that we're forgetting people live in existing communities, and we need to reinvest in those. The last 50 years, we have systematically disinvested in urban communities. And as a consequence, we've seen depopulation of those communities for the most part. I think it's time to turn the tide and start reinvesting in our cities.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Pickering, I have a series of questions that I'd like to ask you, and I'm going to ask you rather unfairly to give one-word brief answers so that then at the end we can have a little bit of a conversation about some of those, if you don't mind. So first, do you think that we need more affordable housing units developed?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you think that it should be only or primarily in cities and done in density in cities or urban centers?
Mixture.
Okay, thank you. Did you know that the vehicle miles traveled standard is what's used statewide in California?
Yes.
Okay, great. So whether or not we are the most segregated or the 16th most segregated, would you agree that we have the largest income inequality and opportunity gap related to education, or at least top of the pack, top 5 in the country?
It's large nationally.
Okay, thank you. Do you think we should leave zoning as it is today, unchanged?
I think municipalities should change it.
Okay, thank you. And then where and how do we develop deeply affordable housing? Because I think this is one area where you and I both agree there is a significant need for deeply affordable housing, which the market itself will never be able to take care of on its own without government subsidies or change in policies that we create. So where and how should we develop that deeply affordable housing?
I think it's an excellent question. I'll answer, but I would first say, I think the first thing to think about is, instead of where we put the houses, where we put the jobs. Because if we have job sprawl and we keep dropping jobs that aren't on transit line, middle of nowhere, it makes it very hard for lower income people to get to them. And we basically, our economic development strategy at the state does not look at where we put the jobs. And that's an oversight. Now, going back to housing, I think we need to bring the housing to people, because a move is expensive. It's incredibly expensive for a low income household. And the areas where households can have the most sustainable budgets, where they can reduce their household burdens the most, are areas near transit, because owning a car is about $10,000, $11,000 per vehicle per year. So taking that out of the equation makes a tremendous difference. So by transit and by jobs.
Thank you. And I think you and I agree in terms of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but a both and kind of approach. I don't think there's anyone in this committee who wouldn't agree that we need to invest in our cities and urban centers. Because I think you're right. I have a 23-year-old daughter who lives in a different place in the country, and it's in part because of the availability of a different lifestyle. And I think that is about placemaking and investing, and some of that is about density. So, and about renewing those places. I absolutely agree.
Your 5 minutes are
That time is up, but I really appreciate the conversation. And thank you for the speed round. I knew you would appreciate that.
And thank you for your endurance.
Yeah, oh, my pleasure. And I know, Mr. Pickering, we will continue the conversation going forward for certain. Thank you so much for hanging in here with us tonight.
Good night.
So next on our list, we have Rafi Podolsky to be followed by Sam Gold. Mr. Podolsky, are you with us?
Yeah, here I am.
Welcome, and thank you very much for sticking with us.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer with Connecticut Legal Services. I submitted testimony on 5 bills. I'm going to just try to speak to 2 of them now. This is not the most exciting testimony. I've listened to all the very exciting testimony, especially from the preceding speaker, and I'm just not going there. I want to speak to 1 bill that I oppose and 1 bill that I support. The one I oppose is Senate Bill 1027, which describes itself as a bill about accessory dwelling units, but in fact, it's functionally a weakening of 8-30G. I'm happy to talk when I finish more about 8-30G. I was involved in 1989 when it was passed, and so I know a fair amount about it. But this particular bill, for no good reason, links ADUs with 8-30G. And the 8-30G sections are very damaging to 8-30G. If you're going to do the bill at all, I would say you need to take sections 3B, that's baby, section 5 and section 6 out of the bill. And those really should be viewed as inappropriate in terms of the adverse impact it would have. In effect, what it does is it tries to treat ADUs as if they were family rental units with long-term affordability and open easily on the public market, which they're not, and tries to give them bonus points in the moratorium structure so the town can get out of 8-30G more quickly. It's just a totally undesirable use of ADUs. The second bill, which I want to support, is House Bill number 6107, which has been mentioned by several recent speakers and by co-chair McCarthy Vahey. That this is the bill that passed the House 2 years ago, passed this committee on a 20-to-1 vote, I believe it was last year. And it's time to just do the bill. It has 3 parts to it from my perspective. The first is a purely technical reorganization of 8-2 so that both lay people and lawyers can actually figure out what it means. If you're a member of a zoning commission, it's very hard to read. It groups everything by moving sections around within the existing bill. 3 things: what the commission must do, what it may do, and it is not allowed to do. So there are 3 categories. It also makes 2 relatively small changes in the substance of 8-2. And I think people have blown some of these changes quite out of proportion. The first is, and this has not been blown out of proportion, it takes a piece of the Federal Fair Housing Act that applies, among other things, to zoning and puts it in the Zoning Act where people can find it. And that's the affirmatively furthering the purposes of the Fair Housing Act, which is required anyway. It's just that no zoning commissioner would know about it if you don't put it in the Zoning Act. And the second thing is the character of district language. And I just want to say a couple things to you about that. Anything that is legitimate character is already in other parts of 8-2. And there was a question raised about what about rural areas? And while I was waiting, I tried to take a quick look. There is still in there, nobody's touching it, the most, quote, most appropriate use of land, which obviously applies to rural areas, and also suitability for particular uses, which applies to rural areas. The notion that if the word character were removed, somehow there would be no zoning protection for rural areas, I just think is wrong. The third, so that's those small changes are thing number 2. Thing number 3 is it creates a working group to develop guidelines for the existing housing provisions that are already in the Zoning Act and have been there since 1991 and largely are ignored by towns. And that's providing for the development of housing opportunities, including multifamily dwellings for all residents of the region, not just the town. Zoning is supposed to—
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, I'll finish quickly. And the other piece is promoting housing choice and economic diversity. And in my written testimony, I asked for 1 amendment to 6107, and that is for affordable housing plans under 8-30G, which is a requirement that's almost 4 years old, to make clear that those need to be done by 2022. and towns are doing it. And in fact, the Department of Housing has posted a guidebook for towns so that there's no need to develop a guidebook. It's already been done. Thanks very much. I'm sorry if I've gone over a little bit, but I very much appreciate the time, the opportunity to have testified to you this evening.
Mr. Podolsky, thank you so much. And I know it's late. I think you meant to say 8-30J in terms of the creation of the affordable housing plan. Am I correct?
The plans are, yes, the plans are 8-30J. 8-30G is a different statute. Excuse me on that. But in regard to the first bill, it's 8-30G. I hope I said that. I hope I got the right letter.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much, Representative Winkler.
Yes. Mr. Podolsky, thank you for your testimony. We heard someone tonight say that housing, like architecture, was virtually the same as character. And that made me, of course, think that we would just substitute housing for character and it would create the same problems. So is it your advice that we pretty much strike that section completely and rely upon the rest of the statute?
Yeah, I would, and it's like 3 words, or 3 or 4 words. It's not striking the whole section. And the answer is yes. And the practical problem is that while it may or may not have been intended for this purpose, but in some cases, it gets used to mean something like the kind of people who would move in are not the kind of people we would want in our town. Nobody's going to say that out loud. And I'm not saying that's always the case. There can be other reasons. And but for example, historic character is a separate item that is already in 8-2, so that you don't need it. You don't need that for historic character. Rural character is covered by other things. Density-related issues are covered in numerous ways. And that tends to be the defining trait. It's worth noting that historic preservation commissions are not covered. Well, they're covered in 8-2. So I take that back. So yeah, I think it makes sense to just take the phrase out. It's not necessary, and it invites an inappropriate use. There's some history back in Trumbull where there was publicity that went around, some zoning commissioners saying, I don't want people from Bridgeport moving into the town. I'm not suggesting that's the way everybody functions. But yeah, the answer to your question is yes, just take out that phrasing.
Thank you. The bill you were talking about, the misapplication of accessory dwelling units to 8-30G. That was what, 6611?
That's no, that's no. 6611 is I'm okay with that bill. Okay. It's 10-1027.
Okay, 1027. So how to put this? 1 second. So accessory dwelling unit usually is for a relative, older, younger, whatever. And this this bill would allow them to count it as affordable housing?
As I read the bill, it would allow them to count those units as not just affordable housing, but because they're rental units, you get bonus points under the moratorium for being a rental unit. You get you get bonus points for various kinds of various kinds of deed restrictions. But it's not clear to me from the way that's written that there would be any deed restriction at all, because it seems to play around with the definitions in a way that would suggest that an accessory dwelling unit would count and get bonus points without a restriction. But even if it's if it's got a 40-year restriction, it's going to be it should be counted anyway in the moratorium. At least I think it would be. It's not suitable for that kind of thing. A moratorium is to reward towns or incentivize towns to do the kind of housing and authorize the kind of housing that they're not likely to authorize on their own. So typically family housing, and with a very significant 30% affordability set aside, which is much higher than in most other programs. And ADUs just don't fit that description at all. As you said, they're not going to be for families. They're typically they're not even advertised on the market because so many of them are for some family relationship. So the ones that, so some are advertised, but they don't fit the description of the kind of housing that you would use to justify a moratorium on doing the kinds of housing that you really want. There are plenty of there are a number of towns that have earned moratoria, and that's a good thing because to the extent that the availability of a moratorium incentivizes towns to do more development. Westport has a moratorium. Darien, I believe, has had 2 moratoria. Those are good things.
Okay, and we've had ADG for 30 years, roughly.
Roughly.
How would you typify our progress towards affordable housing during those 30 years?
No, I would say pretty slow. I mean, I don't think, HS30G was never meant to be the solution to the lack of affordable housing. It's a very focused solution under certain limited kinds of circumstances. It's targeted and it's a builder's remedy, which means it actually produces housing. It's not just a theoretical, it's different from a planning approach, which
your 5 minutes are up.
But I think I would just say it's been very, very important. And I think it's probably the single most existing affordable zoning law that we have. But it's not the solution to the problem all by itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Podolsky, are you a land attorney?
No. Let me qualify that slightly. I'm a legal aid attorney. I do not do land use law. I've been involved, however, for many, many years in zoning statutes. So I've learned a fair amount of land use law, but I am not a land use attorney at all.
Okay, well, I don't know if you're the right person, but I did get a question emailed to me from a constituent regarding your current testimony. People are watching at 2 a.m. But this person wanted me to ask you, in citing 3 Supreme Court cases, Pennsylvania Cole versus Mahone, Palazzolo versus Rhode Island, and Penn Central Transportation versus City of New York, all of these 3 deal with regulatory takings. And the question was in regards to 1024 and the increased cost to the towns or the litigation exposure to the towns. Let me just read this to you. I submit that these 3 Supreme Court findings may be applicable to this proposal. I further submit that it doesn't take a lawyer to see where these could end up. A question in the category of unexpected consequences. Who is going to foot the bill for the lawsuits and for the compensation that might be needed to be paid to property owners whose homes and lands value decrease due to what can be characterized as a regulatory taking? Is that a question you could shed some light on?
I can shed a minimal amount of light on it. It's sort of a dim light. In response to what you said initially, you said I might be the wrong person to ask it to. Yeah, I'm probably the wrong person to ask it to. I can say a very small amount with the understanding that this is not my field. This is like going back to law school and trying to remember some of the cases we studied. I believe that the general rule is you do not have what they call a regulatory taking unless you basically eliminate any value of the property. In other words, there's always been an argument made that the government comes and starts regulating something. And when you bought the property, the regulation wasn't there. But now the government regulates. I mean, it's an example you could make in landlord-tenant law, for example, that we keep adding regulations for landlords. The landlord says, well, this regulation didn't exist when I bought the building. Now you've destroyed my value. It's a taking. And under the Constitution, you have to pay for takings. And the answer is, if it deals with public health and welfare and general welfare, and if it leaves you with other reasonable uses of the property, then it's not a taking. At least that's my understanding from, and I'm not guaranteeing I'm right, but that's the concept. The concept is that you've so destroyed the value that the property no longer has any value to the owner. And then the owner says, well, then I'm entitled to just compensation. It's like an eminent domain. I don't think there's anything that's in any of these bills that is remotely close to that, because nobody is doing anything to prevent the use of property. Whether you're looking at 6611 or 20 or 1024, I mean, you're dealing with, you may be dealing with regulations about how you use your property, but you're not destroying the use. There are plenty of uses that can be made.
All right. Well, I appreciate you sort of adding your thoughts to it. I
Yeah,
just think
again, that
people
may
are
not be what the
reading-
person's get. I may or may not be addressing the person's question. And as I say, take it
No,
with a
I
certain grain
understand
of
that.
salt. Okay.
Yep. And I guess, people are reading and trying to understand it as best they can too. But thank you, Mr. Podolsky, and thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm amazed somebody is sending you emails at 2 a.m. on this. They really should go to bed.
I remember my days as a local leader, and I used to watch CTN at night. So to all of you who are watching, I love it. That's wonderful. It's a great way to remain engaged. And for those who will watch this recording later, I think it's really helpful. Mr. Podolsky, I really appreciate your testimony today, specifically the way that you outlined 6107 in such a clear and concise way for us. And I think specifically that piece that creates the working group is one that we've talked about just briefly today, but I wondered if you could just speak to why the creation of that working group is so important.
Well, maybe I should say that the 6107, which is a bill that's been around for maybe 3 years at this point, was proposed prior to the time of 1024, for example, which is a much more recent proposal. And one of the functions of a working group was to take the existing provisions in 8-2 that have to do with municipal obligation to generate more diverse kinds of housing and help develop guidelines for how they would do that. And it brought in both CCM and cost, which is the small towns, Betsy Guerra, are included in that working group. So it's sort of assured that you're going to get some kind of municipal involvement in that. And that was really, and that's still what it's designed to do. And it seems to me that is compatible. It's compatible with any of the other bills. It's compatible with 1024. It's compatible with 6611. It's not like you have to choose between them, but in some sense, it's a lesser bill because it doesn't actually say, well, what happens if towns continue to ignore 8-2? And I can say there's no question in my mind that there are many towns that have ignored 8-2. It's interesting to hear from Westport or Darien, which are towns that have gotten moratoria under 8-30G and are clearly trying to find ways to move forward without making any judgment as to whether they're adequate or inadequate. They certainly are showing a sign of an effort. There are a lot of towns that make no effort whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Podolsky. No, I do have one other question, and I think you're right. I do applaud the towns that are making real effort, and I think that's part of what that fair share plan gets at. But I did have another question for you related to the 6107 and the affirmatively furthering the federal fair housing. As you noted in your testimony, this is required anyway under federal law. And in conversations in the fall with some folks locally, we were discussing that terminology, and there was concern that there would be increased litigation locally as a result of placing that provision in statute. And I wondered if you could speak to that with your experience. I will just say we certainly see litigation already within our communities related to 830G. Today we're talking about 8-2, so specific to the federal fair housing piece, if you could address that concern.
I don't think it's going to make any difference. I think if people want to litigate that and that towns are not, the town zone, municipal zoning in particular towns is not complying with the Federal Fair Housing Act, then you're going to have litigation. So I don't think this is going to make the difference in litigation. The difference it's going to make is that zoning commissioners will read it because it'll be in the zoning statute. so that you're putting it in a place, especially at a time when you're reorganizing the statute to make it easier for commissioners to understand what their obligations are as zoning commissioners. That makes sense to put it there. So I think what you're going to get is more zoning commissioners saying, I hadn't thought about it like this. I hadn't thought about what fair housing implications might be. Where now the odds of a zoning commissioner thinking about that have to be very, very low because nobody's going to tell them. And but I don't think it's going to change the patterns of litigation. I think there's going to be litigation that happens on zoning issues no matter what. And there has been for a long time, and I think there will be in the future. But I don't think that's going to be the difference.
Thank you for that, Mr. Podolsky. And you underlined the other issue that you're not going to be surprised when I say training. That is so important for our commissioners. That just goes along with and is in line with what we've been talking about and what I was able to talk about with some folks who testified earlier in this evening. But with that, I will say thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you staying with us to share your insights and experience. And seeing no further questions, we are going to go to the next person on our list. And Mr. Clerk, I believe we have Mr. Gold to be followed by Mr. Thompson, if I am correct. Please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Podolsky. Mr. Gold, welcome. It's wonderful to have you. And representing our COGS here today, please proceed.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey and Co-Chair Needleman and members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm going to try to go fast. I can't go as fast as Francis, but I will try. Accessory dwelling units. RiverCog strongly supports the ADU reform language in SB 1027. Similar by right ADU language has been implemented in one of our towns, Portland. This language says that if you can build an addition to your house under existing zoning, you can build an ADU. The ADU language in SB 1024 and HB 6613 have some problematic provisions that have not been implemented elsewhere in the state and could run contrary to building code. But I would like to clarify, I'm not endorsing the 830G provisions of 1027. Senate Bill 1024 also strongly weakens legal nonconforming use protections in the statutes, which will empower zoning commissions to shut down pre-existing uses and businesses. This could be abused and will make a fight of potential zoning changes as people try to protect their businesses and property from becoming nonconforming. I see zoning commission work becoming very difficult due to this change. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about HB 6611. RiverCog supports the intent of this bill. Every municipality in our state needs housing for low-income workers. I applaud this bill for seeking to provide housing for people making $30,000 or less. In just a couple of years, our minimum wage will be $15 an hour, which is just over $30,000. And right now, 830G fails to come even close to providing housing for people making the new minimum wage in a couple of years. Nevertheless, I have some major problems with 6611. So the Open Communities Alliance created a methodology that would be implemented in this bill. And OPM and DOH and the majority of our municipalities would be legally bound to implement it. I will point out that the methodology of this bill has had no public review besides this hearing. I did the math, and the affordable housing mandated for RiverCog in this bill would cost between $1 billion and $1.5 billion to build, and would set a 10-year goal for housing for low-income households at twice the rate of housing construction in our region. This is in a region in a state that's lost population and is projected to continue to lose population. The number of needed units is calculated by using the number of existing low-income households living in existing census tracts that have above average concentrations of poverty. The new housing for low-income households has to be outside of those tracts. According to the bill's methodology, Middletown's 2 downtown census tracts would be considered concentrated with poverty, and the city of Middletown would be directed to build housing units in types prescribed by the bill in a suburban or rural part of Middletown, away from transit lines and jobs. Dan Haar wrote in this month's Connecticut magazine that Middletown's downtown Main Street is a model for how stable, non-transitional, racially and economically integrated commercial neighborhood can succeed. However, under 6611, downtown Middletown would be ineligible for new investment and city, regional, state, and federal efforts to build on a successful downtown. The question I asked in my written testimony, which I hope will be online shortly, is did OCA talk to downtown Middletown residents? If they had, I assume that many downtown residents would choose to move to new high quality affordable housing on the outskirts of town. But if we're talking about $1 billion or $1.5 billion investment in the region, maybe these residents of the North End neighborhood might prioritize other things, such as affordable childcare, housing rehabilitation, energy efficiency, quality education, public transportation, or support for their communities in place.
Your 3 minutes are up.
All right, I will leave it to that.
Thank you. Mr. Gold, you got a lot in there.
I'm trying. It's it's very late.
It is late. It's hard for those of you who are not night owls. I'll have a harder time early morning for some of you early birds. So I see we have a few questions. Senator Needleman, excuse me, Rep. Zullo, followed by Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good late morning to you, Mr. Gold. Thank you for hanging in there. As to the methodology that you cited in 6631, I'm just curious if you saw in there any reference to an audit of free space or open space or undeveloped land.
So it is late. So the methodology is based on stand-ins for wealth, based on Grand List. It's based on and it's based on this idea that all towns should have a share of poor households, which I don't think is a bad concept. The problem is that not all towns are equal. Not all towns are on a transit line. Some towns, when you talk about environmental concerns, some towns, their function for the larger state is to provide a clean water supply for the cities. So I think open space is a major concern, but we have Connecticut Magazine identifying Main Street Middletown as being an example of an integrated, successful downtown, and the very methodology identifies that area as concentrated with poverty and would not be eligible for investment under the bill.
So part of what concerns me with the proposal under the bill is I think it envisions a lot of new development, which I think requires vacant land, which I think is a scarcity in so many communities. Just take take East Haven, for example, where only about, I think it's 5.6% of the lots in East Haven are actually vacant land, most of which now, because of the way the town's been developed, are actually unsuitable for development. They're either interior locked with no access on a road, or incapable of development. Either they have to be blasted or what have you. So what I was getting at is that one of my greatest concerns with that proposal is that I think it presupposes that there's more room to develop than most communities have, which I think you were alluding to in some other ways, along with other open space concerns.
Well, the bill also alludes to that the towns would use land that they already own for developing housing for low-income households. And of course, if you take the land cost out of the equation, that subsidy will help make housing more affordable. But my concern is, for many towns, a lot of towns own land for open space reasons. And it may not otherwise have a conservation easement. So that is a question that's raised. RiverCog is starting a regional housing study that actually will do an assessment of housing need in our region. We will be doing significant public outreach as part of this. And we also will be working on identifying locations for affordable housing that are workable as part of 830J plans for the towns and for the city of Middletown. And so
I'm glad to hear that, and I appreciate the exchange. I have other questions about other things, but again, we still have a long list and a lot of other people are hanging in. So I appreciate the time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Zullo, and I appreciate you. Senator Needleman.
Thank you. I will keep this short, Madam Chair. Sam, it's really good to see you, even at, what time is it? Almost 1:30?
Oh, no, it's quarter. Yeah, so, yeah. Yes.
It's still early. I have another 2 hours of television after I turn this off. I stayed on just to thank you for testifying. I am a member, my town is a member of RiverCog, and Sam has been nothing less than a stellar advocate for our towns, whose opinions I valued from, greatly at this point. And, we're in this position where conceptually we support a lot of what is trying to be done. We have some suggestions, and we hope that there are opportunities to make those suggestions, make those changes to what ultimately will be a bill that I think will improve the quality of life in the state of Connecticut for many, many residents. So thank you for putting up with this being so late.
And not, thank you. And I just like to comment that thank Senator Needleman. He's been a wonderful supporter of RiverCog over my time at RiverCog. And I just want to point out is that I don't think that the issue of needing inclusive housing across the state is really an issue. Like my big issue of 830G is it didn't work for the people at 30% of median income, and 6611 is an attempt for that. I just think the methodology needs to be thought through a little bit more, and if you're going to put in statute that you actually give DOH and OPM some room there to actually come up with a methodology that could be more tailored to how people live. People need jobs, they need transportation, and we have other important efforts in the state, whether it be supporting transit, supporting environmental conservation, and supporting cohesive communities. And that's one of my concerns here. It's just really a mathematical methodology that doesn't get to the human element.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Needleman. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when you speak about getting to the human element, and you said that you guys, RiverCog, would do a significant study, will you be reaching out to the folks we really hope to help?
Well, for example, I sort of rhetorically asked the question that the Open Communities Alliance talk to the North End residents in Middletown, and no, this was an academic methodology that a planning PhD in Princeton came up with, and the thing is that if this was just about housing, I was definitely like this. I think would be a very good thing to support new affordable housing, particularly for the people who are low income. But we're talking about spending a lot of money here, and we have a poverty issue here, and our poverty is segregating people really into the cities because where they don't have access to opportunity, and the cities are overburdened with small tax bases and not enough resources to be able to provide for the residents who predominantly in many places are working outside of the city for employers who are not paying good living wages. But the human element is very important here. In our plan, we will be doing significant public outreach. The 830J requires there to be at least a public hearing. There'll probably be multiple public outreach activities as part of this project, because ultimately the towns have to adopt the 830J plans, and those first selectmen and town councils and common council members, they'll want to have these discussions with the public.
Right. And I love how these cogs work as I learn more about how our state runs. And I'm, given how much impressive research that Desegregate did, Would you not think that they probably have even more understanding of like where are the pockets of need across our state, and possibly, you know, they could make some great recommendations for the places that need it, as opposed to a uniform, you know, statewide mandate, in much the way that you guys, the COGS, are able to advise different municipalities?
Well, the thing is that we have different needs in different places, and although Desegregate Connecticut, I think, is absolutely right in the higher level sort of observations about the issues of income segregation in the state and how we need to actively combat that with investments in our communities. At the same time, there are local things that actually matter. For example, if you have an immigrant community in a city and they're linguistically isolated, like you probably would want to support them where their community institutions are located. Just making the assumption that, you know, housing is one element that people, you know, obviously everyone needs housing, and that should be a priority. But there are other priorities for households, and that, you know, I think there's something which, if done, I think done right, could be a really powerful. I'm sorry, I'm tired. This is late.
No, you're doing great. You're really letting us realize, like, it's a fabric. It's just a really complex fabric of a community.
But it's also,
I feel like that's what you're getting at.
It's a conversation, a statewide conversation that has to have a regional and local component, and the component of 6611 that really, you know, that made me sort of notice it was that the second half of the bill is a legal framework that would enforce the implementation of the methodology, and it would put municipalities, OPM, and DOH on the hook to identify the funding and implement it. And so the first half, when we talk about the methodology, matters so much because, you know, the second half really exposes the state to having to follow through on it. And as much as I'd love to see a lot of housing built for people making 30% of our median income, it needs to be in the right places that will work for people. And we shouldn't be building on spec.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Mr. Gold, I concur. I think you've been doing a great job, and you are, I'm sure, very tired. It is the middle of the night after all, but I concur with you. It is a fabric, and I think we have to be walking and chewing gum, and we can't not address the housing needs that we have right now in our state, and I think even more to come. I can say, I haven't talked about this much, but here in Fairfield County, I think it was Representative Zawistowski who earlier referenced the folks moving in from New York, and what has happened here, even in my own neighborhood, is that houses, especially more, I'm going to use the word affordable very loosely here. As we've learned today, it's a relative thing depending on area, but are disappearing very quickly, and the rental market is just incredibly compressed, and the prices have gone up as a result. And so what we're finding is that people are struggling even more. And as I mentioned, we've got folks in forbearance and folks who have been unemployed for long periods of time. And so, you know, thankfully the federal stimulus funds, thank goodness for that. But I know we've got to work together, certainly with the COGS, and you know how much I value the work of our COGS, to come up with the real solutions that will actively move the ball forward.
Thank you, Representative. I really appreciate that. And I just want to make the observation that I hope that coming out of this pandemic, we don't forget about the essential workers who were even more essential to our communities, but particularly along our shoreline communities in the Rivercog area, they don't have anywhere to live. And so, you know, we need to support transit, but there needs to be some amount of housing for those essential workers that we became very cognizant of, they're going out there and risking their lives, whereas people like me could work from home. And I hope we don't forget that. But at the same time, we do need to, these are a series of local conversations that need to take place. So.
Well, I want to thank you again, not just for tonight, but for all the work that you do every day as part of your work with the COG. And I know, as I've said to a few others, I know that you and I and other COG leaders will be talking again with our ranking members and Senator Cassano to work on a number of different bills before us. So thank you so much, Mr. Gold.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Co-Chair Needleman and Ranking Member. Anyway, thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Next on our list, we have Mr. Douglas Thompson, to be followed by Barry Mickelson. Mr. Thompson, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Douglas Thompson, Burlington, Connecticut, retired certified public accountant and business consultant. I'm a little tired, so thank you for the opportunity to address this body. There is so much to be concerned about with all the proposed legislation. I only have 3 minutes, so I apologize in advance for being candid. It is not proper to call this legislation. I consider it confiscation. If you pass this bill 6611, you will be stripping away the property rights of the citizens of Connecticut. By mandating how property is to be developed without local input, you are confiscating the right that property owners and local communities have to develop a property in a free market. You are forcing a central planning mandate. You are destroying the free market so that you can force your vision of your utopia on the rest of us. The planners of this directive are attempting to force their will in order to cure inequalities. It is naive to believe that forcing one-size-fits-all zoning laws upon us will be the cure-all. There are also many other factors at play in our economy aside from zoning, including poor fiscal and policy decisions by state lawmakers. These mandates are being presented as a magic wand to fix everything. This is being proposed in the Constitution state. This flagrantly violates the constitutional rights of all Connecticut citizens. The Constitution does not say that we, the government, can force its citizens to comply with our vision of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness because we know what is best for them. The purpose of this bill is not to allow communities to develop freely with reasonable limitations to protect everyone equally. The purpose is to force the governor's or the government's plans on its citizens because we and a free market cannot make rational decisions. I urge you to vote no on this outrageous and unconstitutional overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Other questions from members of the committee? Representative Fiorello.
I just want to thank a private citizen for staying up this late. And is it correct to say that you're saying that you want that the trust has to be restored, that the government trusts the people?
I think that's part of it. I think, mandates is not what our country was founded on. Our country was founded on the citizens being governed by their permission. And what we're attempting to do here with these zoning laws is to say that, we feel as a government body that we know better what a free market system should dictate. And I'll just go over a couple of things like this 40%, no more than 40% can be owner occupied. I was a landlord when I got out of college and I'll never do it again. And I can tell you that the community, the neighborhood that I invested in was a good community when it was mostly owner occupied. As that owner occupancy went down, so did the neighborhood. So, and furthermore, just to say that, a certain amount of affordable housing is going to be working in one area as another, you're disrupting the market. Just because you build this stuff doesn't mean that it's going to be filled up. You need to be very careful about thinking that a magic wand by a legislator can fix all the economic ills. And I also am concerned about their transparency. I was screening chair for a local town committee here. I help get people, we have a community here. People are very vested in their community. Most of the people I talk to have no idea what this bill is all about. It is very, very, not even misunderstood. It's not even, people aren't even aware of it. So I think that while it's noble that you're trying to right some inequalities, I think it's extremely misguided.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one follow-up. In your testimony, you refer to what you essentially say are state mandates. Earlier this evening and throughout the debate tonight, what we've heard is that here in Connecticut and zoning across the country, quite frankly, zoning is through an enabling act where the state essentially enables local municipalities to make these decisions on zoning. So what do you say to those on the other side of the issue who are just claiming that the state is essentially just providing better or more detailed directives to municipalities as opposed to something that's more top down as you're describing? What do you say to those people?
I think, again, I just read this legislation a couple days ago, and it is imposing force. It's saying that parties that feel they can be aggrieved can be sued in court. You're going to put costs on municipalities to follow a mandate that might not fit their communities. So I see this as being driven rather than from the individual and the local community as to what's best for their own communities and what's best for their own families. I mean, our country is also founded on the idea of family. And in my family, my sister likes New York City. She lived in the Bronx. She's living in New Jersey right now, and that's great. I don't want that for my family. I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's just a difference. So to try and say that the state is now going to mandate how our community should look with numbers, I'm just looking at, 60% affordable, and these numbers are just like, I think, pulled out of the air. I don't see any rhyme or reason, especially if you consider that, one town isn't similar to another town. Like here, we're a watershed here in Burlington. We supply water to New Britain, Hartford, Bristol. There's many, every community is different. And to just say that we're going to force a town to adopt these rules is misguided, in my opinion.
I understand. So it's the one size fits all approach that's particularly bothersome.
The one size fits all, and I'm a business guy. There's more than one issue that affects anything. I see this as being looked at as one dimensional. Okay, zoning is going to fix everything. What about our tax policies? A few years ago, GE, Aetna, a bunch of corporations said, you pass these taxes, we're leaving. Okay, guess what? They left. I hear people say that billionaires aren't leaving. We used to have 13 billionaires, now we only have 9, so we only lost 4. That's about 30%. We've got to look at a lot of other things, including policies that are, unfortunately, you all have enacted that make Connecticut undesirable. And I, as far as population is concerned, as people have mentioned, we're getting people from New York because they want lower density. Other than that, people have been fleeing Connecticut. People of means have been fleeing Connecticut, while people that require assistance have been largely replacing it. So our population has been relatively stagnant, but we're losing the productive part of our society. And I don't think that I don't think that putting mandates that make it give people another reason to leave is going to help.
I appreciate this perspective and just wanted to follow up on that one question. So thank you for the time and thank you for sticking in with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate the time that everybody's putting in. I can't believe you guys are going to go through 300 people, but God bless you.
Thank you very much, Representative Zullo. And Mr. Thompson, thank you very much for being here. I don't think there's any member of this committee who thinks that zoning is the only answer. We certainly have a lot of work to do, but given that it's the cognizance of our committee, it certainly is the thing we are focusing on today. I want to reiterate the thanks to you for being here with us and for staying all the way through. It's really impressive. So thank you very much. Next on our list is Mr. Barry Mickelson, to be followed by Sean Gio and then Mike Glidden. Mr. Mickelson, welcome and thank you. You are muted if you want to unmute yourself, and please proceed.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Go
Okay.
ahead.
My name is Barry Michelson. I'm a planner by professional training. I was a builder developer. I've been on the Stanford Zoning Board. Right now I'm serving on the Historic Study Committee in the South End. I was planning director for Fairfield, Connecticut, and worked in both the Model Cities program and for the New York City Housing Authority in New York. So I'm fully aware of what's involved on both sides of the table, both as a developer and builder and as a professional land use planner. I come before you tonight in opposition to bills HB 6107, SB 1027, SB 1027, SB 1026, SB 1024, HB 6613, and HB 6611. These are problematic bills that have little to do with sound development practices, serving only one purpose: to disregard local land use controls to achieve alternative objectives. These bills should be voted down. Affordable housing is a laudable goal. However, usurping the power of we the people is not. Our country has a steep tradition in self-determination with a deep respect for local home rule. Land use controls and zoning are about more than just affordable housing. Land use controls and zoning are about balanced and orderly growth and development, preventing congestion, protecting property values, and recognizing that in America, as well as here in Connecticut, we are an aspirational society capable of determining and meeting our own community needs and goals and objectives, just as they are in Stamford, in Darien, and Greenwich. Many of our hardworking citizens of all races and nationalities scrimped, saved, and made great sacrifices in order to live in a specific neighborhood or in a particular community. They do not share your vision for the irreparable changes or the damages that will be done to suburban and more rural communities by these bills. These nutmeggers also have rights. Their voices should be heard and respected. After all, the health of a community is rooted in community stability, and stability in large part is based on respecting and enhancing community character of a zoning district, and local needs. Local decisions are best made through a local process by local individuals. It's absolutely repugnant and condescending that here in the Constitution state, we should even be here to provide testimony against bills that would marginalize self-rule and subject us to a bureaucratic scrutiny from Hartford. Practices and proposals that diminish the value and benefit of neighborhood character contribute to a lack of stability and do not properly address local needs, leading to a loss of property value and flight of both residents and commercial business owners. Land use regulations were promulgated for the purpose of dedicating land for various uses, ranging from farming to commercial, institutional to industrial, single family to multifamily, as well as protecting neighborhoods from intrusive land uses, incompatible land uses, and yes, uses that are out of character and destabilizing or not serving local interest, as best determined by local electors and local communities.
Mr. Michelson,
No to every bill that attempts to subvert our local decision-making process. Thank you.
thank you very much. I guess I got you right there at the end. Thank you so much.
It's late and I'm getting slower.
Well, you're doing great. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Barry. I want to thank you so much for not saying one size fits all, which would have driven Rep. Winkler crazy.
It would have driven me crazy if it was said one more time.
Well, I wanted to say, you spoke about sort of when people lose control of their local zoning, there's a sense of lack of stability or not being able to address local needs. And you have so much experience in your background. And I know that Stamford is dealing with residents feeling very frustrated, like their voices aren't being heard in the way their city is being developed. Could you speak about what that is, what it means when zoning isn't meeting the needs of the people, and how bad it would be to spread that kind of, I guess, frustration? Or could you just speak about what we're seeing in Connecticut, in Stamford?
Okay, in Stamford, we've had, like many other cities, we're going through transitions, and we're seeing some of our larger industrial properties or commercial properties really being transitioned, and we call it repurposing. And the neighbors, when you buy into a neighborhood or you buy into a city, you expect a certain stability. You know what you're buying. And we have developers that come in constantly go for text changes and map changes, which are changes to the zoning. So no longer do you necessarily have an adjoining property that may be a commercial complex, but maybe of a higher or more intense type of land use. And neighbors protest that, and they're very concerned about it because it affects their quality of life. When you make a substantial investment in your home, sometimes, and for some folks, that's their largest investment. They want to have the tranquility, they want the stability, they want the certainty of knowing what's going to be in their neighborhoods. In one case, we have a 24-hour health facility going in with pools, and residents are very concerned about noise. And in other areas, we have tremendous pressure for development of high rises, and it's affecting the historic nature and many of the residents who live in those areas. So we have a home rule provision in our regulations that allow us to appeal to our Board of Reps, our local Board of Reps, as an alternative to going to court. And this is neighbors taking it upon themselves to challenge decisions made by our zoning board to change the zones. And by changing the zone, they're changing the character of their neighborhood. And character is very, very important. I heard other individuals speak about character as kind of a buzzword for saying it implies racial segregation. And actually, I can't see how anyone in this day and age would say that the zoning or anything in Chapter 124 or Section 8 would possibly countermand the civil rights statutes of the United States. It's just so, but it is important to maintain character of neighborhood. This is what people expect, the certainty. This is why people invest in communities. When I just not to go off too much on a tangent, I was doing some work on economic development, and I sat in Rick Perry's office, and I asked him about economic development, and I was looking at Connecticut at one end and Texas on the other, and his economic development people basically indicate three things they attributed to their economic development. One was tort reform. One was making sure that they understood exactly what any kind of regulation or requirement they were going to put on the businesses did. But the other one was certainty. People need certainty. They need to know what they're getting today, they'll have tomorrow, and the next day. It's the only way homeowners can survive and be happy in their communities, and it's the only way business can survive. And it's something we shouldn't downplay. Certainty is very, very important. And these are what these neighbors are protesting. They don't like the disruption and the uncertainty and the threat of it, something that they didn't anticipate happening in this community. And in Connecticut, we keep hopping from different kind of strategy to different strategy, and it leads to a lot of discord, and a lot of people vote with their feet. They leave. I don't know if I answered your question. It's late, but
Thank you, Barry.
but that's
Thank you,
what's
Madam
going
Chair.
on here.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Hello, Barry. Nice to see you.
Seeing you.
Thanks for hanging in there. It's been a long day and night. I just wanted to ask you, were you able to follow up what was going on earlier in the meeting when Sarah Bronin was testifying?
Yes, I heard Sarah Bronin testify here and at the zoning meeting in Stamford.
Right. Okay. She pointed out that this is not really affecting Stamford. So I just wanted to see your view on that.
One of the reasons, okay, couple of things. She said we have in many ways addressed some of our needs for low-cost housing. We have what we call a BMR, a below market rate housing formula built into our regulations. And for developers, when they come in with a proposal, especially at the south end, what they've been doing is getting bonuses, providing a certain number of affordable housing units based on the scale and size of development. Now, there's been tremendous pressure in the South End. And one of the reasons that a study committee was formed is because this has become this intense pressure for large scale development. We're talking about 22 and 23 and 24, 25 floor structures, has been that it's displacing a lot of local people, displacing a lot of history, and people are getting concerned that there's too much pressure, and the developers are getting away with an awful lot, because every application that comes into the zoning board invariably comes in with some kind of text change having to do with either increased density or increased height or increased type of use or formula for use or parking.
Barry, just for the sake of time, because there's a lot of people trying to speak as well.
Sure.
I just want to try to find out if you agreed with Dr. Bronin's statement that this bill is not going to impact Stamford. And also, I'd like to make a comment because I hear a lot about Stamford, and I do have a relatively sizable district in Stamford, and I've received a lot of emails also in favor of the bill, and actually probably more so. And so I just wanted to point that out. I'm just looking for more discussion on the bill. Barry, I appreciate you.
I think it'll affect every community in different ways, but it will affect every community, to be short.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Barry. Have a good night. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson and Rep. Michelle. I'm going to be covering for Rep. Beatty for a minute. Moving on, I believe our next person to testify is Michelle Richardson. Is Michelle Richardson?
Nope, it's Sean Gio.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're correct. It is Sean Gio. Thank you, Camillo.
Good morning, Representative Zullo, and other members of the committee. At this hour, I'll try to be quick. My name is Sean Gio. I'm the policy director at the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a statewide advocacy organization working to end homelessness and expand the creation of affordable housing in Connecticut. The partnership submitted testimony today in support of HB 6107, HB 6611, and SB 1024. I'd like to quickly speak about HB 6613 and SB 1026 and ask for your support for both of those bills with some amendments to 1026. I have some remarks, but I'll try to keep them short. I just want to focus first on really the need, to talk more again about the need for making housing more affordable in Connecticut. You've heard a lot of speakers. I've been on with you since 10 a.m. As well. You've heard a lot of speakers, but I want to reiterate, there's about 200,000 households in the state that spend more than half of their income on housing. And about half of all renter households spend what's considered an unaffordable amount of their income on housing. This is in every town in the state, in every region of the state. And it's a clear sign to me, and I hope to you, that we have an unhealthy housing market in the state. It's not reasonable. And research shows that Connecticut's existing local regulatory environment that enforces this low housing growth has a negative impact on efforts to grow our economy. I'm happy to provide that research. There's lots of it. If anyone has questions about that. And because of that environment, Connecticut has difficulty attracting and retaining workers. Our high housing costs cancel out the advantage of our relatively higher wages. Developing more affordable and lower cost housing can increase household formation, enhance economic growth, strengthen municipal and state fiscal fortunes, not to mention personal. Now, HB 6613 specifically talks about permitting accessory dwelling and small multifamily in particular parts of some of the communities in the state. You've heard a lot of the details about this, so I won't get into it again. And really what those types of housing forms do is they're really modest. That's well, I must be talking much slower at this hour. I apologize. I'll wrap up. And these housing types really are incremental ways of increasing the housing supply in your town. These are very modest. These are not going, this is one tool. These are modest tools. They're not going to solve the problem. We've heard that over and over again today. None of these proposals are silver bullets. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gio. Are there questions from members of the committee? I do have a couple for you, actually. Specifically, I know you've heard me talk about this through the course of today, so you will not be surprised that I'm going to ask you about training. And we heard a little bit earlier from Mr. Guzkowski related to the development of training and the way that that could be done in a way that would be more manageable for our volunteer commissioners who give so much of their time. But can you just talk a little bit about that and what the bill contemplates and how you envision that going forward?
Sure, and there was a bill before your committee last year as well, I know in the abbreviated session. And what the bill envisions is requiring the bill language now says 4 hours. Our recommendation was actually 5, and I think in 1024 the recommendation is 6 hours. But requiring training is already happening in Connecticut. In fact, the Inland Wetlands Agency's DEEP requires training, and DEEP provides that training. I believe it's remote training, and that's really the model I think that we would like to see occur for planning and zoning commissioners. And you heard from other speakers, from John Guzkowski, and I've spoken with CCM and the APA and Connecticut Bar Foundation folks. There's ways to do this at little to no cost to the state and no cost to local officials. And it's not really a very radical thing when you look across. We've done some research as a partnership to look at what goes on in the rest of the country. And several of our neighboring states already have these kind of requirements, including New York, New Jersey, and a little further down, Maryland. And then some surprising states, maybe perhaps surprising to some, have these kind of requirements too, including several of southern states. It's reasonable to me, and I hope to you, that we ask folks that are making long-term decisions on the shape of their community to have some basic understanding of the law, of public hearing law, freedom of information, but more importantly, from my perspective, fair housing and housing law. And so I'm sorry, I'll wrap it up at that.
No, I appreciate that. I've said this a few times before. Some of you may have heard me say that as a scout leader, both in Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, I did have required training as a youth minister. I had required training to volunteer. I know a lot of sports teams do as well. So I think that, yes, in a way that, particularly to your point, the ability to do that remotely too. And I know, like we've talked about before, the Bar Association also offers tremendous training. I thank you for that. And just briefly, I know our time's going to run out. Do you want to say anything more, a little bit more about ADUs and what the 6613 contemplates.
Yeah, I think, I think I heard Representative Zullo earlier in the morning. I think it was in the morning. You were talking about home ownership opportunities. And I just want to remind maybe folks of our Connecticut's history of 2 to 4 family. That kind of structure is really foundational to a lot of families' entry into home ownership, entry into creating that kind of wealth through the equity of home ownership. It's a story in a lot of our families' lives. These structures, existing structures, are in every community in the state. I'm sure you're familiar with them in all of your communities. And in fact, 1 out of 5 households in Connecticut live in a structure that has 2 to 9 units. So these are really familiar forms to Connecticut, and I think they are a missing piece, or a lost piece, I should say, to the homeownership puzzle in Connecticut that we've just kind of, I think, largely forgotten.
Thank you very much. That's a really interesting statistic. Can you tell me where that data is coming from?
That's straight census data. In terms of the number of units in the state.
1 out of 5 households.
Yeah. It's a
9 unit.
mhm.
So that's census data.
That's census data, yes.
And I think I find it really instructive for us to look at data as we make some of these decisions. It's sometimes our beliefs about things or our emotion certainly can dictate a lot. So I appreciate very much you being here to testify with us, for staying up until literally, I think we could effectively say this is the middle of the night. So thank you very much, Mr. Gio, for being here with us.
Thank you for the opportunity, and good luck to all of you for getting through the rest of the hearing. Thank you for your commitment.
Look forward to seeing you when the sun has risen. Next on our list, we have Mike Glidden, followed, I believe, by David Landau. Mr. Glidden, thank you so much for staying with us also, and it'll be great to hear your voice tonight too. Please
Yeah, happy Tuesday. Thank you, everyone. Just for the record, my name is Mike Glidden. I'm the current vice president for the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officials. You have testimony from our organization on 5 bills. You have it for, and I'm just going to briefly say 6107, 6610, 1026, and 1027. All are in support. I'm just going to spend a little bit of my time on 1024. From 1024's Casio's perspective,
Mr. Glidden, I think we lost you for a moment. Perhaps a connection issue.
overdue. Some of the housing.
I may interrupt you. We lost you for a moment. So you were about to begin commentary on 1024. So if you can rewind to that point, that would be great.
Yeah. So we support some of the components, and I want to highlight some of the key components to 1024. As an organization, we were working with Desegregate Connecticut, provided comments on drafts that were worked with shared with the working group. One is just the reorganization at 8-2 is long overdue. Secondly, some of the housing options and diversifying our housing stock are key for Connecticut. Next is just the change to 8-3E1-2. Designation as a certified zoning enforcement officer with our organization.
Mr. Glidden, I apologize to interrupt you, and I will make sure that you have all of your time. Again, we had the connection issue, so you were just going through 8-3, and I don't remember the full reference, but if you could start there again.
I apologize. I guess it's the curse of 3 in the morning. 8-3E1-2. This is a section having to deal with certification requirements for our zoning enforcement officers. If someone's employed as a zoning enforcement officer, they must possess the certification as a certified zoning enforcement officer with our association. The next is just a comment. The creation of a model zoning code working group. We think it's a fantastic idea if we're going to move towards a measurable structure of character of a district through a form-based code or some other example. We would like to be part of that working group. We are a lot of the officials that will be staffing commissions. We're the ones that really hit the ground running with these new regs should a working group be formed. And lastly, I know we've heard a lot about commissioner training. I just wanted to give one figure. So we went through the judicial website just to see how many pending lawsuits we have in Connecticut. So Connecticut has 168 towns. There are 159 pending lawsuits involving commissions in Connecticut right now. So if you really think of it, the bulk of the communities, and not everyone is currently in court right now with an appeal, have lawsuits against their commissions. And what this means is, you have lay people who serve on these commissions, making some very difficult, very complex decisions. As John said earlier, yes, we've all been kind of getting together to formulate a plan to provide a means for appropriate training and make it readily available for commissioners. As we're also one of the organizations that have identified to be a partnership in making this happen. We think that, as I said earlier, with that many pending lawsuits in the judicial system right now, I mean, it just speaks to the need that you have an informed commission, you have informed staff. You should avoid undue or costly lawsuits that may hinder development. And
3 minutes are now up.
Perfect. I just hit my end.
Well, if you have a couple more, since I know you had technical difficulties, if you want to take another 30 seconds or so.
So I'll just give this one personal story around diversifying the housing stock in Connecticut. I graduated high school. I went to high school in Wallingford. I graduated about 20 years ago. And if you look at my graduating class right now, there are only 5% of us that actually live in Wallingford right now. About 10 to maybe 25 max still live in Connecticut. So these are individuals that are in their late 30s, early 40s. They're gone. Majority of them went to college and found either the housing cost, they couldn't afford to come back to Connecticut and find someplace that they wanted to raise their family, or they didn't have the job opportunities. So I mean, they are interrelated, those two issues. So diversifying your housing stock, you've already heard it from several speakers tonight. It also has kind of a trickle down effect from an economic development standpoint too. So it's a win-win to diversify our housing stock. And I think providing these other middle housing options will help the housing stock in Connecticut.
So thank you, Mr. Glidden. I am going to turn it over to Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Glidden, I just wanted to ask you, because my town was brought up in earlier testimony as having been one that has a lot of lawsuits, but I did get responses from my P&Z chair who said that yes, Greenwich does face lawsuits, but we win them all. And I said, all? And she said, all. And I said, well, what does that mean that we win them all? And she said it's a reflection on that they're doing a good job, that they do make their decisions based by the regulations, and the challenges aren't able to overrule that. Is that a fair assessment of how we're doing in Greenwich?
I can't speak to how you're doing in Greenwich. Unfortunately,
how do you interpret the fact that we're winning the lawsuits then?
Well, I mean, they're case specific, so I don't think we really can make a generalized statement without details on what exactly were the appeals. Some could be an aggrieved party that says, I'm going to appeal the decision of the commission just because I felt that although I may have presented an application that was grossly inadequate, I'm still going to have my day in court. so that some of those cases could be those situations where you have someone who's angry and just wants to utilize their due process through the court system. Although the commission, like you said, may have done the right thing. I think it speaks to just having the tools, available for the commissioners to make informed decisions. I don't know how many of your members from your planning and zoning commission attended the Bar Association's training this past weekend with the Connecticut Bar Association. Usually it's at Wesleyan in person. They did an all-day Zoom call. I know several of, I work in a community where I had several members from multiple commissions attending it. It's great. It was a sacrifice, a commitment. And some of them kind of said, they were elected. And so therefore they said, they kind of felt an obligation to, I want to stay current. So I'm not going to be the next town that is discussed at one of these conferences to say, oh, let me tell you what they did up there, because you wouldn't believe how, the violations that occurred with this application.
I understand. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Mr. Glidden, I just wanted to touch base with you about the 8-2 reorganization, which is another thing besides training, which you've heard me talking about many times. I concur with you, by the way. It's not just about, I would suggest, the legal issues, which certainly, we're interested in saving towns from that eventuality or predicament, I guess, either way you could call it. But it's also about, as Mr. Gio referred to, making sure that we are looking at a number of those issues, including fair housing, which may or may not lead to legal issues. But the 8-2 reorganization, what you said in your testimony was that it's long overdue. Can you, as a zoning enforcement official, explain why you think that and what that means exactly from your perspective?
So one thing I've had either citizens or commissioners struggle with is just the actual structure of the current regulation, the current statute. Kind of really understand what exactly are the roles, what exactly are the limits that a zoning commission has. They'll make statements like, "Oh, we can regulate a daycare facility." Then when you read the statutes, like, no, that's in this condition, it's prohibited by your commission to regulate. Others would be just a whole, what exactly is the intent of the zoning regulations? It's a police power, but where does that power end and where does it begin? Then lastly is just some of the environmental requirements that the zoning regulations, such as protection of trap rock, the ridgeline protection, the OLIS, the Long Office of Long Island Sound Protection. That's just, it really, like I said, it needs a facelift. And I know this is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's the third year we've tried doing this. And, each time, it's the same thing. It's no fault to anyone. It's kind of, it's time to just kind of put it together so that someone could someone who's new to the process, who's a new commissioner, or just is a private citizen could just access it and go, I get it. I know why you do this. I know what I can do. I know what I can't do.
Mr. Glidden, I really appreciate that succinct discussion of it, and I know Rep. Zullo and Senator Wong and I can work together on this, because there are a lot of bills on this agenda today. But I look at 6107 as a baseline because it is, I like the way you put it, it needs a facelift. And I love the fact that you referenced the trap rock and ridgeline. 3 years in, I can't say that I'm still conversant in how it's all put together. And I can remember being on the floor of the House 2 years ago with Representative Candelora, having a discussion on exactly that, to be very clear and sure that the language meant what it meant. And so I think you're absolutely right that this is really critical. And I'm appreciative of you highlighting it. One last quick question for you about the 8-3E12 section, the certification requirement for zoning enforcement officials. I'm not clear what you were getting at in your testimony with that. So if you could just say where that fits and what you were intending with your testimony.
So a lot of communities, and actually it's most communities in Connecticut, have the the position as a zoning enforcement officer. Someone is employed to be the zoning enforcement officer. Usually in the job description, they are required to be certified with our organization. Our organization educates, license, and then offers continuing education so these individuals stay current with land use practices. Similar how APA does it with the AICP certification, ours is geared to zoning in Connecticut. So it is a Connecticut license. So that's why the need, you're having certified, properly trained professionals that are serving in the roles and capacities as zoning enforcement officers is really, really important in Connecticut. And this is kind of legitimizing what's going on right now. Like I said, because a majority of the ZEOs in Connecticut are, for their job requirements, have to be certified by our organization. Our members, if they're CZEOs, they're doing their continuing education requirements in order to maintain their license or certification.
Again, I want to thank you because that is very helpful and instructive commentary. So I hope you feel that it was worth it staying up until 3 in the morning. I personally am grateful that you were able to shed light on those things for us on a number of the items. Seeing no further questions from members of the committee, Mr. Glidden, thank you so much for the work you do for our communities and for being here with us tonight. I hope you get some rest.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Mr. David Landau, followed by Lure Trestman. And please correct me if I am mispronouncing your names. Camilo, am I right about this order? Mr. Landau, are you able to hear me? I see you're here in the Zoom, but I'm not certain if you are available. Okay. Mr. Trestman. Welcome, Mr. Trestman. If you can unmute yourself, thank you for being here with us tonight. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Lure Trestman. I live in New Haven, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I grew up in Norfolk, Connecticut, and from working at the public library, I knew most of the town's 1,600 residents. I can remember a scant handful of people of color who lived in Norfolk, who called Norfolk home, in part because to live in Norfolk, you need to have a lot of money or to have land that's been in the family for generations. This is a result of zoning, which prohibits multifamily dwellings, accessory dwelling units, and other forms of less expensive housing options. The only new housing that was pursued in all of the years that I lived in Norfolk was a large development made up of single-family homes. A huge swath of forest was cut down behind my house in preparation only for the development to fall through. When I went off to college at the University of Connecticut, I was exposed to infinitely more diversity than I ever saw in Norfolk. And this made me want to do nothing more than leave Connecticut, frankly, so that I could continue to live in this newfound richness of diversity. Luckily, I moved to New Haven instead and found the culture-rich home I was looking for. Unfortunately, while New Haven is culture-rich, many of its inhabitants are financially poor and stare down eviction if they miss a paycheck. The housing market in New Haven is better than in Norfolk, but it is still unnecessarily expensive because housing supply is unnecessarily restricted. Parking minimums, restrictions on multifamily units and ADUs, and other restrictions on zoning mean that our towns don't collect the taxes they could, encourage sprawl into as yet undestroyed natural landscapes, and make even the most basic housing a privilege for the well-paid. As a personal anecdote, one of my roommates lost his full-time job due to COVID and has been struggling and sometimes failing to pay rent. When I tried to help him find more affordable housing, I found that there's practically nothing available under $600 a month. Forget utilities, washer, dryer, smoke-free, or any particular neighborhood. I challenge you to find a bedroom with a door in New Haven to sleep in for less than $600 a month. If you can find any, they probably require 2 months of rent in advance. My roommate might end up homeless, not because he doesn't make any money, but because he doesn't make enough to afford what's available. Perhaps the next time you see a homeless person and think to yourself, like I sometimes do, that they should get a job, consider that they may well have one, but the scant housing available is just too expensive to afford. I understand opposition to requiring below market rate housing or handouts for people struggling with homelessness. But for the life of me, I never imagined hearing so many Republicans being opposed to letting market forces solve these problems for free. It's a pretty big red flag in my mind. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope for the sake of the future of our state, you will vote to pass SB 1024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trustman, for your perseverance and staying with us today. Are there questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We will try to go back to Mr. Landau. Okay. Moving on to Maria Weingarten. Is Maria with us? Maria, thank you so much for staying with us. Welcome, and please proceed.
Good early morning to everybody. Thank you, honorable committee. So my name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a member of New Canaan's Board of Finance, and I'm a realtor in Fairfield County. I'm here to submit my own personal testimony on behalf of any other entity, and I'm testifying in strong opposition to HB 6107, HB 6611, SB 1027, SB 1024, and HB 6613. One thing I've heard that's been, it seems to be a talking point, is this thought that people have a fear of change, or that there's fear. It's not really fear. It's a legitimate concern by reasonable people that are reading facts in the bills that have not been disclosed well in advance to the public and to the fellow legislators in the light of day. They have not been given to the press. You know, the press is not reporting on the contents of it, and I find that highly frustrating. You know, so here's a couple of things that I've just overarching things. I can't support the removal of public hearings. I think that's a problem. I don't support, as of right, multifamily market value development for the very reasons that Ms. Dobbins spoke about, because it will not create anything middle housing or affordable. And all it does is it puts our towns at risk. And in terms of having to face really high infrastructure costs, and those costs are you know, most of those towns, a lot of towns in Fairfield County, they don't get any money from the state. So while it might be very easy for a city or somewhere else to build another school or do whatever else, or, you know, a new fire station or whatever, we don't get any funding. So not only do we have to overcome all that, we have to think about every single thing that might impact our towns that a lot of other people don't have to, other towns don't have to consider. The affordability part only comes in after 10% when you have 10 or more units, and the builders won't be motivated to develop anything above 9 units. They'll just keep doing that all day. I do not support the elimination of parking. There's so many streets in these towns that are not wide enough. And it creates more of a hazard and a danger to pedestrians. There won't be able to it'll be a danger to bikers. There's a lot of issues. And, you know, and the comment that Sarah Bronin made, it's a free option. It's, you know, it's like, it's free. It's to do all this development is great, and it raises revenue. Sure, it's a free option to the state. It is not a free option to these towns, in particular the towns that do not get any ECS funding or any other types of funding. And that's something that really needs to be considered, because once you start raising the taxes and we start to equalize with Westchester, people will not move to Fairfield County, and you're going to lose people to other places. Okay. So okay, we'll go on then. So then specifically on the bills, SB 6107, you know, I wonder about the committees that are appointed, and I would want to make sure that there is good representation from people in smaller communities and rural communities and suburbs, not just the cities. You know, 6611, let's talk about the unfair fair share, which really it doesn't recognize that there's naturally existing market rate affordable housing. So it's not an honest discussion. There are other bills have ADUs that will lead us further away from market fair share of meeting any of our standards and goals. There's, you know, aggrieved parties can sue the towns, which will raise our costs again. And it's going to force municipalities to secure funding for expansion of infrastructure. And these are step ups. These are not gradual straight line based on development. You hit a threshold and you have to overcome that and pay that through significant bonding, which again, we are not supported by the state. And then HB 6613, I don't support the as of right accessory, middle housing, accessory apartments. You know, that has to be decided locally. It's not a problem to have accessory or ADUs, but let the local communities decide what makes most sense for them. And only one parking space or fee in lieu for parking is another bad idea. The Easter egg in SB 1027, that's the one where you're limiting moratorium rights, which if you've gone so far to get a moratorium right now, you're going to limit them. Anyway, SB 1024, there's at least 11 things that are wrong with that bill. And it has to do with the vehicle miles. It's not a standard that's typically used. Reduced parking or totally eliminated parking. You know, and I think, you know, the part where Sarah Brown is.
Forgive me, it's your time. So if you could wrap up your time, that would be great. Just
sure.
With another sentence or two, and then we'll go to Rep. Zulo.
Okay, so the first thing I'll say is this is the last point, is all of this is focused on the supply side. And you're thinking you just need to create more housing and everything's going to be wonderful. And that's not the case. Until you create the demand side, where you create good jobs, where you bring back the economy, nothing's going to get better in this state, and we're not going to turn it around. And especially now during COVID, to make such great drastic changes is highly unadvisable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weingarten. Representative Zulo, to be followed by Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, and thank you for your testimony. Just wanted to follow up on three points you made, one of which I don't think you had enough time to get to, but which I don't believe we heard a lot about tonight. I'll get to that in a minute. First, it sounds like one of your bigger concerns is the erosion of your town's ability to compete with other towns, and particularly others in New York, you know, people coming from Westchester. Is that your professional opinion as a realtor speaking?
Well, I think at some point, you know, I hear it every day. You know, when my clients come and ask me, you know, how are the taxes in Connecticut versus New York? And you know, they're looking at our property taxes and they're saying, and they're comparing town to town as well. So, you know, I think it's a very dangerous game to be playing, to think that just because people are coming out of New York City, that they're willing to pay more coming into Connecticut, and that sure, we can just jack up the rates. And this is, you know, this is an extraordinary event to have the badness of what's happening in the city, with a lot of, you know, people are looking for safety. They are. And so they're coming out of the city. They want to have some, you know, between COVID and everything else that's going on, they wanted space. They wanted to get out of the city. And I see that every day, is people are looking for properties that have a little bit of a lawn, a little bit of, you know, and this is not sustainable if we don't change our ways. So we have a good opportunity here, and we don't want to waste it by putting us, you know, over the edge, overbuilding something that's not the real demand that we're going to have. And I also have a lot of questions on transportation and whether that's going to come back, depending on whether people have to commute into or not, given the fact that a lot of people have worked from home. And it's not as big of an issue now. And we know that people can be productive working from home, as we are at 3 a.m. in the morning.
I'm going to skip over item 2 in the interest of time, because I think I'll get to it with other people as well. I just want to draw your attention back to that issue of vehicle miles traveled, vehicle trips instead of level of service calculations. You had alluded to it, and then I think you just didn't have enough time to finish it. Did you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to understand a little bit more of that because, I think about so many different towns do things differently. And depending on where you are in the state, it might be more relevant to you or not. If you're in a town like New Canaan and you have to travel to work in Westchester, you might be traveling a great deal of miles, or you might be a commuter town if you're right on the trainway. And maybe I don't understand enough about what that specific legislation line is, but it seems to me if we have a standard that already existed, to change it now, I'm not sure it makes sense.
In my short experience, level of service calculations, have to do with obviously the width of road and existence of shoulders. So essentially they calculate whether or not these roads have the ability to, what's the amount of service that a road can handle. And I'm going to defer to others who I believe may be testifying regarding, traffic experts who may be weighing in more on this, but that's my experience with that. And I think that's where where the proposal is going.
But the parking in particular, just eliminating the parking. And I think I left out the one part where it removes the provide adequate light and air. And I wonder whether that's about loom and whether that's about, just height restrictions. Is that sort of removing height restrictions? I think if there's is that just an elegant way of saying we're going to allow taller buildings, because I have heard Sarah Bronin say things like, well, if you have a 2-story, why not have it be a 4-story and then have apartments above it. And then you have on-street parking because it's right in your downtown Main Street. So why not, and when you already have just enough parking for what you have right now, that everybody has, a 1-bedroom usually will have 2, sometimes 1, but mostly 2 people. And then they probably have 2 cars. So, I think it's concerning to allow fee in lieu of parking, or to remove parking entirely. I wouldn't need 3 cars. And I think that's another thing, is an exaggeration. 3 spots for a studio apartment. I find that hard to believe that's pretty common. Did we take the most extreme example, or, because I think reality is most places wouldn't have that.
I could further editorialize, but I will not. I appreciate the time. And thank you for your testimony, and thank you for sticking with us.
Thank you. Representative Zullo, your timing is absolutely incredible. You're really good. You had 17 seconds left.
When you present in court, you get used to timing things at the moment.
Exactly. There you go. Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. So I have a building lot in your town. It's vacant. I want to build a house on it. The house meets all zoning requirements. Do I have to tell anybody I'm building the house? Other than say a building inspector to inspect it every once in a while? Is there any public hearing about me building the house?
It depends on what you're building, doesn't it?
No, if I'm building a house, I said.
Just a house.
Just a house.
Okay, if you're in the right zone, because there's a zone for everything. Yeah.
I'm in the right zone, everything's fine. So I don't need a public hearing, right?
Yes, I know where you're going with this. Go ahead.
So what we are asking in 1024 is that people establish a procedure, that the town itself would establish the procedure. And the procedure would be such that it would be like building a house on a approved lot. It would the people would follow the procedure, and they wouldn't need a public hearing because the town had already established a procedure, just like they did for single family homes. Are you objecting to that?
Have you removed parking? Are you going to
we'll get the
max
parking
out
in a second.
your coverage? Are you going to
pretend the town wrote the policy exactly the way it wanted? Would you be opposed to people being able to take advantage of the new town policy the way they took advantage of the fact they could build the single family home without an additional hearing, because through hearings you'd already established a procedure?
I think what you're not appreciating is that when you're adding 4 units, at 4+ is what we're talking about. So for Sarah to say that it was only duplexes and quads, I mean, I read through the bill again. It said 4 units plus, and it said a minimum of 15 on an acre. So we're not talking about just a little, we're talking about significant density. Okay.
Okay, between you and I, we limited it to 4. We said there had to be at least a mile between every 4. Would you still object?
Again, I don't think that every property is different. And I think you have to look at runoff. You have to look at all those other things. When you have a single family, it's very different. And do you have a septic? Do you not? Like every property is different. And there's this impression that everyone is being forestalled from doing development, and they're not. Our planning and zoning chair, who's on the list, I think he's unfortunately right near the bottom, basically said that over 95% of anything that comes to them gets approved. 95%. That's a pretty high hit rate. So, and we have plenty of all types of housing in our town. So to try to force, and it is force. So let's be clear, to try to force housing, overdevelopment when your towns may not be able to handle the capacity for, spill over onto the roads, all those other issues. It is a different animal. It is.
We force all the time. You can't expand a non-conforming use. Anyway, going to
I would
parking.
say it's a non-conforming use. You're trying to make it a conforming use, right? So we can disagree. It's a special permit. Yeah.
Clever, but parking. Okay, so you need parking. The thinking is old. Instacart, Peapod, Uber, Lyft. In 5 years, all the Uber and Lyft drivers will be out of work. You will call a car. It will drive itself to your house, pick you up and take you anywhere you want to go, drop you off, pick up the next person, and so on and so on. It'll even carpool through computers. You won't need a car in 5 years. If you don't want a car, you don't need a car now with Uber and Lyft and with Peapod and Instacart. And
yeah, if money is no object, you don't need a car. Those uses are pretty expensive.
You find Uber and Lyft more expensive than owning a car?
I'm thinking about the person who buys the on the lower end of the income bracket. I'm not thinking that they have an expensive car.
Believe me, it's cheaper to dry your clothes at the laundromat, and it's cheaper to use Uber and Lyft than it is to drive a car.
And
but leaving that aside, what about Instacart and Peapod? Everybody says, "Oh, you got to drive to the grocery store." Well, what if you don't? I mean, there are lots of places
if you
that
like
will
to
deliver
pay more
food.
money, again, I mean, anybody who thinks about these things, it costs more money. I can go shopping in New Canaan to a very expensive store, or I can go to Norwalk and it's much cheaper. So people make economic decisions all the time as to where they shop. And I don't have public transportation that would get me there. I would need a bigger car. I would need, I'm just going to get, yes.
I'm going to ask you to conclude.
No, you don't need. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. There is something called microtransit. It's VIA. It exists in places in Connecticut. It's being piloted. So the carpooling type thing that you're talking about is actually something that we have here in our own state. Ms. Weingarten, I have a few questions for you, and comments. One, in terms of 6107 and concerns about the committee appointed, that's a bill that's been passed twice out of this committee, and cost and CCM both have been included in the conversations. One of my questions for you is it your opinion that when building occurs in a town, that towns lose money?
No, not in general, but when it's exponential growth, because we're not talking about just growth as you're able to manage it. We're talking about exponential.
So you're talking about any multifamily or density development would be a money losing prospect for a town?
It depends, right? I mean, here's the thing. I haven't even mentioned this part, but we're able to impose conditions on approval. That's going to be gone. We used to collect funds from development fees and use that to develop affordable housing. that's going to be gone. So we won't be able to do any of those things. So yes, we have 100 units just developed of apartments.
Forgive me for interrupting. I have a couple other questions. I don't think that the bill contemplates losing the ability to collect some of those fees, but I do want to touch base on 66.
It does say return the extra though.
Okay, 6611. When you said that that was not an honest discussion about fair share, you said that's the unfair fair share. It's not an honest discussion. Can you tell me again what that means?
Because there's naturally existing affordable housing in so many towns, and then we have never quantified, as you've said, in over these many hours, it hasn't been quantified. So we don't even. There are plenty of units that I rent that are very low rate.
Would you stipulate that there is a tremendous need for affordable housing in our state? Would you agree that that's true?
There is a need for affordable housing, but would you also stipulate that it is expensive to build in a town where the land cost is very high, or where you have a lot of restrictions? If it costs over $400,000 to produce one unit in New Canaan,
so I think you answered my question, is that there is a tremendous need. And I think that if you've heard the discussion today, you've heard me say over and over that we do want to work together to come up with solutions. I want to specifically address your concerns about transparency and the way that these bills have been put before the committee, so that you clearly understand and explicitly understand how the process has worked. And that is that this committee voted to raise titles and concepts, and we chose to fully draft the bills in legislative language so that those bills would be fully before the public and the committee for hearing, as opposed to, which is fully proper. There's another way we could do it. And again, it's fully proper, and many committees do this, and we have in the past put proposed bills, which would mean that just some language would be before the committee. You would come to testify, and then afterwards, after the public hearing, we would vote to draft. That's why this committee, again, fully drafted language so that everyone could see what these concepts were in full. They were 5 days, were required by our rules to notice those 5 days before the hearing, available on the bulletin. I will admit that the General Assembly's website could use some updating, just like the statute needs to be reorganized to make it a little bit more user-friendly. But I just want you to know that that is our process, and that we have.
And I do acknowledge that.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why we did that this year, is because of the fact that we're in a pandemic and we're in COVID world, Zoom world, so that folks could be able to have access to that. I will also add that, and as I have said to our committee all the way through, once these bills go through a public hearing, we will continue to negotiate with so many of the stakeholders who are here today, and have lots of conversations amongst the leadership of the committee before we vote anything out of committee, which will be a public voting process. So I wanted to just make sure you were aware of that. I'll let you say one brief word, and then we need to conclude because our time is up.
And I do want to acknowledge that, yes, I am very grateful that you actually did have the entire language as opposed to SB 804 in the other committee in housing, which definitely was feels like a bait and switch. That's
a proper process. I want to be clear that that is, part of the process, because you know what? It's the idea of gathering input from people before we draft the bills. But Ms. Weingarten, our time is up as well.
Can I just add one more point? I think the bill for 1024 was available in January by CCM, and they just didn't make it available until right before when you guys dropped it on 5 days in advance.
Yeah, the bill, that's because the language was being worked on all the way up till the end. And I can probably tell you that if we pass zoning legislation this year, I can almost bet that it will be voted on late in the session, because there will be conversations that will be happening all the way up until the end. And you can appreciate, after having been here for all these hours, that's because there are so many different voices involved in this, and you try and get the best possible bill that you can, knowing that nothing is ever perfect in legislation. So thank you very much for being here with us.
Understood.
And thank you for hanging in here with us. Really appreciate it. We are going to actually go back to, I believe we missed Cal Vinal or Vinal. I'm not sure if I'm saying that properly. And
Final. Hi, how are you?
welcome. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate everyone's hard work and staying up this late for this effort, for this particular effort. Dear Chairwoman Casano, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Nadelman, Vice Chairman Gupel, Ranking Member Senator Huang, Ranking Member Zullo, and distinguished members of the Connecticut General Assembly Joint Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for letting me testify in support of SB 1024 on behalf of Capital for Change. Our organization is the largest Connecticut-based nonprofit community development finance institution, or CDFI, serving state residents, nonprofits, small businesses, and public institutions. Our projects focus on broadening access to affordable housing, increasing adoption of energy efficiency and clean energy, and providing job opportunities for Connecticut's underserved communities. SB 1024 will greatly benefit these communities in ways that empower local decision makers to determine how change happens. Though we support the whole bill, we will point out just a few provisions in this comprehensive package worth noting. According to a recent report, Connecticut has lost 1/3 of its small businesses since January of 2020. The provisions in Section 6 concerning development near Connecticut's main streets are, while modest and incremental, changes that will substantially help support our struggling small businesses. The bill will provide us of right permitting for 2 to 4 family housing within a quarter mile of the main street, as long as the proposals satisfy the town's architectural parameters. With new residents, there will be more feet on the street to frequent Connecticut's coffee shops, restaurants, bookstores, and other retail shops and service uses. Also of significance is the market demand for 2 to 4 family unit housing in walkable neighborhoods. Recent studies have shown that 76% of Americans are interested in walkable neighborhoods, and 59% of millennials are looking for missing middle housing, mostly housing between 2 to 4 units. The Connecticut Zoning Atlas shows just how rare this housing is statewide, in places where it would be smart to put it. We would also like to mention that SB 1024 sets reasonable caps on how many parking spaces a given municipality can mandate. Arbitrary parking minimums can block the production of housing and thereby block economic revitalization. Parking mandates also increase congestion and pollution because numerous studies by UConn researchers have shown that they encourage driving. Because our organization is dedicated to serving underserved communities, we would be remiss if we did not mention the stark racial disparities that determine which communities bear the brunt of pollution and other negative environmental externalities. It has been Black communities that have been the most negatively impacted by anthropogenic particulates like car exhaust fumes. While capping parking mandates through SB 1024 is not a panacea, it will be a positive step in reducing environmental disparities. Again, we support the other provisions in this proposal. The transit-oriented development provisions in Section 6 empower communities to take advantage of their transit resource with a statewide strategy in mind. The accessory apartment provisions in Section 5 will help private homeowners stay in their homes longer and, with the rental income, invest in rehabilitating their most important asset.
Mr. Vinal, that's 3 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
Commissioner training will also ensure that high-quality community-supported projects like the ones we finance have a better chance of being built. As we slowly emerge from the pandemic, Capital for Change believes the state legislature needs to take action to encourage the economic revitalization of Connecticut's main streets. SB 1024 will bring about inclusive and powerful economic revitalization. We strongly urge its passage. Respectfully, Calvin B. Vinal, President and CEO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vinal. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for your testimony. I just want to drill down a little bit on this economic revitalization concept. My good colleague, Rep. Winkler, was just in a little bit of an exchange about how we're heading towards a society where there's more Uber and more Lyft and more buying on Amazon and Peapod and things like that. And you're talking about how this type of housing is going to put more feet on the street. I'm trying to reconcile those two concepts. I have to imagine that these people are going to be utilizing those services no matter where they live and what type of housing they live. So does this actually put more feet on the street, or are those people just going to go into this housing are people just going to go into this housing and continue to utilize all these tech services and not support Main Street is what I'm getting at. Which version of this is it?
I can't speak for Representative Winkler's position on the utilization of the tech services. I've been involved with Connecticut Main Street for many years, revitalizing downtown areas of a number of communities around Connecticut. I've been involved in economic development in the major urban areas as well as in smaller communities. And all I know is that if we create opportunities where people have walkable areas and local resources, they're going to take advantage of. There's a large segment population that would take advantage of that, especially in a world where utilization of vehicles is becoming more and more challenging and impactful on the environment. So I think that while yes, there is an opportunity to take advantage of those tech services, we also believe that from a planning standpoint that we need to think more holistically and look at how do we revitalize our communities and take advantage of those amenities that people are looking for when they're looking for housing.
I just want to know, I think that you can both be right. I think my good colleague can be right, and I think you can be right. And I tend to agree with you that creating walkable spaces is important. And quite oppositely to what a lot of my millennial friends might be doing, I still enjoy actually going to places in person. I don't like using those services. I crave that human interaction. So I understand where you're coming from. I was just trying to see if you had any input on the contrast or the interplay between those two concepts. Again, I think you can actually both be right, and I think there's a degree to which both are correct. So I appreciate your input on that, and thank you for helping me understand that.
Thank you, Representative Sewell.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. Representative Winkler. Well, Representative Winkler, you're muted.
Thank you. For a second there, it was like hearing myself, arguing tactic, forcing people into false dichotomies and trying to trap them. That's I have no resentment towards that at all. I've done that myself. But in reality, there will be, different strokes for different folks. I mean, some people are going to hole up in their house with their electronics and we'll never see them again. And other people will come out to Main Street because they're into it. It'll be both, as he said towards the end. So I don't think that's too much of a problem. Was there anything you wanted to say before you ran out of time?
No, I actually read the comments that I've given to you in writing. So I stand by the comments we've made.
Alrighty. Now, it's possible that we won't tonight get to read everybody's comments. We seem to be busy listening to them. And was there anything in the comments that was particularly important that you weren't saying verbally tonight?
I'm not sure what you're driving at.
I'm just curious whether there's anything that pretend I didn't get to read all the comments. I mean, we got a ton of material to read, and we have multiple committees and sessions and everything else. I was just saying, did you leave anything out of your oral presentation that you thought was valuable that you'd like to mention at this time? Go ahead.
No, sir, I don't think so. I'm happy with the topical approaches of the various aspects of the bill that I think are critically important for the reasons that I stated. I do think that we do need to look at the building codes and understand better what the true impacts are to a lot of the communities or all the communities, and find ways to make it more effective given the information that we have now about how we operate as a society or as a community, both from a health standpoint, traffic congestion, business, economic development, et cetera. And that's the approach we took in our response.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Rep. Winkler. I do see Rep. Dubitsky with his hand raised. Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. Thanks for waiting all this time. You talked about walkable communities, and earlier Representative Winkler was talking about the ease with which people can use Uber and Lyft and things like that. Would you agree with me that not all communities can ever be made walkable?
I don't know a town in Connecticut that doesn't have a so-called center, a heart where some of its main services are located and where a lot of businesses are co-locate because they take advantage of the increased concentration of traffic. It's a basic tenet of economic development. You want to create draw or capacity so that if someone makes a trip to a certain location, there are other variety of opportunities that can be taken advantage of at the same time. I don't think we're talking about large scale development. We're talking about trying to take advantage of the natural opportunities that present themselves to the various communities as they exist today, and trying to enhance and build on the character and advantages that those community conditions offer.
Okay, so you say you don't know any town in Connecticut that doesn't have sort of a central business district where there are lots of businesses?
Well, lots is kind of an assumptive term. I'm just saying that I know that even looking for Scotland, that there is to some degree a sense of centrality to where its basic services are. And if it isn't that particular town, it would be very, very close to it. I've been to a lot of towns as a commercial appraiser for many years. I've been throughout the state. There's obviously, nothing is 100%. I'm guessing is what you're pointing at. But I think.
Well, no, what I'm pointing at is that you mentioned the town of Scotland, one of my towns. Okay. Downtown Scotland, the center of town has one liquor store.
Yep.
It has a tailor shop, and it has a mechanic, a car repair. That's it. Period.
Yep.
There's no grocery store. There's no deli. There's no there's nothing. So how is a town like Scotland possibly made into a walkable municipality? And how does these bills, I apologize, I didn't catch which one you're particularly interested in, but how does any of the concepts that we've been discussing tonight possibly facilitate a walkable community in the town of Scotland?
Well, I'm not a professional urban planner. I actually had to drive twice through the town to actually know where Scotland was when I was there the first time. But I would suggest that while the regulations would allow for certain opportunities to occur, they're only going to occur where it makes sense economically. And in Scotland, in that particular case, you're not going to see a lot of development because people aren't going to think there may necessarily be the opportunity to build it there. But there needs to be the opportunity because we don't know what the future is going to bring.
Okay, isn't there the opportunity right now?
There is, but there are limitations on the types of activity that can occur. All we're doing is talking about the potentiality of those activities, creating opportunity. And then if the markets do want to take advantage of it, then they would. There needs to be an economic incentive to be able to do that, as is the case in any community. They're not going to put a 30-story apartment building in downtown Scotland. It's just not going to happen.
That's right. And
this may only generate one or two properties, one or two buildings over a period of time. One can't foretell the future. All this is creating a balanced playing field across the code, the building code across the state, and trying to promote certain specific beneficial opportunities that clearly, as is in every case, going to take advantage of certain locations over others. But I don't see it being detrimental to Scotland.
It does more than that because it penalizes towns for not meeting certain criteria. And a town like Scotland, which has no sewer, it has no town water, it has no gas, it has no essential services. that town like that is going to get penalized because nobody is going there. Nobody is building these projects. They're not meeting certain thresholds. So they're going to get penalized, even though anybody could look at this town and say, nobody is going to build these projects here.
I don't know how, maybe you could explain how they're going to be penalized if nothing's going to happen.
Well, they would, well, which bill are you talking, were you?
1024, sir. 1024.
Okay, so 1024. So penalized in a way that they will have to give up some of their autonomy to the state. They will not be, their zoning regulations will be controlled essentially by the state. And all for what? For a hope that that somebody's going to build something. You yourself just said, well, we'll change these regulations and just see if somebody does it. Well, we know nobody's going to do it.
Rep Dubitska, I hate to interrupt. I was covering for Rep McCarthy-Vahey, and I don't have an official timer, but we had just hit about 5.
Okay.
So I just asked that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
No problem, sir. Thank you. And Scotland's a lovely town. I like it out there.
And thank you, Mr. Vinyl, for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Representative Zullo. Am I done?
I believe so.
I wish you all a very good evening. Thank you for the hard work and staying up. This is a very interesting process. Take care.
Thank you very much, Representative Zullo. It is definitely a team effort. We're going to have a few people pitching in as we enter, getting closer and closer to sunrise. I believe next on our list is, actually, I'm just going to go back and try Mr. David Landau. Mr. Landau, are you, this is, I guess, last call, I'll say. Okay. And so next on our list is Akash Kaza. I hope I said your name correctly.
Close. Thank you so much. First off, I want to express my sympathies for Chairman Cassano. And I hope I'm praying for him and his family. To Chairman Cassano, Chairman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairman Gopal, Ranking Member Wong, Ranking Member Zullo, and distinguished members of the Connecticut General Assembly Joint Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1024 today. I appreciate your commitment to the process and your patience. I was actually clean shaven when we started this hearing. So my name's Akash Kaza, and I'm a volunteer with Desegregate Connecticut from Simsbury, Connecticut. There are so many reasons to support Senate Bill 1024, but I'll focus on one broad and personal one. I'm a young person who plans to settle down here, but for me and my peers, many of my peers, this isn't possible. We all know Connecticut's a slow growth state, and young people like me are leaving in droves. There are multiple reasons for this exodus, but a key one is that young people just can't find the types of housing that we're looking for. Like many others have said, we don't see diversity in our housing stock that would appeal to a person just entering the workforce, whether that be a multi-unit building or an accessory dwelling unit in their parents' backyard. We're also not seeing the types of communities that we need to succeed. Young people want walkable communities, while fewer and fewer of us want to rely on cars. We want storefronts and main streets, green space, and easy access to transit. Yes, young people want jobs, but it's also a two-way street. Businesses want skilled young people too. Organizations like CBIA have identified this loss of talent as a real problem. If we help build the communities my generation wants, businesses will come calling to us. There's another component too. Young people want racial and cultural diversity. We want the richness of different life experiences and backgrounds in our communities. We want to live in equitable communities. That's why we marched and protested and organized for it. I love Simsbury, but as a son of immigrants in a 90% white town, I've seen firsthand that we can do a lot more to be inclusive. I've also seen how inclusion would improve my town, and not just for Black and brown residents. Diversity improves academic performance. It makes towns more vibrant, and it clears up fears that we have of one another. I remember when a friend and I tried to go to a movie in Bloomfield, and my friend's mom summarily shut us down. It took me a few years to realize that she was afraid of us being in a black town after dark, a mindset all too common in the suburbs. But proximity is powerful. Living together makes us more accepting. It opens our minds and unleashes our full potential. Inclusive communities aren't just the moral thing to do, they make our communities more appealing. Now, some members of the committee have tried to insinuate that we decide where to live based on where opportunity exists. That's true, but it's not the end all be all. People also want to live in areas that bring them joy. We want to live where our friends and family live. We want to live where we can afford to live. And we want to live where we feel welcome, where we feel embraced by our community. Senate Bill 1024 is about far more than just zoning reform. It's about making our communities more inclusive towards those who have been explicitly or implicitly excluded for centuries. I urge the passage of this bill. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for testifying today. I see we have a hand, and before I recognize Representative Smith, I'm actually going to turn it over to Representative Lamar to lead us for a bit.
Thank you, Akash, for your testimony today. And the next few hours are going to allow Representative McCarthy-Vahey to turn the camera off and just listen in the background and gain a little mental rest as we proceed. Representative Smith, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Akash, for your testimony. I don't really have a question. I think that you said it all very well, and that I think the points you raised for your generation, if you will, I think are all valid ones that I hear from my daughter regularly and my son regularly, and I think that they are all points that we should really take to heart, because the work we are doing here today is to build the future. And the people who will benefit from that work are you and your contemporaries. So yours are among the most important voices that we can hear at this time. And I have to say that all of the arguments in favor of SB 1024 that you mentioned are the same points that my daughter raises on a regular basis. And so for that, and I thank you, and just keep at it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Representative Smith. And yeah, thank you to Representative McCarthy-Vahey for holding down the fort for this whole night. I've been really impressed with all of you. Yeah, thank you all for holding this hearing.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Are there any questions from Mr. Kaza? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today and for joining us this late of the evening and adding some much needed humor at an important point. We appreciate it, Mr. Kaza.
I'm glad you liked it.
Next up, we have Jan Schaefer, followed by John Levin. Is Ms. Schaefer available? We'll come back in case Ms. Schaefer is unable to currently join us. Is John Levin available? John, I see you in the room. If you're trying to enter, you just have to unmute. All right, I'm not seeing John either. Next on my list, I have Laura Keller. Is Laura available? Representative McCarthy-Vahey turned it over to me so we could quickly move through this list, apparently. I'm not seeing Jan, John, or Laura come to the screen. Is Christine Conway available?
I am available. Good morning.
Good morning, Christine. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Chairman Casano, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairwoman Gopal, Ranking Member Senator Hong, Ranking Member Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Christine Conway, and I'm a resident of Reading. I'm also an MSW student at Sacred Heart University. I am testifying today in support of SB 1024, and I appreciate this opportunity to share my voice. Last year, I interned at the Office of Adult Probation in Bridgeport. The probation officer I worked with was assigned a specific caseload of 18 to 24-year-old males. Most of our client base was composed of young men of color who had been involved in crime from their teenage years and had already cycled through juvenile detention and prison several times. They were hardened not only from their time spent within detention centers, but from their formative years growing up in the projects within Bridgeport. Most had not completed high school, had witnessed violence and deaths on the streets, had parents that had also cycled through the criminal justice system, experienced food insecurity and extreme poverty. I saw these young men not as criminals, but as a sorely underserved population that lived in environments where life was a daily struggle to survive. Despite participating in the illegal activity that led to their probation or incarceration, they were also products of their environment. An environment where they had less access to good paying jobs, unstable families, daily exposure to violence, attendance at schools that were so underfunded, they often slipped through the cracks, and the kind of economic instability that breeds a sort of desperation that I, who have lived my life within the walls of white privilege, has sheltered me from all of these factors, and I could only conceptualize what they had been through. As a social worker, I've committed to a code of ethics that requires I challenge social injustice. Scarcity of affordable housing in communities with abundant resources represents such injustice. I ask that you support Senate Bill 1024 so that we can take the important steps to create diversity and opportunity for all citizens of Connecticut. Passing of this critical legislation would create an even playing field where we do not have communities who have so many young people whose futures are determined by where they live instead of who they are. And I thank you all for your time on this very late night or early morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and joining us after a number of hours. I'm sure you've been listening into the conversation that we're having, and as you can tell, this committee and the legislature are certainly taking this issue seriously, and we do appreciate your testimony today. Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just had to say thank you to the Sacred Heart University social work student. As an MSW myself, I can tell you, I'm so sure that your professors would also be very happy to see you here, and your commitment for staying here with us is tremendous. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm seeing Representative Winkler.
I just wanted to say thank you for your testimony. Things get pretty dry up here sometimes, and everybody says they're for affordable housing, but there doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency, and you provided that, and I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your testimony again, Christine, and I greatly appreciate your willingness to stay up with us and provide your time.
Thank you so much.
We have a couple folks who've rejoined. Laura Keller. Laura, are you available? Laura, I see you in the room and I see you have your hand raised. if you could unmute and turn on your screen if possible. Okay, we'll come back to you, Laura, in case you're having technical difficulties. Looks like Jan Schaefer has rejoined as well. Good morning, Jan. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, committee, this very early hour. Anyway, and I apologize. I did get a little bit of sleep eye, so I'm catching myself here a little bit. But my name is Jan Schaefer, and I live in New Canaan. I've been a 24-year resident of New Canaan, and I have been very involved with different, on boards of a couple of different philanthropic organizations, and I have a long career in corporate finance and wealth management. And I would like to say that I am opposed to SB 6611. And the reason that I am opposed is I really feel that local control of our zoning boards is what is best for our local communities. We know the communities better. We know what the issues are around developing the communities in terms of parking and in terms of the sewers, the waters, and all of the things that go along with that. I really feel that the control should be local and that we should be able to control what impacts our infrastructure. And we also have some concerns around the preservation of historical homes that can fall within a half-mile radius of our downtown area or our train station. And I think that it is very difficult to, when you compare the more urban cities in Connecticut with the more suburban or rural cities, there's really no way to compare the two in terms of what the needs are. So again, I think it's very important to have the local control there. The other thing, much earlier today, I heard several people compare Connecticut to different states. One in particular was the state of California, and I am a native Californian, even though I've lived here for 24 years. I lived in Los Angeles for many years, and I lived in New York for very years, obviously, the two largest cities in the US, and California with 40 million people and Connecticut with 3 million people. I think to compare ourselves to a state like California is almost absurd. Most of the large cities and even the suburbs of the large cities are also very, very urban. So I just think that I think Connecticut is very different. We all chose to move here for a reason, and I think this is we need to really think long and hard before we change our zonings and have give away the local control on zoning. I don't really think I have any more points to make, but that.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for your testimony. And I really appreciate you staying up with us tonight, even if you had to catch a little nap. We won't hold that against you. Are there any questions for Ms. Schaefer? I'm recognizing Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for coming in. Were you watching during the testimony of the New Haven mayor?
Yes, I was.
Okay, well, do you have any comments on his statement that New Canaan is currently using its zoning regulations to discriminate against people of color?
Thank you for asking that question. And I certainly do have something to say about that. Again, I've lived in New Canaan for 24 years. I have, over the years, made a lot of lovely friends in New Canaan, and I have never seen discrimination at all in the town of New Canaan. We also have affordable housing in New Canaan. We are also building additional affordable housing in New Canaan. No, the zoning laws are not designed in this day and age to discriminate against anyone.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address those comments. And thank you for coming in this morning, and we very much appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you in this position, my counterpart on the northern side of East Haven. A pleasure. Just a couple of follow-ups, and thank you for your testimony. I had heard testimony earlier on that one of the challenges in New Canaan is a scarcity of land, which is why land prices are escalating and so much higher. One of the parts of 6611 requires towns to identify parcels for development, specify the income that's going to be targeted in the development, and identify parcels. Is one of your concerns about 6611 the fact that you just don't have enough land to develop?
Well, that would definitely be yes. I feel in our downtown area today, there already is a lot more density. I mean, obviously there are parts of New Canaan that are more rural, that have more land and zoning laws over the years. But in our downtown area, there is some density. There's a very large rental development that has been going in for the last couple of years. And from what I understand, it does have some 10% or a percentage of that is going to be lower income housing. And yes, there's not a lot of land left in downtown to develop. And as I mentioned earlier, we have some low income housing, and we are in the process of developing more. I think it's going to have 40 units in it.
I appreciate that clarification. That was my only follow-up, and I just want to thank you again for sticking with us and for your contributions to the debate tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to read off the next four so folks have a chance to prepare themselves. We have John Levin, Dice O, Brenda Falusi, and Kevin Fitzgerald. Those are the next four on our list. Laura Keller was here, but it looks like she may have left. If Laura is listening and trying to get back in, or anyone, just get back in through the attendees link and we'll let you feed on this return. So next up we have John Levin. Mr. Levin, I still see your, oh, there we go.
Can you come back to me in 1 minute or after the next speaker, please?
I certainly can. I certainly
Thank
can. The next up is Dice O.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We should be able to hear Dice.
Mr. O, I'm not sure if you can unmute
No,
yourself.
I think he has to press *6 if he's calling in on his phone.
It appears that way. Mr. O, if you're calling in on your phone, you have to push *6 to unmute yourself, and that way we can hear you.
He was here. 1 second.
I see him in our attendees list.
There you go. Mr. O, can you hear us?
Mr. O, we will come back to you as soon as we figure out what the limitation is on our end. Is Brenda Felucci available?
Good
Yeah.
morning. Yes, I am.
Good morning. How are you today?
Very good. How's it going there?
I'm going well. Ms. Felucci, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice to support SB 1024. I'll give you a little bit about my background for those who don't know me. I'm currently serving my second term on Tolland's Town Council. I'm the liaison for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'm the Tolland representative to the Central Region Tourism Commission. I want to make it clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of any of these organizations, but I do have membership in each of them. Tolland is a town with many cul-de-sac neighborhoods. We do have a nice center of town that enjoys a historical residential town green, which is pretty close to where we would consider our the center of the town. Tolland is predominantly white and predominantly single-family detached housing on 2-acre lots. We lack diversity in many levels. Our community feels that there's a lack of affordability in our housing and a lack of diversity in our stock, especially for those who have retired in housing for young professionals. These sentences pain me because we've been talking about this for decades. Tolland does allow accessory dwelling units, but you need to have a familial relationship with the owner of the property. During our POCD process, our findings were that much of our community wants and is most willing to invest in appropriate economic development that fits the needs and character of the community. But we sometimes struggle to agree on what those needs and appropriateness are. We have a great agreement, though, that we love our conservation efforts, our open space, and we love living in wooded big lots. We like to preserve our open space and preserve our neighborhoods, but we do recognize we need to add diversity. Diversity in our housing stock and a diversity in our community. The adoption of the reforms proposed in SB 1024, I believe very much align with the needs of Tolland and would help our community achieve more diversity, something that we need. I recognize that a strong, resilient, sustainable community is a diverse community where we show we value the contributions of all of our neighbors. Complex problems need a diverse group for a fair and equitable solution. If I had more time, I'd give you some stories about the differences of my two daughters and how their schooling has really been different, and how that would really impacts our family life and the quality of life that each of them lives. But I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Felucci, for your testimony, and again for joining us through the many hours and early morning that we find ourselves in. I appreciate you lending your personal story and your experience in Tolland to the committee. Representative Dubitsky, you have a question for Ms. Felucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. You had talked about how the community has discussed its goals, including diversity of housing stock, etc. Why don't they just change the regulation? Why do they need the state to impose this on every town in the state for Tolland to act?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. We've been grappling with this for decades, and right now we're taking a look at using an overlay in one of our zones to see if we can maybe get some more diversity or some mixed use. It hasn't worked. Sometimes the carrot doesn't work and you need a little bit of a stick to get going. And I think Tolland needs to be pulled along. My daughter, who is turning 22 shortly, has decided she's going to look outside of Connecticut. She doesn't feel that there's equity in our town, that there's diversity in our town, and she wants to be somewhere where she can have a job and she can have that kind of equity. Since Tolland isn't moving fast enough for her, it's been 22 years, she's ready to go find that elsewhere.
What location has equity?
Well, she actually went to school in New Haven and really enjoyed the area there, but she's actually looking at New Jersey right now.
Okay, so New Jersey has equity?
Yes. She feels that their people's diversity is much more valued in the neighborhood that she's looking in. She wasn't able to find housing or, for a single female that fits what her job prospects are. She actually has not graduated college yet, but she does have a full-time job and going to college. So she's looking elsewhere.
Okay, and it's your feeling that Tallinn should no longer be able to try to work it out themselves, that the state needs to come in and give them a push?
Tallinn can continue to try to work it out themselves. I think it needs to be much faster. People are waiting to get to into communities like ours that have excellent school systems. Our young people are moving out of town because they don't feel that we value their diversity and we don't build equity. They don't believe that Tallinn will be sustainable because we don't have that diversity in people or in our housing stock.
What does it mean to build equity?
It means to make sure that everybody can start on a level playing field. It means that everybody has access to the things that you need to have a quality life.
Is there such a place in the country?
I'd like to believe that we all strive to get there.
Okay, and Tallinn's been striving to get there.
Yes.
Okay, and now you're asking the state to come in and force it to do so.
I wouldn't say force it, I would say work in partnership.
Okay, and if there are towns that don't want to work in partnership with the state, should they be forced?
It depends. If they're striving and working toward equity, or if they've already reached it, then no.
But you've indicated that there isn't any place that's achieved equity anywhere in the country.
I believe we're all striving to get there. I'm not sure that I wouldn't be able to point to the map on any one place that has already achieved it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky, and thank you again, Ms. Lucy, for your testimony before the committee this morning and for the time that you've spent on this